Hello, good morning and welcome back to Landskrona, to this, the Landskrona cricket ground, and we are ready to start quarterfinals day. 4 teams from Group A and the 4 from Group B will come together and clash to see which 4 will go through to tomorrow's finals day. I'm Rico Full. This is the European Cricket Network. Welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series, Landskrona, Sweden, and the action starts right here, right now. Quarterfinal 1, what can I tell you about the teams? Ariana, they are a team that have been runners-up and also finished 3rd last year in this series. They are keen to win and pick up that trophy. A fantastic trophy, as you know, from Locker Lifestyles. But look, they haven't had everything their own way. They started well and they were dominant against Mama Host, but then they came up against a team, Loma, making the debut, and surprisingly lost both those matches. But since then, they've been in good form. They've looked like a championship side, and that's without even putting their best team out on the field. The Helsingborg Stars, well, they had to really watch eagerly to see how Group A finished, because it was between them and Göteborg. Göteborg were a team that beat them twice in Group A. However, they do like to go to the seaside, do the Stars, because by going to the seaside and playing against the seaside, they picked up those 2 very important points, and those were the ones, those 4 points they picked up in those 2 victories that got them through into the quarterfinal. But they know that they do need to be at their best for this one, because they're up against Ariana, who are in good form and also have got their main team out. The captains, Basha and also Madan, are with the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
Tails?
Tails is called. It is tails.
You like to bat first?
You like to bet first?
Yeah.
Madan Prabha, the captain of the Stars, winning the toss and decided he's going to have a bat. That sort of surprises me a little. I wasn't expecting that from him, but he's obviously confident enough that his batters can put the runs on the board, put the pressure on Ariana on the run chase. He's going to be hoping that his main batter, Suha Shetty, though he's a little bit predictable, he's been very effective, scored 186 runs. He'll be hoping that he's in good form and be hoping that the captain himself, Prabhu, can also support him. Prabhu scored 168 runs in the series and bats really well. Maybe the luckless Devinder Singh can be in the runs as well. And don't forget, they also have the Panda. The top bowlers to watch for me will be Dina Karan. He's been very good. But watch out for Sachin Shetty and Rohit Sapro as well. What about this Ariana side? I think there's been a few issues for the captain with the selection. All of his players are available, and what you will see that somebody who bowled really well yesterday, Atta Rahman, he won't feature today. He took 4 from 4. He's not available. Walidullah Sharif, he took 3 wickets for 8. He's 12th man, so it just goes to show the depth that they have. But he will be going with a man that's really impressed me, is Zaman Zazir. He's been absolutely superb with the ball, really zips it through, and Absar is back for him as well. With the bat, the left-hander, Kadir Sadat, he's in great form. He scored 148 runs in the series so far, and he went wild yesterday, didn't he? And also, speaking of wild, well, Nurullah Sultan is back in the side. He's only played about 50% of their matches so far, and I think he's expecting to go big in this one. But he will want his openers, Mahmood Baba and Atif Mohammed, to find their touch again. This is going to be a really good and exciting match. It's the first quarterfinal. I know one man that really is looking forward to this, Andrew Ryan. He always looks forward to a classy encounter, and this will be a classy one. Over to you, Andrew.
Speaking of classy, how resplendent do you look in that lovely maroon and white combination today, Rico, for looking like a walking florist shop. That is absolutely outstanding stuff. And what a great start to Peacock Friday, but probably just as important, it is also quarterfinal Friday here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. One of the last times we'll see that beautiful flyover of this ground. Landskrona Sports Club, plenty of excellent facilities all around the place, but the primary one and the most important one for us is that one with the big blue cricket pitch in the middle. And it is where these two combatants, Ariana Cricket Club and the Helsingborg Stars, will lock horns for this knockout game. It's the first quarterfinal of our Friday here at Landskrona. And Ariana, they've qualified as the first team coming out of a particularly strong Group B. They'll be riding high after a pair of comprehensive wins over United yesterday. It gave them the opportunity to bring in some of their backup players as well, gave them a chance to get some balls faced, bowled a few overs, and actually there were a few guys, in particular Atta Rahman, who really impressed for them that day. Walidullah Sharifi, he was pretty good with the ball as well. He's 12th man for today. Most importantly for them, though, they have Nurullah Sultan on deck for this game. Look at that man at the top of the screen, 10 out of 10, as is the skipper for Helsingborg Stars, Madan Prabhu. He was inspirational for them in their Group A qualification phase. probably their most outstanding batter of the tournament. Led them well with the ball as well. Having a look at the bat versus ball wall, predicting an Ariana Cricket Club victory, 99 against 83. Ariana capable of putting some big scores on the board, particularly if Nusratullah Sultan can get plenty of balls at the crease. The big beast standing at long on in the field as Helsingborg Stars have won the toss today and elected to bat. Big challenge for these Group A teams, as it is this format, is that you're coming back after having had a week or so off, gotten out of the T10 groove, gone back to your normal life and just watching ECN on YouTube. FanCode, obviously, for any friends and family back home in India and the subcontinent. Then you've got to come into a knockout clash like this and fire from the get-go. And they'll be looking for these two particular batters, Suhas Shetty and Madan Prabhu. Get them off to a flying start. Man at the top of his mark, it's Atif Mohammed. The Cricket Club have leaned on him for early overs. It's a good bit of in-swing. Not a huge amount of cross breeze today. Probably won't mind that, actually. He swings the ball naturally very, very well. Mohammed coming in. First ball of quarterfinal one. Drops to the leg side. Shetty tries to pull it around the corner, and the umpire's finger goes up. That's a traumatic start for the Helsingborg Stars. Suhas Shetty has been so good for them at the top of the order. It was a poor ball from Mohammed, drifted onto leg stump. Shetty's tried to swing it around to backward square. Unfortunately, just either took glove or the back of the bat, popped up, and that's an incredibly simple catch for Kadir Sadat to take. Helsingborg Stars, 1 wicket down off the first ball. Look at the hands go out for Madan Prabhu. He's nodding his head. Don't know if that's trying to give the umpire an indication that he didn't think it was out, or he's just disappointed with the first up result. That's Suhas Shetty. Had plenty of Shetty chat on YouTube over the last couple of days. Fortunately, he's come back out to the batting crease and hasn't been able to get his team off to the start that they would have liked. Difficult moment for them to come back from. Prabhu still an on-striker's end. He's got an even bigger job than he might have had originally. Mohammed, another ball that's probably not on a great line, but came back into the battle late. Play and miss. Avinash Panda, who's come out to the middle, started to find his form in the later stages of Group A. They'll need him to take charge. Nice ball. Well, he's not taking charge any longer. This is an awful start for the Stars. Atif Mohammed finally gets one on the pegs and swings in, takes out off stump. Beautiful bit of bowling from the big paceman. He's now got 2 for none. And the Helsingborg Stars have lost their second wicket without a run on the board. Lovely delivery, angling in, just even decked away a touch off the pitch. That is outstanding swing bowling from Atif Mohammed. And what a tragic start for the Stars. And if we need to pump up the positivity, given this start, I can think of no better man to do it than the wonderful Rico Fall. Rico, this is stunning stuff.
Stunning indeed. And Ariana, if you weren't warned about what they did yesterday, well, take note. Remember, in a match that United were trying to win, chasing 70, and they needed to do it in about 8.4 overs to register their place in the quarterfinals, and they would have been in this spot here. But, well, they were blown away by Ariana, 22 all out. So Ariana, they are on fire in the field, and the man on fire at the moment, Atif Mohammed.
Satish Kunji, an appeal. First ball he's faced, comes back a long way again. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Atif Mohammed, and no wonder. After a couple of loose balls to start with, he's got the radar working.
It's just fantastic bowling, isn't it, first up? I mean, it's a quarter-final, the pressure is on, and Madam Prabha is probably thinking now maybe he should have probably taken the field first, because nothing's gone his way. He's going to go on strike now, courtesy of the first runs on the board, courtesy of leg buys, and nothing off the bat so far, but the bowling here, Ajib Mohammed, is just sensational, and he's performing for his captain. The team that are desperate to get back to winning wise. One thing I have noticed, you see this delivery, it's probably going for his standard reply, gets bat onto it, first runs of the bat. Yeah, one thing looking out there now from this position, I noticed that I don't see too many of the old dandelions and too many long bits of grass. This has had a nice haircut and it looks absolutely magnificent, the field at the moment. So just expecting the ball to travel a bit quicker across the outfield.
Yeah, certainly, and a team which will no doubt send it travelling pretty quickly across that outfield, Ariana Cricket Club. Look at the first over stats coming up. Not too much in difference between the average of these teams. Actually, not even too much difference in the highest totals from them. 24 of the first over being the biggest for Ariana. That's some great striking. But Helsingborg, this will not go down as one of their most, certainly will be a memorable one, but all of the wrong reasons as far as first overs go. Rico, coming back to that point you made about the length of the grass, certainly has been trimmed overnight, but it feels like the conditions are still pretty heavy, which is not going to help the batters.
No, it's not going to. I mean, one of the things that a lot of the batters were saying yesterday is that ball got heavy pretty quickly because of the moisture on the ground, and felt that that's one of the reasons that the ball didn't travel as far as we've seen it do. But at the moment, it's all about the bowling. I mean, yesterday was very much a heavy bowling day compared to batting. We only just saw the one high score. That was 130 from Mamahus. All the others were very low. In fact, didn't get to 80 in any of the other matches. And today, well, this one looks like it's going to be very much the same. Something special has to happen here for Helsingborg Stars to get themselves back up and going. I must admit, I was surprised. I don't know about yourself. I was surprised that Mana Prabhu wanted to have a bat first. We had a little bit of a chat about this before the game, didn't we, Rico? And I think we both expressed a view that maybe coming back after a week's break, as man who has had a little break as well, Arabzai coming on to bowl the second over. Cut by Prabhu, and he's put it straight in the gullet of Atif Mohammed. You cannot keep that man out of the game, and that is an incredibly unfortunate loss of a wicket. Prabhu had been their main run scorer along with Suhas Shetty for this tournament. He's cracked it off the middle of the bat, but somehow has found the waiting hands of Mohammed there at point.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit it pretty hard, hasn't he? He's taken himself away from the ball, so he's reaching for it. And maybe that's the reason why he's not able to get enough height to get it past that man. Well, what a start he had. And Ariana, they're all smiles at the moment. And so it should be. But there will be one man who won't be smiling just as much, because the big news is, and I found this out from Basha while we were at the coin toss, is that Atif Mohammed will not be available tomorrow if, and it's still an if they get past this the Stars side in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, he's become an important player for them across this tournament, as he did in ECS Melmore back in 2021 as well. Combines some pretty nifty swing bowling with very effective batting in the power play. Plays nicely square of the wicket and downs along off as well. Big job to do for Helsingborg Stars. Don't have to rely on their middle order to at least put up some sort of defendable total. Conditions favour of the bowlers today, although nothing that should justify 3 for 2. Scoreboard, that one is just edged down to Yusuf Sahak coming in from a wide third man position on the boundary.
Yeah, Pramod Chandrasekhar Rai is out there now. He's their better wicket keeper. And these two, Punjir and Chandra Krishnan Rai, really have to get the runs on the board. Magnificent start for both the bowlers. The very first ball of this spell, rewarding them with a wicket.
I'm sorry. Brings that one back in a bit off the deck. Sadat pursues it out to the leg side, and I'll just scamper through for a single. Quick turn to our YouTube chat. As always, great to have plenty of you in there expressing your views about this European Cricket Series Landskrona event, and obviously a lot of you going back and forth between the Malta event as well. Maya's there, IWBW, Saimon Chowdhury, Shamim Islan. Plenty of folks in there enjoying the company of your fellow ECS fans as Chandra Shekharaya tries to cut that late behind point unsuccessfully.
Yeah, good morning to everybody on the chat. Lovely to have you with us. And of course, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you will be flicking between here and the Valletta Cup in Malta. Certainly, I should be keeping an eye on that. Maybe give you a little update on what happened there yesterday and the play today at some point as well. This is playing nicely tucked away, a little paddle. And that man Sadat, always in the action, the wicketkeeper Kadir Sadat. What a good series he's having.
Yeah, he really has. He's gotten into his work nicely across this week, ever improving with the gloves, and he's finding form with the bat. Thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to hit with the wind, which turned around yesterday, and yesterday and the day before, finding the boundary with regularity. He's got some power for a small man. Wide ball. I have to say, actually, as much as they have the Stars at 3 for 5 at the moment, there's been some good balls from Ariana, but you wouldn't say it has been bowling that is unplayable. They've just been solid, and unfortunately the Stars have just contrived to create some wickets. An absolute seed that got Panda, but apart from that, Shetty and Prabhu have actually taken good ball, semi-good balls to the fielders. Absolutely nothing special about them, as turned away to square leg. That's the end of the over, and the Helsingborg Stars have crept their way to 7 for 3 after 2.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for Ariana. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Look at the first wicket, that off Suresh Shetty. What a key one that was. You know, he's a man in very good form with the bat. And he goes off his very first delivery. I think his eyes probably just lit up and he thought, okay, this is the one. A good way to get off the mark. It's the ball that you'd expect him to dispatch to the boundary. And a judge to have got a little touch on it. I think from the reaction from the captain at the non-strikers, and at the time he was pretty sure that it was more pad than glove, but the umpire saw it differently. He went, and then, well, what can you say about Pravast's dismissal? Absolutely tonks the ball, but straight to the man off the moment at the moment, Atif Mohammed, and he's going to bowl his second over now.
Certainly is. Good decision from the Ariana skipper, Bashir Ahmed. Loves to operate with this newish ball, Atif Mohammed. Good length again. Getting Satish playing across the line. Can really swing the ball prodigiously, can't he, Rico? And certainly you wouldn't say the conditions are in his favour in terms of being a day where you feel like there's going to be a decent amount of swing, but it's not like there's a huge cross breeze for him to work with.
And that one comes off his pad and back onto the grill of Satish. Satish there supporting the shade look. I wouldn't have thought that they would be helping him too much at the moment in these conditions.
It's dark times for Helsingborg Stars as far as the scoreboard reads, and dark times behind Satish Kunji's shades at the moment. Mohammed just causing all manner of trouble with his in-swing.
I'll tell you who Atif Mohammed reminds me of a little bit. The Big Mac. Armagan Khan for the Catalonia side in Barcelona.
Pretty good comparison, Rico, and he's a man who would appreciate that shot. Kunjia, nice bit of play, stepped away to his off stump, gave himself the opportunity to get onto the back foot, swing that away behind square. Much needed boundary for Helsingborg. And I guess the one ray of sunshine for Helsingborg is that they have got Devinder Singh still to come in this innings. They haven't committed him too early with the loss of those first few wickets. I suspect they'd want him to come in against the second tier bowlers and when the ball's not moving around as much. As that is smoked for a wonderful 4. Kunji, after a tough start, rocked on the back foot. Isn't that a confident stroke, Rico?
It's a lovely shot. The one before, he sort of paddles. And this one, he thumps. He certainly gives that a good crack as that goes all the way. onto that banner there. Just missing out on the bullseye of the European Cricket Network logo. Good shot. They're starting to get things moving here now.
India takes a couple of steps down the pitch. Good change from Mohammed. Instead of swinging the ball into the stumps, he's just pushed that one outside off. Canny bowling.
Well bowled, and you saw the wrist action there, how he changed it. I think he's decided, okay, I'm not going to attack the stumps. I'll go back to my line outside the off.
Good year. Fends at that ball. Lovely change from Mohammed. Classy bowling from him. That is the end of the power play, end of the third over. Helsingborg Stars sitting at 15 for 3. Rico, their lowest power play before this innings was 20. Not a great time to bring out your worst power play.
No, not a great time at all. And we've seen the stats going in the wrong direction for the Stars. It was the lowest first over score for them, 2. And now the lowest power play. But as you said, they can rebuild. And I think they probably need to take the next 18 balls or so for these two just to stay there, continue to steady the ship, take the singles, put the bad ball away. That's what we saw in that last over. And that then sets up a nice time for them to try and go ballistic. And if one of them fails, Devinder Singh, is a good time for him to be coming in. So still, I think they would be looking to recover from this and get to around about an 80 score, 80 or 90. That'd be competitive.
Yeah, certainly will be, Rico, and I think that's exactly what they should be trying to do tactically. Always tough against these opening Ariana bowlers because they're capable of swinging the ball, but there's plenty of quality in the middle overs too. I suspect we'll see Baz Ayubi in the pace of Absa Khan at some stage. Arabzai, good line and length, flashing outside. Chandrasekhar Iyer made contact. 3 dot balls on the trot.
Just talking about the conditions here at the moment, it started at about 10, 11 degrees. The highs will be of about 13, 14 today. It's pretty calm and bright out there at the moment, not too windy, not excessively chilly. Though the forecast for later doesn't look good. As this one goes past the offside again. But certainly, looking at it right now, you think it's probably going to be quite a pleasant day, but that's not what the forecast tells us.
No, let's hope the Swedish Bureau of Meteorology has been unduly negative, but certainly suggesting that we'll have a bit of rain throughout the course of the day. Hopefully it won't interrupt the cricket, or certainly not for any prolonged period. A wide one from Arabzai. Getting some substantial outswing though, which will encourage him and the rest of the Ariana bowlers. Just lost his radar a touch though.
Yeah, Arabzai maybe, he did take the wicket off his first delivery, but in that second over perhaps just gave the Stars a bit of breathing space with a few extras, and they're looking to capitalise on it here.
Chandrasekhar Iyer hasn't made contact with one this over, admittedly a few that have been sprayed wide. But it should be fairly obvious what Arabzai's plan is here. He's bowling out swingers. He's pushing it wide of off stump. Chandrasekhar Iyer's got to take that on board, accept what the bowler's giving him rather than trying to manufacture big shot over the leg side. That one's wide again. I don't think Arabzai's going to be too fussed about that, Rico. He'd be happier to give away the wide rather than drift onto leg.
Yeah.
They've got the 2 fielders on the leg side are at deep mid-wicket and at long on. So the one place he doesn't want to bowl is short and on the stumps.
The thing is, though, you just saw that delivery being replayed there. The amount of movement he's getting is huge. We saw where the wicketkeeper, so that ended up taking it.
Another wide one, and the umpire spreads his arms. Losing probably just, if anything, just losing a bit of momentum for Ariana here. They'd had such a good start, 3 wickets in the first 7 balls of the game. And in fairness to this pair, Chandrasekhar Iyer certainly not setting the world on fire in terms of runs off his bat, but they're just accumulating and being helped by a few wayward deliveries from Arabzai. Finally, he gets bat on ball, flies down to that man Mohammed, who just seems to be a magnet for the Kookaburra at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice to see Ahmed in black there. Rafi Ahmed is at the bowler's end. He's getting his early morning stretching exercises in, putting those wides. And he's joined That square leg by Adnan Gill, and led brilliantly the match officials by Sir Rob Kemin. They have really had a very good series, the men in black.
Couldn't agree more, Rico. As Arabzai pulls out the in-swinger. It's been flicked nicely, rolling over this quicker turf than certainly was yesterday, but still probably a little bit heavy thanks to some rain overnight. So it pulls up about a metre short. And just having a look at Kunjir, who seems to be in a little bit of discomfort. I think there a collision between the two?
You'll see it here. Sadat is trying to get the ball here. They've gone into each other, and I would suggest that probably Sadat has felt the brunt of the lid from the batter. And well, the batter, he's got it all ricocheting inside the helmet, but Sadat has caught that on the side of the chin. It's sort of been a headbutt upper sort of cut, and he's given it a bit of a rub there. Both players probably just in a slight bit of discomfort, but certainly Sadat has got the worst of it here.
Certainly out of those two players, I'd be preferring to be the one that's got the helmet on rather than the one just deflecting the lid with his chin. It was almost like an NFL linebacker coming in against a completely unprotected quarterback. FanCode ECS Sweden's Landskrona. The first quarterfinal key insights, Rico. Take us through some of those crucial numbers.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you can see the 6-2 in terms of wins and losses for Ariana, and it's the other way around for the Stars. But you can see that the scores, that interests me. Batting first, you've got the highest, the average, and the lowest for the Stars. So they're still looking to try and get to that 90 score. Ariana, of course, they can't believe their lowest, 53. That was against Loma. But they're averaging around about 102. Highest 147. High successful chase, 96 for the Stars to 78 for Ariana. And the highest scores there you see there as well. So interesting, thanks to the stats gun there. To, two men that worked very hard behind the scenes, to Ravi and Shazad. Thank you, chaps. And, so that seems to be okay. He's just doing a bit of jaw exercise. He probably won't be eating an apple today, probably not. Probably having a bit of soup, maybe a bit of the lovely pea soup that Sweden is known for. Have we tried some of that yet, the pea soup?
Maybe a celebration pea soup tonight, Rico. As that one drifts onto off and middle stump, and after that collision, Kunjir has been reborn as a mega striker. What a shot.
Well, you know that the Haryana players will be saying to Sadat, what did you do? You knocked some sense into him, or you certainly knocked some power into the batter. Sadat Kunjir just decides, well, you know what, I'm going to send this one big. That's what they needed. They need something positive. That shot there takes them on to 33, 3 wickets down. Very important partnership, this.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think another point that's important to make to the fans, because it's not just a big day for quarterfinal Friday, it's also Peacock Friday, Rico.
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, hope you're liking the look. And you're looking quite dashing there, liking the shirt, liking the colours.
I don't mind telling the story that when I came down for breakfast this morning, I had selected a Peacock shirt, but it was certainly not as extravagantly peacock as yours today, Rico. So I scampered back after my scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
I've decided to go for something a little bit more summery, a little bit more flamboyant. I don't think it's as good as yours. That is genuinely my favourite Rico shirt. That is a beauty.
Well, thank you very much. Look, I'm very used to the missus saying, well, okay, if you're wearing that, I'm not going out like this. I'm going to go up and change. I didn't think I was going to have the same effect on you. But no, you look very nice as well. In fact, I have to say you've looked very smart every day of the cricket. And you're very brave as well. You haven't opted to go for the beanie or the big jacket when it's got a bit nippy and chilly out here. So well done to you. And it's been an absolute pleasure. I know we got today and tomorrow still to go, but one more time. And I'm sure that the viewers appreciate it as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the Ice Cube. You've been a gem, sir.
I don't want to talk about it, Rico. It's going to make me emotional, so I'm going to leave all of that until midway through Saturday afternoon. And in the meantime, continue to enjoy the warm embrace of Rico Full in the Ice Cube, and obviously all of our fans out there in the YouTube chat and through FanCode. Man who's got a few fans around this place, Absa Khan.
Gone.
Well, that's a big call from the umpire. That was slightly short of a length. My feeling was that it was probably going over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, it was pitched shorter. I like to see it again because purely of the height. See where this pitch is? Yeah, I mean, side on will give us a good idea to see how back. He was back in his crease, and I think that's what Adnan Gill is looking at here. He goes back, keep an eye on that. Ooh. Yeah, I think looking at the trajectory of the ball, that's one where the umpires decided it is going to go on to hit and not go over the stumps. Tight call, tough one. Seen them given, seen them not given as well.
No, certainly entitled to give it just with a bowler of the pace of Absa Khan. Expect the benefit of the doubt might have gone to the batsman there, but to be honest, it's not actually the worst result for the Helsingborg Stars. Chandrasekhar Raya had been struggling to get bat on ball. He's gone 3 off 8. And it has allowed Devinder Singh to come to the crease now. You'll probably enjoy the pace of Absa Khan. And if they're going to win this game, then Singh needs to play an absolute blinder here.
Yeah, the only thing Singh, I mean, he doesn't need to go straight away. He needs to have a think about this. Is only the start of the 5th over. You've still got half the innings plus to come. So just get yourself in, because after one of these two goes, well, then you really are into the lower order that haven't really done anything with the bat.
Well, Devinder Singh takes the advice from Rico Full. Just defends that nicely on the offside.
Isn't it amazing that all the bowlers that we've seen, the very first ball has delivered a wicket?
That is true. It's an outstanding start. That was probably the best ball that we've seen for those first ball wickets. Khan charges in. Nice late movement, just decks away. Good bit of bowling, and it's probably not Devinder Singh's favourite area. Getting onto the back foot and cracking one through point, so it's a good length as well from Khan.
Yeah, it's all about variations, isn't it? I think when you're a bowler, and that comes in the line that you bowl, also the pace, and you've seen good variation already from Khan.
Actually, Singh plays it pretty well, just drops it down to the offside, because during this phase, if he's going to take himself a little bit of time to get in, they still want to rotate the strike. And Kunji's actually looked pretty good out there. He's 17 off 12, giving them something to work with.
Devinder Singh, I talked about him being probably one of the most unluckiest batters we've seen in the series, because his team just keep running him out, and that'll certainly be playing on the back of his mind.
Good ball from Khan. He's really hit a good length today, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking the energy that he's putting into his bowling. He certainly is charging in and bending his back, so to speak. And the two batters just having a little chat here. I think Devinder, who's only just come out there, already offering some advice to Kunje, who's been batting pretty well up until now.
Appeal from Haryana. I'll scamper through for the single. Big rub of the thigh from Kunji, who's copped a ball from the paceman Khan in an uncomfortable spot, but sure he'll keep battling through. End of the first half of the innings. Helsingborg Stars 29 for 4. You could safely say that probably wasn't part of their plan when they decided to bat first.
No, definitely not. I think the sting, if you like, was taken out of the opening attack pretty quickly by Haryana. And both bowlers, both openers, Mohammed and Arabzai, picking up wickets at the first two deliveries. Arabzai in his second did stray a little bit, which helped to get things off and running. We saw back-to-back boundaries for Kunjir as well. And that's what they need to keep doing. I mean, at the moment, if they go at the pace they're going at, it takes them to 60, so they do need that bit of an acceleration to come in at some point in the innings. But you've got two men out there that can do it. Devinder Singh, we know, certainly can. He's on a couple of occasions been in the 40s, and that's what they need him to do here.
Still got a bit of power down the lineup too. Sachin Shetty, who played a match-winning, albeit brief, knock in their game against Seaside earlier in the tournament, he's still there, and if they need someone to unleash in the last over or two, sure he will be ready to oblige. As we see some Zazai, it's been very impressive over the last couple of days from Haryana.
Yeah, he was picking my bowlers yesterday, Zazai. I know he wasn't the one taking all the wickets. That was Atta Rahman and Walidullah Sharif, but just the line and the pace that Zai bowled at yesterday was superb.
Oh, full ball. Been thrashed away to the boundary. Love to see this from side on as well. Probably wouldn't have been too far away from a no ball for the full toss over the waist. The batter comes forward of the crease. Probably a pretty good call from umpire Adnan. Likely to have gone below by the time it got to the batting crease.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? It's waist or above. For me, for somebody who's bowling at the pace of Zai, I'd like to see those called. It's a difficult one when they're outside the off stump, though. It's hard for the square leg to see it all the way.
Short ball, thrashed to the offside. Consecutive boundaries for the start of this Zai over. And Kunjia, he is conjuring somewhat of a semi-miracle here. He stepped in without a huge amount of batting form in this tournament to date. But he is keeping this Helsingborg Stars side afloat.
Very much so. Danora was there. Probably had a good shot of that. Bashir not happy. Kunjia, have you noticed, every time they hurt him, he hurts them back. He took one on the lid. He came back with a big shot, and then he took one on his upper leg, and he's come back with 2 good shots.
Excellent observation, Rico. Good prize fighter, and he smoked that over the long on boundary. The first 3 balls of Zazai's over go 4-4 Maximo.
Ginnasona Shaka Lagyao. This is a beaut. He's come out the middle of the bat, and you can see that's crashed into, I think, was that the top of where Andis is at. Hello, Andis. Are you okay, Andis? Andis just had a heart attack there.
Well, he's at least awake now because the power of that shot would have thudded in to the top of the production truck. And Zazai is under immense pressure now. Helsingborg Stars 43 for 4. Kunjia beaten outside off stump. Big appeal. Umpire's not interested.
There was a slight noise here. Now, I'm not sure what the square leg umpire Gil can say about this. I mean, you can't say was there a noise or not. Looking at that again, certainly wasn't conclusive. Maybe worth having it look one more time. Maybe from another
he's put
angle.
The finger up, Rico, after a consultation with the square leg umpire. I'm not sure what that conversation was, but the finger goes up, and in the context of this game, that is a huge dismissal. Kunjia was batting beautifully. Big confident appeal.
I don't see anything from the both angles there. And really, to be honest, in my opinion, if you're the umpire standing at the bowler's end, if you've seen it, then you give it. What the square leg umpire can tell you about this when he has... The only thing he can tell you is whether the ball carried into the gloves of the keeper. Well, we know that already. And I don't think the umpires should be going to each other and saying, did you hear anything? Because you don't give anything on here. I think this is that's a really, really tough call. And it at a very, very important point in this match. That's a tough one.
Yeah, Satish Kunjia was batting wonderfully well. He goes for 31. Great innings from him. Full ball on the toes, and it's just flicked away to the leg side. Pressure falls back onto Devinder Singh. He's been joined out there by Pramod Kompella. He's more than capable of rotating the strike, so he's not a bad player to have accompanying Singh at the moment. But Kunjia was in such good rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, it was an excellent ball. I'll give him that, as this one is just not so good, but not able to time it well enough to get the single. It was a great comeback from the bowler to get that ball in the right place, just moving away. But, tough call just when you think or thought that the Stars were starting to get their momentum going.
Yeah, it certainly is. Although, shame they've lost that wicket. But at 44 for 5 at the end of the 6th, Rico, you made the observation a couple of overs ago that they just needed to continue to build a platform, give themselves enough to work with. If they go at 10 and over from here on in, which certainly is not impossible by any stretch, given they've got Devinder Singh, that still gives them 85, which in these conditions, defendable score. Yeah,
85, as I said right at the beginning, and I said that when they were struggling at 15 for 3 at the end of the power play. Get to that score, we've already seen the outfield is, even though it's had that cut, it's still not particularly quick. The ball not moving quick through it. So, yeah, I think the score between 80 and 90 will be competitive, though you still expect Ariana with their big hitters to get there, but maybe it's not a big hitting day. as this one's played nicely. And one man that can give the ball a good hit is Devinder Singh, but I think he's playing pretty well here at the moment. We haven't seen a rush of blood from him. I think he understands the situation, though he probably is thinking here now that perhaps he needs to start to take charge of setting a good score on the board.
Certainly will. They might look at this over from Absa and just say, let's try to work the 1s and 2s, take 8 or 9 off it if we can. Drop short, Capella turns around, grabs his thigh. Probably needed to be thinking more about whether there was a quick single.
Yeah, Absa gets a good one in there. So it's certainly was some sensational shots there from Kunjir. Under the circumstances, what an innings it was when all of those things were happening around you. Coming in at number 4, batted superbly well.
He's been nothing more than a bit part player for Helsingborg throughout the tournament. It's just incredible to step up under this pressure. As Capella tries to give himself some space. He might have been a little bit rattled by that short ball that struck him from the pace of Khan.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the ball only in one area. See, he gives himself so much room, and he misses it by a fair way. That'll give the bowler a bit of confidence to try and get one full up there in the block hole.
Can he afford to just have a few overs here where they just go for 1 or 2? Capella needs to find a way to either crack a boundary or get off strike and get Singh back on. 3 balls to go in the over. 4 ball on the stumps, and somehow it's gone over the top of middle stump. Absolute peach of a delivery from Absa Khan.
Yeah, this is the one I was expecting, and certainly the one I would have been bowling. Just needed to go perhaps a little bit fuller. You can see it's nowhere near it. Everything is wrong from the batter. He's moving away. The head goes up in the air. Is not what his team needs at the moment. I mean, we're not in the 9th over. Just got to rethink this.
Steps down the crease, swings wildly again. Kadir Sadat, nifty bit of work with the reverse flick. But for the moment, I suspect they'll be pretty happy to have Kompella at the crease because he can't make contact with the Kookaburra.
No, I mean, you reminded me a few deliveries ago about Sachin Shetty is still in the camp. I mean, why he's not come out in this situation, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe this was just a call from the captain, probably just to say to Kompella, right, just go out there and swing and try and make contact and everything. Well, he's certainly swinging but not making enough contact. This one goes to Nurasula, who does so well, the Sultan. Gets down, stops it, gets a good throw in as well. And they tried one and then tried the other. Great bit of fielding.
Yeah, great bit of fielding and a huge bit of heads-up running from Devinder Singh. He saw that the Sultan had to dive to his right to take that ball. The worst result there for Helsingborg would have been Kompella getting on strike for the next over. Devinder Singh, not the quickest runner between the wickets, but really heads-up play to get himself back to the non-striker's end, so he takes the first ball of this next over.
Yeah, well, this is what we got coming up here. So these two doing battle, and next match, match 42, quarterfinal 2, Mamahus versus Seaside. That'll be an interesting match for me because I think both of those teams possess batters that if they click can take the game away from the others. Evergreen, the unbeaten side, against Hissingens. Hissingens will be up against that one. I think the importance of their captain being fit. And then Young Shopping taking on Loma, the team that came into this series making their debut but won their first 4 matches. But then since then, they've been going the opposite way, so they're looking to bounce back, and that will be all about their captain.
As Ayubi drops it short on the offside, Singh gets underneath, it's dropping quickly. Good catch. Can he take it, Absa Khan? Absolutely. Safe pair of hands coming in off the deep point boundary. Devinder Singh had been pretty patient up until that point, but they'd bowled a good line to him, and Ayubi comes on, and he is the 4th bowler to take a wicket on his maiden delivery.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Singh. He's been there pretty patient. You said he's run well. He seems to have realised that what his role was in this. But I just think here, maybe, Andrew, he's got a little frustrated. Kompella's come in and used up 6 deliveries and only got 3 runs from it. And he's seen that in that last over, a lot of playing and missing, and maybe Singh just decided, right, okay, when I do get on strike, I've got to try and play some shots, because otherwise you could find this score is not going to get to that 80 or 90 mark. He goes for it, doesn't get it right. A very good catch running in.
Yeah, certainly was. I suspect Singh was looking for that gap between point and long off, as that is nicely driven. And they're coming back for the second. Danger on this arm. Sadat takes the stumps. I think this is going to be gone. They're going to the limiter review system, but that was a fantastic throw and 2 moments of brilliance in the field from Absa Khan.
Yeah, there was the little fumble, and that's why they decided to go for the second, but it's not going to be. You can see he's out there by a long way. So it's going to sound, he'll get 1 to his name, but he's not going to get the second, and he gets his marching orders. I can understand it. And there was the fumble, but the arm, the throw was brilliant, and no mistakes from the keeper, Sadat.
Certainly not. It's a little bit know your personnel, isn't it, Rico? If there's one man in this team that you're not going to take a sharp second to, it is Absa Khan. He has got a rocket of a throwing arm. Beautiful return. The keeper only had to make a couple of steps to his left, takes the stumps off Sadat. He's been good with the gloves. They are just looking sharp, Ariana.
Yeah, looking sharp. And Sachin Shetty does come in now. And wouldn't his captain, Madan Prabhat, love a knock-off sort of between 20 and 30 that he has been able to pull off for them in the past. And, now's the time to do it, at least to give them something to bowl at.
He goes up into the slot, nicely driven straight down the ground. Sachin Shetty. He shows a technique that suggests he's a more than capable batsman up the upper order, doesn't he?
He certainly does. He plays straight. That one brings up the 50. So that is probably the first down mark that you want to try and get to. It's come a little bit late, deep in this 8th over.
Wide ball from Ayubi. Just let go from Kompella. Probably hoping he was going to get the wide call. Got to try to give Shetty as much of the strike as possible in this last couple of overs. Big swing out to the leg side from Kompella. Doesn't get enough of it, but they'll end up taking the single. Brings Shetty back on strike to conclude the over.
Yeah, it's one of the. You have a look at Ariana. It looks like they've got one more to come here, but there is no weakness, is there, in that side? I mean, sometimes we look at some of the other sides and you see perhaps a fielder who's pretty weak that's been put in a particular position as a result of that.
Big swing across the line. Lovely bit of bowling from Ayubi. It's the change-up to finish the over. He's a good bowler in these later and middle overs. Look at that, just holds up in the deck. Shetty's a long, long way through his shot already. That's the end of the over. Helsingborg Stars 8 overs down, and they are 51 for 7. So quick look at the bowling figures, Rico.
Well, all the bowlers have picked up wickets, and that was up there pretty quickly. But what we can tell you is 4 of them have taken a wicket off their very first delivery, and that's why you find that the Helsingborg Stars are in this predicament. 51, 7 down, 12 balls to go. So they really do have to have an amazing onslaught here now. They've got to run hard. They've got to be careful, though, who they're taking those ones to. As you see, Yusuf Sahak, he's hoping to... Can he be the 5th to take a wicket of his first ball? We shall wait and see. And certainly the batter, Kompella, he needs to really get going here now.
Kompella, big swing and a miss. Goes from bad to worse for Helsingborg. Rico, well, we're just waiting for this second ball. I'd take the opportunity to say a big happy birthday to my sister-in-law, Marissa, who's celebrating back home in Brisbane today. Obviously the mother of Kai Ryan, the #1 draft pick for the Bayside Pirates. So her contribution to Australian cricket seemingly secured at the moment. So happy birthday to you, Marissa. I hope the boys are looking after you, and I hope they're giving you a much better show at home than the Helsingborg Stars are here today. Yusuf Sahak, he takes a wicket with his second ball, not his first, but Kompella, he's walking back to the sheds. That man, Atif Muhammad, takes another catch, and the Stars are now 8 wickets down.
Feliz cumpleaños, Marissa. Very happy birthday. Have a wonderful day. Or, well, I should be saying a wonderful evening, I guess, now, or late afternoon. I hope things are going well for you. Things are not going well for the Stars. They lose another wicket. The only thing I would say there, I mean, I know that means it's 8 wickets down. Kompella was not doing his team any favours. So, with the remaining, 10 balls we have to go, it's probably a good idea to get somebody out there that can get a bit of bat onto ball. It doesn't matter what part of the bat, an inside edge, a top edge, whatever it is, you need to do it.
Need to get Shetty on strike. Rohit Sapru comes to the crease. Full ball from Sahak, just played straight back down the pitch. I guess the one bright spot, Rico, and we're really plunging the depths of potential bright spots here.
Yeah.
The last time these two were at the crease together, Sachin Shetty and Rohit Sapru, they worked together to conjure a miraculous victory against Seaside as Sapru just pushes it out to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, that's a good recollection there. They batted well, and they needed to, and as we know, it was only those two victories that they got, the only victories that they got really in the group stages, that they did it in such a way that they had a better net run rate than the Yotibora Royals, and that's why they're here.
Good ball from Sahak. Shetty was shaping up to try to take it to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It just nibbled a bit off the pitch. Lovely bowling.
Yeah, well bowled. He's got his wrist into play. He's just trying to see if he could guide it down to third, where Tana Oroz is waiting with a camera for some action.
Another good ball from Sahak. He looked a bit short of a gallop yesterday, but he's coming and bowled a cracking over. Helsingborg Stars 52 for 8. They've only got 6 pills left to work with, and Sahak 1 for 1 off his first.
Yeah, what a terrific over that by Sahak. Only the one run coming from it. He picked up the wicket as well. And it's been that sort of day for the Stars. And Haryana, though, they're just continuing in the sort of form, especially the form they were in the field yesterday. In those two games against United, they restricted United to 69 in one game. And then, of course, in the second, after only getting 69 themselves, bowled United out with 22. They have been good and strong in the field.
Zaman Desai coming in for the last. Swings it into the thigh of Rohit Sapru. Sachin Shetty doing the right thing, pushing forward to take the single and get the strike. Perhaps the best option for them here is for Shetty to just stay down the striker's end for 5 balls and swing as hard as he can.
Yeah, they're in 53. That takes them on to a couple of boundaries, and then running hard gets them sort of to the mid-high end of 60s. But this is another one that just goes through him. I think they know where to be bowling at Shetty. He's played and missed at now probably 4 balls in this area and not got any bat onto it.
Lovely piece of bowling from Zazai, though, coming in from that wide angle. You're preempting that the ball's going to be fired in at middle and leg stump. Just gets a little bit of tail away.
Just got to take that little step, doesn't he, outside the off stump and then play the same shot, be far more successful.
No one drifts onto his legs, going to leg side. I agree, Rico. I'd almost be taunting Zazai to aim for my leg stump. See if you can even buy a few wides and maybe even one that he spears away from the wicket keeper, just to mix things up. And then you're also in position for the one that he drifts onto off or just outside. Full toss, but it was a slower ball. And Shetty has popped it up to mid-wicket. They should have probably just run back for the second and sacrificed Sapru at the bowler's end.
Yeah, Sapru now on strike. Can he get big bat onto ball? There ain't too many left now.
Squeezes it out to square leg. Going to be comfortably fielded. This innings feels like it's going to finish with a bit of a whimper when it needed some fireworks, Rico.
Yeah, the fireworks just haven't come. They only came from one man who provided us with a good innings, and if it weren't for him, this innings would be nowhere. Well, there's one that's come out, and that goes all the way. Bolle. Well, that one will do, and we know he can do it. And this one was bowled just where Sachin Shetty likes it. It goes all the way, and that gets him into the 60s.
Yeah, pretty ordinary bit of bowling from Zazai after a good over up until this point, in which he'd really kept his line outside off stump for the most part. Dropped short and on middle stump, and just too easy for Shetty. He's gone for 25 out of a total of 62, Zazai. Full ball on the stumps, huge swing across the line from Shetty. Just pops over the bails, and that is the end of what has been a pretty unproductive 10 overs for the Helsingborg Stars. They end up 62 for 8.
Yeah, absolutely. It was all about one man, wasn't it? And that was a superb knock from Satish Kunjir. He was the one that kept him in he scored half their runs, didn't he? And when you add the extras to it, I think he and the extras would probably be the top scorers, though there was that little flurry finally from Shetty. He did send one out, but this is the way it started. Was there bad on this or not? Well, I think it was 50-50 from our viewers and also from the players out there, but the finger went out from Adnan Gill. He gave the little nod of the head and said, yeah, you got to go. The captain was at the non-striker's end, and he wasn't happy about it. And Shetty, I don't think he was either, but there was well, you couldn't say anything about that. That man there, Atif Mohammed, was just on fire. If he wasn't doing it with the ball in hand, he was doing it with his catching. Well, one way or another, the Kookaburra certainly loved him.
Yeah, didn't he move away from him virtually the whole innings? He was exceptional, Atif Mohammed. This was probably one of the big turning points too. Madan Prabhu, he's been such a good batter for the Helsingborg Stars in this tournament, somehow rips a cut shot straight into the hands of that man, Mohammed, and wasn't he grinning from ear to ear?
Wasn't he just? It was a big wicket. That's the one they needed. And Atif Mohammed steps up to the big stage. Remember, we're not going to see him tomorrow, so this is almost like his final, and he has produced a wonderful display of bowling. Well, this was interesting. This was where there was a clash of heads between Sadat and the batter Kunjia. Kunjia said, don't worry about it. That just made me feel a bit better, and he went big, and he hit a big shot, and he went all the way. And as I said at the time, you hurt him, he hurts you back. And he was hurt a bit later on as well. This one was given LBW, and it was an interesting one, but Absar getting the wicket, and that brought Devinder Singh. And Devinder Singh, he played cautiously, as his partner Kunjia was still hitting the ball really well. This one was a beaut. It went a long way. What a big shot that was. Well, that was big. It probably will be on our version of the big shot. Look out for that on the social media. Then there was this one, and I have to say, I was not convinced. That was the only highlight probably of Zazai's bowling. He was the most expensive bowler for Ariana, and we'll see that reflected on the figures. And well, I think that wicket going there at that time probably could easily have made a difference of at least another 20 to 30 runs. That wicket coming in the 6th over, and that was when the score had just sort of been, well, Roxted almost doubled really into the 40s, and then this, it was very, very close. It went on the misfield, and the old saying goes, you never run on a misfield, and that's something that Gunnasan will probably be thinking about when he goes out there. Sachin Shetty came in, we were expecting a bit from him, but there was a lot of playing and missing, and there was also wickets gained at the other end, and that was Compella that went. That probably wasn't a bad thing because he wasn't really making too much contact, but then it was probably the same for all the batters, just especially the lower end ones couldn't get there. But that one was a good one. It was a boundary, and then of course there was that big 6 that was hit also. So we'll see the scorecard. It's going to be really a card which is about one man doing the batting, and that's Sadis Kunjia, and he did really bat well. He was under pressure. It was 3 wickets down when he was out there. There was hardly any runs on the board. He batted beautifully, and I think he was very unlucky to be given caught behind. That's my own personal opinion. Shetty there provided something towards the end, 8 runs off 8 deliveries, but nobody could get hold of the bowling. In fact, the only bowler did go for a few, and we're going to see that it was Zamin Zazai. So a sort of low performing innings from the Stars, but again, what do you do against this Ariana attack? They have just been so good. They've been on fire the last few days. Just have a look at this. All of the bowlers in the action. Atif Mohammed was just absolutely superb. The control he's got on the ball, moving around. They are really going to miss him tomorrow. Arabzai, he went for 16 and picked up 1 wicket. Great bowling from Absar Khan. I mean, 4 runs for 1, but there was the expensive one. Zazai, he went for 25, but he did pick up that very crucial wicket. And you saw there just good figures from all the bowlers. Just bowled really well, didn't they? And as you said, 4 bowlers getting a wicket off their very first ball. So Ariana, according to the win probability, are 92% to 8% to go on to win this, the first quarter-final. And there's not too many people that would doubt that. But I will say this. Ariana are a team that are blowing hot and cold with their batting. They can go big and they can hurt you, but there are times when they haven't gone big as well. We saw that yesterday. United kept them to a low score yesterday, 69 for 8. We saw Loma do it in the second match that they beat Ariana on as well. So they do have their blips. So the Stars just have to believe. They have to believe that if they bowl well and they're at the best, then they still have an opportunity. They have got the runs on the board in this quarter-final, and runs on the board does mean a lot. As we have a quick sneaky preview and leave you with the mid-inning summary up there. So Sadis Kunjaya, the only man who managed to produce anything with the bat, 31 of 18. Then good bowling all round from Ariana, but the pick of the bowlers there by far, Atif Mahmood. Picked up 2 for 9 and took a stunning and very important catch as well to remove the captain of the Stars. Prabhu Rico Full here in the house, and alongside me is a smooth operator, Andrew Ryan. We'll be back in 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the very first quarterfinal. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Landskrona cricket ground. And just see Rhino there and Karina just coming back from performing some duties out there. And what I can tell you, talking about performing, the team Ariana are doing all the performing at the moment. They're continuing, well, they look to be continuing in the impressive run that they've had. Remember, a team that have gone 4 now wins on the trot. They're looking to do the same against the Helsingborg Stars in this, the very first quarter-final. And the Stars, remember, 62 for 8 is what they managed to get to. And they didn't start well, but then there was a very good innings from Kunjir, who got them started and looked like he was going to get them to a decent score. And then, unfortunately, he got out. A judge to have nicked one behind, which was taken by Sadat, and that was the end of their fight. And that's why they finished on 62 for 8. Nobody else really able to get in the runs. Ariana, though, I mean, their discipline in the field has been fantastic. Not only have they bowled well, their catching has been good, and now they're looking to go out there and knock these runs off. And they've got some good batters, we know that, and I think these two are the men that have been in pretty good form. They go with Babar out there first. He's been there, the opener all the way through, Mahmood Babar, but they're going for the left-handed wicket-keeper for Kadir Sadat, who, well, he's been in very good form, and if he gets going, he can be wild and he can be very destructive. And he can take this match away from you very, very quickly. But it's all about the line that they bowl to him. I think he's another one. And if you can keep the ball outside the off stump to him and down a good corridor, he'll find it difficult to get going. But if you bowl bad to him, if you bowl short to him, he will put you away, and he hits it big as well. So massive opportunity. They haven't gone with Atif Mohammed to open up. Normally it's he's supported Babar at the beginning, but I think they've just decided that the way that Sadat is batting at the moment and how clean he's hitting the ball, it's worth him going up there just to give them a good start in the power play. And of course, if they do get a good power play, this match is done and dusted. Well, man, who wants to change that? He's the bowler who's getting ready to bowl the first. And he's been very good. He's played some good all-round performances for his side, as Sachin Shetty. They need a wicket quickly. They need a lot of wickets quickly. They need to do basically what Ariana did to them. A place in the semi-finals at stake. In comes Shetty. Good shot. And there is protection there. The man said backward point on the boundary. Third man inside the circle. And the 2 men out to the right-hander are those 2 on the offside, so that backward point and long off. See the change now coming to Sadat. That powerful left-hander. And nobody back on square leg or mid-wicket, which surprises me. Long on is on the boundary. Just trying to see where they're opting to have the second man out. Another one comes across onto the offside, and see that Devinder Singh, who has been superb in that long off position, long off or long on, goes back. So 2 men straight on the boundary. This tucks that up a little bit, just plays this defensively. Hope you're enjoying the start of quarterfinals day, of course, in European Cricket Network. Plenty of cricket for you to follow today. Not just the 4 matches from here in Sweden, Landskrona, but also 3 T20I internationals for Malta. Rico Full in the house here, and joining me is the smooth operator, Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much, Rico. Tentative start so far from Ariana. Can't afford fumbles like that when you're defending a target of 63, though. Sadat and Babar, they've been the consistent opening combination over the last couple of days as Ariana has moved in towards the concluding stages of the tournament. Sergeant Shetty's been very useful with the new ball for Helsingborg Stars, been one of the consistent elements of their team. And speaking of that Malta event, Charlie Hunt's just joined us on the chat, who's out there in Comterus and doing a sterling job. Well done, young Charlie, doing a very, very good job of bringing us the coverage from Malta. So great to have you on board.
Yeah. Good morning, Charlie. Been top notch out there in Malta, and we've had some quality cricket as well, and some record-breaking stuff too. I mean, I won't go into all the scores, but yesterday, the Czech Republic 258 for 2 against Bulgaria 170 for 7. But in that knock, we saw the third highest T20 partnership from Sabun Devasi and Dylan Stern were the batters, 220, and also. So it just gets played out. They do take the single, so it's another one. Also, I think it's the first time that the both openers have gone on and completed their centuries as well.
Magnificent stuff. European cricket just creating records all over the place. And I'll tell you what, Rico, if you see D Stain on a scorecard, you're not expecting them to come out and rip out a double century partnership. It's more likely a 5 for at rapid pace.
Yeah, it was a superb comeback. This one was swung hard, but would just go to the fielder. Yeah, I mean, they needed to come back strong, didn't they? Because they did have that very close encounter with Malta where they just lost. But just have a look at these between the two teams, the top performers. Anybody that stands out there for you, Andrew?
Well, I'll tell you what does stand out for me is that the top batters for Helsingborg all had major failures with the bat today. So they are going to have to do the job with the ball. Prabhu has been very good for them as an all-rounder. He'll no doubt probably take some of the middle overs. Dina Karan's been a nice inclusion for them. Came in the middle of the tournament, bowled very, very well. As far as top batters from Ariana, Sadat and Babar have had the majority of the opportunity opening the batting. Sadat's really got into his form the last couple of days, but that man in the middle, Nusratullah Sultan, he is going to come out and blast from the moment that he first faces a ball, and he will be something to watch if there's still some runs to play with. Oh, what a ball! Chandrasekhar Iyer, little innocent medium pacer that is just gripped off the pitch, and Sadat, he was flummoxed as to how to play with it. It's tickled the top of the stumps, and the first wicket down for the Ariana Cricket Club, 4 for 1.
Yeah, this is it's a lovely delivery. He doesn't know what to do with it. He steps, takes a big step down the leg side. He's expecting this to be wider than it is. And he just stands there looking at the ground, and he's probably saying to himself, Yaar, मैं की कर दिता, ball मारन वाली सीगी, मैं रहन दित्ती. And he's lost. He stumps well. I often say, shot Maria Ganda, Bapas, Agia Banda. Well, he didn't even play a shot, so I can't even say that, but it was dirty. And he's totally not picked this, and what a good wicket that is. And I think that's our man, Compella. Excellent bowling from Compella.
I think you're right, Rico. Just drops on a length again. Don't mind the captaincy here from Madar Prabhu. Ariana, they like to face the pace early on. Compella, he's not going to give them that. He's just going to drop it on a length. A little bit of swing. A few questions of Sultan, who comes out early. Doesn't waste any time. If you're going to bowl at that pace, you cannot drop short. And he heaves it over the leg side boundary for the first maximum of the over.
Yeah. Nasratullah Sultan, he just, look at the way he just gets that little bit of oomph right when he makes contact. And, well, when it's hit, it stays hit. And that's not the best bit of fielding over there from, I'm not sure who that is out there. Maybe just a few spectators that are enjoying the cricket just there outside of the PMO area.
Sultan goes searching for that ball, which was very wide of off stump. Perhaps Compella saw him charging and sent it wide. It wasn't a bad piece of bowling, but it's called a wide.
Yeah, I mean, he's not Sultan the way he bats. He doesn't care. He's going to try and get to it. He's not interested in just taking the wide.
Decent ball. Tell you what, that was not too far away from, I think it's Sachin Shetty down there at third man. We've seen some good fielding down at third man during the course of these 2 weeks, but that popped a little bit on Sultan. It wasn't in complete control.
Yeah, it's a good start here, apart from the one that does get dispatched.
Wide of off stump. That's good bowling from Campella. He's keeping it away from the leg side power area of the Sultan. The Sultan's not messing around. This is a small target, but he wants to get on top of the bowlers immediately, and that's probably where the chance exists for the Stars. Drifted into that off stump again, and once again, the Sultan gets an outside edge. Gutsy chase from Shetty, showing plenty of energy early on.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, when you haven't got too many runs on the board, you've got to give 110%. And Shetty does here, chases it and lunges himself forward and knocks the ball back. And that was a good, I mean, one big shot, but Campella bowled very well to Sultan there. 12 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, just gave them a bit of a release with that short ball, which drifted on to middle stump, and Sultan didn't need an invitation to try to pump it over the boundary. But it's a nifty start from the Helsingborg Stars bowling lineup. Ariana's 12 for 1. I suspect he'll probably stick with the slower pace, and actually he's turning to Satish Kunja, who bowls relatively slowish medium pace. Perhaps the theory from Prabhu is, while the conditions are heavy and while the ball's new, just give them absolutely nothing to work with and force Sultan to try to hit big.
Well, that's the plan. I mean, it worked, didn't it, when we saw, I think it was Mamahus, they did it, getting Maddy to bowl to him, though he did put one away for 60, then gave his wicket away. So it's all about trying to keep the pace of the ball to Nusratullah Sultan.
Kunjia drops onto leg stump, and Sultan swings it over the leg side. Pretty controlled shot in the end. Kunjia, head in his hands, disappointed with that first ball. They only need a boundary and over, so taking that off the first ball, Rico, it takes all the pressure away.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can see, I mean, he does get a lot of movement, but he just starts this on the wrong line completely, and you can see the wicketkeeper, Chandrasekhar Raya, just having a little word in his ear, probably saying to him, look, keep it outside his off stump.
Problem for Kunjia is that he's got both of his defensive fielders out there, quite rightly so, on the mid-wicket boundary. So Sultan opens up. There's plenty of space for him on the off, and that's precisely what he does. Takes it backward of point. Nice shot. Clever batting from an experienced player too.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what's going to happen here. He knows that this ball is going to be outside the off stump. And look, he's ready for it straight away. Waits for it. There's no pace on the ball at all. He's got plenty of time to get right under it and just sort of uppercut it over those fielders in the in circle.
Looks like Kunji is just coming out with an array of different spinners. That was the leg break. Just once again dropped it a little bit short. Well, this one isn't short, but it's dispatched again, way down leg side. And well, it was a gamble that Prabhu was probably entitled to take in this situation, but it hasn't paid off, and that is a third consecutive boundary for this over. Kunji's gone for 12 already.
Well, that is, as you would say, Andrew Ryan, that is the gundiest of gundy balls, and it was a full toss down the leg side to one of the hardest hitters in Sweden, and it gets put away to the boundary, and all of a sudden the score is starting to mount up very quickly in this over. Need a wicket, they need it now.
Better ball from Kunjir. The Sultan swings hard, he swings high, sings under it, he's taken the catch. Well, the gamble has paid off. It had been an absolute Gundi Rama over from Kunjir up until that point. The Sultan decides to dispatch the fourth ball to the boundary. These heavy conditions, the ball probably a little bit wet, and it's just dropped inside the boundary. And is there a man you would much rather have under a high ball than the bucket hands of Devinder Singh?
Well, Singh, he makes that his territory. He's got an awful lot of work to do here, you know. He does it so well. He's watching the ball all the way. He runs along the boundary, gets himself in a position, and he takes the catch. Well, Devinder Singh, sweaty, Paronte Haki Haya. And, well, he doesn't just eat the Parontas, he takes the catch as well. Brilliantly done, Devinder Singh. What a catch.
Well, if we see that replay again, I think Devinder Singh's even used his beard as a bit of cushion for the ball as it's come in. He's taken it right underneath his chin. Great bit of fielding and a huge catch in the context of this game. you could almost say that they'd be happy to give away those 3 boundaries to have the Sultan back in the pavilion as Kunji has decided to spear one down the leg side with the keeper standing up. That's not clever play.
Not clever at all, and that's 5 runs to add on to the total. It's another ball that needs to be bowled again. There is nothing that the wicket-keeper, Chandrasekhar, could have done about this. It's bad bowling. You've just got a prize wicket. Just finish the over well, man. Just get it outside the off stump. And he spills it down the leg.
He'd effectively done his job, Kunjiri, just bought the wicket of Sultan. 2 balls to go. He's gone for 17. Flicks it up. Big swing across the line. It's nicely struck. Prabhu makes good ground coming out there from mid-wicket position, and they'll keep it to 1. That's Absa Khan, who has come out at number 3. And it feels like he might have been sent out as a pinch hitter, Rico, that the skipper, Bashir Ahmed, is determined not to have this chase take any longer than it's necessary. It's another Gundi ball from Kunjir. Arm goes out. It's a no ball, so it's a free hit. Well, after the wicket of the Sultan, if he had have just been able to keep it to a couple of singles, then you'd say that gamble has paid off. But a 4 to Babar and now a re-bowl with a free hit.
Yeah, it's... I mean, again, you'd have to ask the question, well, would you take the 23 that had come off this over already to get the Sultan? Well, maybe if you had 130 on the board, you would. But when you only got 62, no. And let's see what happens with this one. Free hit, and it may be another. Well, there's a very casual one-handed catch. Absolutely superbly done. But it has been called a no ball as well. So... oh dear, this over just gets worse. What a great catch this was from Ganisan. He just casually plucks it out like the Statue of Liberty style and gets the throw in, but they do get the single, and it's another no ball, so 2 have come off that one. And if he bowls another one, he'll be off. Maybe he'll just bowl it just to get himself off.
Lands it quite nicely, but Absa Khan's found the gap between mid-wicket and long on. And certainly that gamble has not paid off. Kunji goes for 29 in the over. Lovely shot from Khan to get his innings moving. And Ariana Cricket Club, they are 41 for 2 and only needing another 22 runs for victory.
Yeah, going away brilliantly. And you can see here, this is based on batters that have scored, I think, a minimum of 95 runs or more. And the Sultan release strike rate, no surprise there, is right up there again at over 200. And averaging a score of just under 40 as well. I mean, he is just amazing. And he's got more to come. Prabhu is up there as well, but he never really got going today. And you see there's a couple of players actually from the Helsingborg Stars there. Just none of them were able to click here today. So that, he doesn't click either for Ariana. And he certainly was in blistering form yesterday.
Certainly was. Done a good job, the keeper, as Dina Karan is coming on for his first over. He produced some miracles earlier in the tournament. Big wicket taking overs. It's an unusual decision to go for Kunjir that last over. If Prabhu was looking to buy a wicket, and we'll just see Karan's first ball wide of off stump. Babar's hit it high and it's taken safely down there on the boundary. Nice catch. They'll check whether or not he was still in field. The team's gone there celebrating. Actually, the arms have gone up already. It's a good bit of sportsmanship from the fielder. I think that's Suhar Shetty down there. But he's clearly stepped on the boundary rope from his reaction. Yeah,
I'm liking this from Suhar Shetty. He's we don't see it there on the camera, but he's straight away saying, no, that's 6. And that's good sportsmanship.
Well,
hang on a minute here. I'm saying it's good sportsmanship, but I'm seeing the batters coming off. So have we missed something here? I saw Suhar Shetty saying that's 6.
Well, maybe he put his hands up in celebration rather than to signal the Maximo. Certainly, Atif Muhammad is coming to the crease and Babar's back in the shed. So we got that completely wrong. And that's quite a turnaround as far as the Helsingborg Stars are concerned. Instead of having another 6 runs on the board, they've got their 3rd wicket. Taking wickets with enough regularity, it's simply just a problem of having very little in the way of runs to defend.
Well, we know that Dina Karan does pick up wickets.
Wide off stump. Nice ball, actually. Muhammad likes to get his innings going with pulls out to square leg and the like. That's just a nice length ball, wide of off stump. Muhammad, patient. He's an experienced cricketer, so I don't think he'll be thrashing about in a desperate bid to chase this down in 5 or 6 overs. Inside edge onto the stumps. That is incredible stuff. Well, he has thrashed a wide ball. The 4th wicket down, Dina Karan. He's got 2 for none. What a turnaround. Rico, this would be unbelievable if the Stars could conjure a victory from here.
Dina Karan gets the wicket, and I like the celebration as well. He turns round, has a look at the camera, has a look at Richards, and he says, here you go, Jagade Fatte. And it's all happening here at the moment. Do they believe? Well, look, you just take that one incredibly expensive over out of the equation. 29, it went magical, almost went supersonic from Sadis Kunjia. And things could have been very, very different here.
Well, at the very least, they'll be making this Ariana side a touch nervous, and I think this is a really good call. The skipper, Bashir Ahmed, has brought himself out to bat. So we see the thrash through the covers hasn't worked for Muhammad. Big inside edge, and Karan is thrilled to bits with his 2nd wicket, but Ahmed coming to the crease, and I think he'll be saying to his partner, let's just settle this down, work the singles for the next 2 or 3 overs, and get this one in the bag. Wide of off stump, cuts it, no run there. Might even think, particularly with Ahmed, who's not a particularly big and powerful hitter, to even maybe bring up 1, even 2 of those outfielders, particularly early on, and say to him, if you want to take a risk here to get your innings started, then be my guest.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, they only need 3 and over. So try and stop these runs.
Nicely struck. Fielded out there by Sapru.
Where's this hand going to end up? They're going to get 2. Unfortunately, the outfield is slower today than it has been a few days ago. Otherwise, I think this one could have gone all the way to the boundary. But the wicketkeeper struggling to get behind the stumps and then sees the ball get past him to his right. Can do nothing about that. A valuable extra.
Team that hasn't got much to defend. They've given away some runs here, Helsingborg. On the stumps, driven by Bashir. Takes off quickly and a loose bit of fielding. So when we think about it, it's the end of the over, Rico. 44 for 4. So Ariana only needing 19 runs to come off this last 6 overs. The run rate's not an issue, but if they lose a couple more wickets, they could be very, very nervous. We'll have a quick look at what's happening in Malta before we come back to this game.
Yeah, Bulgaria, 21 for 1 there up against Gibraltar in this match. First one in the morning. Just a quick recap. Yesterday, Malta winning the first match against the Czech Republic, 164 to 162. And then the Czech Republic, that historic match where we saw that opening partnership, 220. Both batters also scored hundreds, 258 to 170 of Bulgaria. And then the final match there was a victory for Hungary. Romania 158 for 7. And Hungary 162 for 4. But there's certainly been plenty of good action there. Yesterday's going to be good action there today as well. And we're going to have plenty of action here because it's quarterfinals day in Sweden. And Ariana, they've only got to get to 63. But at the moment, they're making a bit of a meal of it. Lost a few wickets. And, well, Sadis Kunjia did take the wicket of Sultan. But he gave 29 runs away in that over. How crucial could that over be?
Rohit Sapru coming on to bowl his slow right arm off spin. Not going to give much pace to work with. Question for me, Rico.
Yeah.
The skipper Madan Prabhu has been one of their premier wicket takers throughout the tournament. We're now into the 5th over. They're defending 63. We still haven't seen him at the bowling crease. Yeah.
I'm going to give you my thoughts. I think we're thinking too much alike here. So we see this one, Sapru. This will be called a wide. I've got 2 things. First of all, I can understand having the slow bowler bowl when he used Kunjia. But why they didn't use Sapro then, I cannot understand, because he bowls much tidier and the sort of the same thing as Kunje. You see there, he's actually bowls at the stump. Good throw here, could be trouble.
Well, this is going to be really close, Rico. They've called for the limited review. I think Absa Khan was a little bit sluggish getting through. It looks like Chandrasekhar Rai has come up with a little back flick onto the stumps. This is going to be very close.
I think this is going to be very, very close. He's not in the picture here at all. And, yeah, he's going to be gone. That is some superb bit of keeping. Chandrasekhar Rai, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely top draw. It's another wicket. And just keeping the pressure on and keeping believing in themselves. So Khan is going to be run out. And he's already left and departed. Another batter has to come in. They still need 18 runs, and they're doing it the hard way, Ariana. I said at the start of this innings, don't forget they have been blowing hot and cold with the bat, and when they're hot and they hit big runs. When they're cold, they struggle. They're struggling here, and Basha, the captain, is trying to see them through as it's Baz that comes in now. That is terrific work.
Certainly was. Having a look in the Ariana sheds at the moment, they are very nervous. There's a lot of folded arms, a lot of folks who have got the pads on who looking like they don't really want to be going out there. Got Bazayubi to the crease. I think he's probably a good man to have in at the moment. He'll react to the singles between the wickets from Big Bash probably a little bit more effectively than Absa Khan did. Sapru outside of stump, swings it around. Prabhu's coming in. It's just going to fall short of him.
Oh, well, just I think he makes the decision early that it's probably not, he's not going to get there. He's not as young and as athletic as he was before. I think maybe somebody a bit quicker would have got the dive in. Get a wicket there. Game on.
So on the stumps, defended from Ahmed. They've got plenty of balls still to play with. Remember, we're not even halfway through this innings at the moment.
Yeah, but going back to what we were talking about, I was surprised that Kunje came on before Sapro. And straight after Sapro's over, it should be Prabhu. Prabhu has to bowl the next over for me.
Good running between the wickets. And as we said, Ayubi's very, very fast, and he'll react to those. Frankly, on that run out from Absa Khan, there was absolutely a single there. It was a perfectly good call from Bashir Ahmed. He was just on his heels with the running between the wickets. Final ball coming on for Sapru. Floats it up. Ayubi a little bit pushy across the line, but it's enough for a single. And Ariana are 48 for 5, chasing a target of 63.
Yeah, and, give the Stars plenty of credit. And, just scoring 62. They've come out here with belief. They fought hard. And a lot of teams after that third over went for 29, and it ended up 41 for 2 at the end of the power play. Would have just thought, okay, this match is beyond us. But no, Dinakaran came on and bowled a brilliant fourth over. We've seen a good one there from Sapro as well. And the captain not bringing himself on at the moment. Looks like he's continuing, and he wants Dinakaran to bowl himself out. I think you've got to try yourself, and I think Prabhu, he's a good bowler. He attacks the stumps. He doesn't bowl too many bad balls. I certainly think that this would be the moment for him to come on. If he doesn't come on now, which he's not going to, well, this match could be over. Only 15 required of 30 balls.
Yeah, you don't want to leave yourself in reserve and have nothing to play with. Karan's going to keep it on or outside off stump, which is probably a pretty good line to bowl against Baz Ayubi. But I'd love to see Prabhu next over. Karan comes in. Good ball. Ayubi just taking the single. He's had some words in his ear from Big Bash, and this is the downside of retaining the 5 fielders out. I think, if anything, they would at least be better bringing that player in who I think is Compeller out there at square leg, pushing him to the mid-wicket position to stop that little tickled single.
Yeah.
Especially at Karan, who tends to bowl pretty straight.
Here we go. There is a change here. So Prabhu is coming in. So he's putting a bit of pressure on there. So they're not just going to be able to just paddle this ball out to mid-wicket anymore for a single.
Good length ball, but guided to point. Misfield from Sapru. And they'll push back for the second. That's good running from Big Bash. He's quick between the wickets for a big man. Heads up cricket.
Yeah, Big Bash. And doing the thing, and the basic things and doing them right, that's the word I'm looking for. He knows that in this situation it's not about big shots, it's about smart play. He's pushing the singles, he's running those singles hard, and he's making it as well, backing himself to do it. And that's what he's been saying to Ayubi as well. Look, singles, that's all we need. We don't need big shots.
Around a little bit more full, missed time, but the single. And Rico, isn't this a situation where quality experienced cricketers come to the fore? So Ariana Cricket Club were really, really under pressure, probably about 6 or 7 balls ago.
Yeah.
And Ahmed, it's been simple cricket, but just through sensible running between the wickets and just identifying where to place the ball for the ones, he's just taken a little bit of steam out of side of the Helsingborg Stars effort here.
Yeah, and we know that he's a fantastic leader. Bashir Ahmed leads his team so well, but also when he has to, he steps up to the mark.
Disappointing wide down the leg side. Karan can't afford to be giving away freebies. Tell you what, Rico, defending a small total, we've seen a couple of misfields from Sapro or overthrows. I think we had 3 no-ball free hits in Kunjir's over. A couple of other players misfielding. The 5 wides down the leg side from Kunjir. Just can't afford that when you are defending such a small target.
No, you can't. And the thing is, when those things happen, of course, it also hurts everybody else in your side. The heads start to go down and bowlers start to get frustrated, and it shows in the play.
Ayubi doing a good job here. It's been a short innings, but accompanying his skipper, wide of off stump, and he's just pushed it. He's scooted off for the single. This could be a run out. Ayubi's committed himself too far. I think he's gone here, Rico.
Yeah, he's gone. He's not made this back. I mean, you can see the bat is on the floor, the stumps are on the floor, and Ayubi, he'll have to pick the bat up and make his way. I think he's a long way short. The bat's up in the air. We just see this again. I think the bat doesn't make contact with the ground, and good to see Adnan Gill. He's saying the technology's there, he'll use it, but you see, he's short. And there's another one that goes, and that is just pressure from Ayubi. He wants to go, and the captain says, no, I'm not coming. And Ayubi, he overcommits. Here's another one.
Oh, isn't this great T10 cricket, Rico? Ariana, 53 for 6. Remember, their target is only 63, but those 10 runs will feel a long way away at the moment. It looks like Zadran is coming to the crease, and the difference for these batters coming into the crease now for Ariana, throughout the rest of the tournament, they've been used to coming into the crease at dominant positions.
Yeah.
They've had the freedom to just swing hard, which is a lovely time to bat. It is a very different thing when you're in heavy weather conditions, when you've got the fielders in the infield crowding around you. You've got the expectation of just do this in singles, take it easy. It's a different form of the game. And on the stumps, good bowling. Very good bowling indeed. He finishes his spell with 2 for 8. Excellent, as he has been throughout most of this tournament. And Ariana Cricket Club, they are making hard work of this, Rico.
They certainly are. I mean, if you're the captain at the other end now, and you know that you need 10 runs here for victory, what does he do? Does he still take the single and have confidence in the likes of Zadran, who's out there now with him, and say, yeah, I can rely on Zadran to do the same? Or is he starting to feel here that really he needs to try and finish it off himself?
Well, it's the big question for Ahmed. You get the sense if he goes and there's still 10 runs, there is a big chance of this team just completely collapsing under the pressure. It's a huge call here from Prabhu. He's going back to Sapru. Sapru bowled a really good first over, but he's also more likely to take a wicket when the batters are trying to pressure him. I'm not sure of this. I'd love to see Prabhu at the bowling crease.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, this is a call that I made before. Sometimes when you get a bowler like Sapru or Kunjir, they can deliver you a really good over. And you think, yeah, that's exactly what I needed. But I think you've got to be reluctant to go back to them, because the chances of them doing it twice in a row is pretty slim.
Gets onto the back foot, tries to cut. That one just goes straight through. There's an appeal. It didn't sound like an outside edge. Well taken by Pramod Chanda. Shakaraya, who's been very good with the gloves. Floated outside off, not in control of the shot. Sachin Shetty, hasn't he been a live wire in that third man position?
They're fielding like to lions here at the moment. They're throwing themselves at everything, ready to pounce on every ball and ready to snap up every opportunity they get. Basha, I think, is just looking to pierce the gap and trying to get twos here.
Another decent length from Sapru, but Ahmed pulls it. Prabhu had moved himself to that short mid-wicket position.
Yeah, that's that position we're talking about. Just have somebody in there. If he was not there, that's a single, and they would have taken it. I think we got a big shot coming here, you know, from Ahmed.
Does swing across the line. He finds the gap. He went for the wrist. He swung across the line. Rico Full has called it, but he's executed perfectly. Lovely strike from Ahmed.
Yeah, this is a really good shot and gets a sweep in. That's sort of like the sweep slog, as some like to call it, but he has this under control, gets plenty of power and timing into it, and Sapro, after producing some good deliveries, finds that one goes to the boundary.
It wasn't a bad ball from Sapro. He dropped it probably just a little bit fuller of a length than he has in the rest of the over, and Ahmed decided that was the ball. He does the same thing. Has it a catch?
I think
an
he's got
inside
it.
ledge off the toes.
Oh, this definitely is a sound. This has to be the bat, surely. What else can it be? And once again, the umpire's going to talk to each other. I don't get this at all, but look, I'm not going to get involved. The man in black do what they need to do. I think the man standing here, he's the one who's got to give this. And have a look at, oh, that is a huge, huge edge onto the pad, into the gloves. He's gone. And with 6 required for victory, another wicket goes, and it's going to be the big one off the big bash.
Well, let's hope we get the right decision here, Rico, because that's a clear inside edge onto the top flap of the pad. It's been taken by the wicket keeper. Big bash probing outside off stump. And the decision's gone. It's the right one. Excellent call from the third official.
Yeah.
Bashir, who had hit the previous ball for 4. I suspect Sapru has said, I'm going to challenge you to do it again. He's gotten halfway through the shot and started to regret it. Just prodded inside edge onto the pad, and well taken from Chandrasekharaya, who's been exceptional with the gloves. Ariana, 57 for 7. 3 wickets to go. 6 runs required.
Oh, wow. This is just exciting.
What a start to quarterfinals day this has turned out to be.
Well, sensational. Are we going to see something sensational? And at the moment, every batter that goes out there, every batter that's got his pads on to come in next, they're going to be shaking. They're going to be nervous. Sapro, it's not a good delivery. It's going to be called a wide. Oh, he's let himself down. And wide is called.
Well, he's let himself down, Rico, but at least Zazai didn't smack him to the boundary. That was a give-me ball. Sapru just checking something with the umpire. I suspect Zazai is going to have a crack at this.
Well, it's a brave. It's the last ball in the over, so you may fancy it. It's pretty wide as well. This may be another wide. It is. Oh, Sapro, what are you doing to us? It's wide, so now 4 required for victory. So you could probably think that Zazai may just decide he will. Comes down, makes good contact, but it could be a catch.
Oh, Javinder Singh! He's come from long on, taking an absolute screamer. Zazai did exactly what we expected of him. He's taken a big swing, didn't get a full piece of the ball. Singh has taken 3 loping strides, and those bucket hands have gotten down low, taken an outstanding catch. And Ariana Cricket Club are 4 away from the target, but they only have 2 wickets left. Rico, what an amazing contest.
Sensational. Devinder Singh takes a cracker of a catch, diving forward. I said earlier, Bronte Kaki Aya, catch bhi phar liya. Bronte khaya karo, jere bhi pasand honde, aloo wala hove, mooli wale, par apne haath bhi saaf kar liya karo. And that's what Devinder Singh has done. clean fingers, safe hands. What a match this is turning out to be. Well, Mama Host and Seaside, certainly they're going to be the team up next. And, well, what are they going to provide for us? Because this has been an absolute classic encounter, swaying one way or another. And it looks like the captain, Prabhu, is saying, okay, now it's time for maybe a little bit of Prabhu magic. 4 runs required, 18 balls to go. Forget the run rate. This is all about pressure.
Well, if you wanted to be the hero, it could not be set up any better for him. Coming on for his first over today, he has got Zadran, who has faced 1 ball at the crease. They've got Sahak at the other end, the left-hander, so he will have to deal with the change of batsman facing Rico. The golden ball, it is a big show here.
Let's just put this out there because it's a quarterfinal. It's tense. 4 required. The batters will be eyeing. I think the batters will be eyeing up the 4. They'll be looking for the boundary. I really do.
Prabhu comes in. Zadran plays it comfortably, but they've got all of those infielders crouching in, particularly the man at cover. That's Abhinash Panda, who's there. Even Shetty, I think it is, who's at point. He's pretty tight.
Whew, what a match.
Prabhu spears it in. Oh, Rico, I'm nervous in the commentary box. I can't imagine what Amir Zadran, he's a young player. He's been very good at times for them, but this is not his game. He's a big hitter. He wants the freedom. Prabhu bowled a good length the first 2. Spears in the toes. It's hit the pad. The big goes up. It's an LBW. The skipper.
My word.
Could he produce the miracle? A speared in swinging Yorker. Zadran's tried to play it carefully. It's hit him full on the top of the foot. I suspect this was going on. Has it hit him in line? It has. I think that's a pretty good shout from the umpire. 9 wickets down. 4 runs needed.
Oh, Zadran can't believe it. I don't think there's any bat on this. It's right on the pad. That is a great call for me. Well, they may have got a few wrong, but that is spot on. And can you believe this? The Stars are 1 wicket away to book in their place in the semi-finals. Ariana, they still need 4 runs, and it's pressure time for the batter that walks out there, Arab Zai. Oh, this is just amazing. This is absolutely amazing. What a match this has turned out to be.
Great seed from the skipper. Probably just struck him just on off stump. The hand goes up from Zadran. And what pressure on Arab Zai. I don't think he's ever batted in an ECS match because he generally sits at number 11. He's the opening bowler. This is not what he is meant to do. Yusuf Sahak's at the non-strikers and he'd love to get up there, a far more recognised batter. But Madan Prabhu, 1 for none. He's got 3 balls, and all of a sudden, you'd have to say the equation is in favour of Helsingborg.
A straight ball. 1 straight ball will do it, I think. 1 straight ball.
Big swing across the line. I tell you what, if I was Prabhu, first and foremost, you've got to be thinking about having an extra fielder come in. Secondly, my big concern with him swinging it in is the inside edge from Arabzai. He's got no one at fine leg.
Oh, well, he wants to do it with 1 big shot. Does Arabzai.
Full toss, swung it around. He's found the gap. Well, they can't look for the second. Sahak's going to stay there, take the next ball. Fielder fires the throw in. So Sahak's going to have 1 delivery here. Ariana need 3. 2 overs left after this is not really part of the equation. Quick chat between the batters. Remarkably, Arabzai's putting his hand up as in saying, don't worry about getting off strike, just leave this to me. I think Yusuf Sahak is really going to try to find a single here.
Look, Prabhu is going to have to bring all his experience out here now because he's going to get his line right. He's got a left-hander, can't be affording to bowl an extra. He's going to come round the wicket as well. Oh, the tension here. And, well, apologies that we can't go to the chat right now. There's so much happening, but I'm sure you're sizzling on the chat as well. Prabhu. In he comes.
Short ball, just edge.
What they're doing. Oh, there was a big mix-up, but they do take the single. I thought the two batters going to be stranded in the middle there. They had a chat about what they were going to do. They had a plan, but of course when the pressure is on, the plan goes out the window.
That is incredible, and tell you what, that is an excellent result for Ariana Cricket Club off that last ball. Sahak would have been desperate to get himself on strike. The upside for him now is that if he can get at least one, even if he does put Arabzai back on strike, then they will be level pegging, so at worst it will go to a golden ball. Huge call here for the skipper, and he's going to his paceman, Sachin Shetty. That is very much the right call.
Yeah, look, Ariana do not want this to go to the golden ball. They do not, because, don't forget, in the golden ball, only batters, okay, that weren't out can bat. And so they can't change anything. And needing two of one ball is harder. These two have got to see it through here. And who they came to have a bowl here? Who's going to come on to bowl?
It's Sachin Shetty, Rico. And it absolutely has to be. I think they've got the field placing right and pushing a man down to third man. The most likely thing here at Shetty's pace is for Sahak to get a little edge that goes down there. At least they would keep that to one.
You know, my concern would be he's got to be spot on to the left-hander. He can't stray down the leg side. And, well, Sahak, anything that's going down the legs, he's just surely got to leave it. Oh, the pressure here. What a quarterfinal. What a start to the day this has been. European Cricket Series in Landskrona, Sweden.
Shetty charging in. This is the moment. He's driven it down the leg side. It's a wide. Ariana level it up. What an error from the opening bowler, and it's so difficult coming in with a left-hander on strike. He's come around the wicket.
I told you that was my concern to the lefty. Shetty, can he get it right?
Ball, it's on off stump. There was a big shout as though they thought the Sahak had got the outside edge. Must have been inside the wide line by no more than an inch.
Chandrasekhar Raya, what a stop this is. If this goes past him, they run, game over. I don't think it touches anything on the bat. Just keeps it inside. You know what? I've seen those called. I've actually seen those called as well. The umpire, I don't think he could probably see it because of the follow-through. Back to the action.
He spears it in. Sahak pushes outside off stump. So close to the outside edge.
Oh, the tension. He's just looking for that one. I mean, is this going to be the one? He's trying not to go for the full ball on the stumps because he's afraid he may stray down the leg side. So keeping it outside the off.
Shetty needs the wicket here. He doesn't want to let another bowler take the next over. Goes wide, inside edge. Has he dropped his bat onto the stumps?
He hasn't, has he? Has he hit his own wicket? Move out of the way, let's just have a look. No, the bails are still there. Oh, what a way this could have been to go to the golden ball. We thought for a moment, surely he's not dropped the bat. Look at this. Oh, how close is that? That would have been so bizarre.
That would have been an incredible way to go to a golden ball. Shetty, 2 balls left in this over.
Sweaty palms.
Fires in at the stump. Sahak squeezes it out. And Satish Kunjia, he was the hero with the bat. He makes the stop when it was most needed. There wasn't too far away from the edge. Oh, Rico Full and I are pacing around this commentary box. So much nervousness. This could be the ball, Rico. If they keep Sahak on strike here, it'll be Arabzai facing the next. He goes hard, swings it straight down the ground. Yusuf Sahak is the hero.
Oh, what a match. I think there was an opportunity for a caught and bowled here as well, was there? Oh, what a match. And, well, Prabhu, the captain, sums it up. He's applauding all of his players. This is sensational. What a dramatic start we've had to today in this quarterfinal. And it is Ariana only just that make it through to the semi-finals. They had to do it the hard way. Oh, this was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That last ball, let's just see the last ball. Don't have the replay of it. And I can't see whether this carries or not. But you can't be too hard on the bowler. He throws himself at it, tries to stop it. He can't do it. They get the single. What a match that was.
Oh, Rico, that was incredible. And Yusuf Sahaki hasn't been as big a factor for Ariana in this tournament as I start to lose my voice. But he has come through big when they most needed him. He is such a competitor. He did not want that to go to the last over, because if he played out a dot there, then Arabzai would have been on strike, and it would have been a big ask for him to get the one.
Well, Rhino, I'm going to say one thing to you. Forget about that one over. That went for 29. But we're talking about 11 wides. 11 wides in the innings. If it weren't for those wides, it could have been a very, very different story.
Certainly could have, but who would have predicted at the start of this chase that we would have had such drama going into the final stages? Kunji poured on as a desperate attempt to try to extract the Sultan. He managed to do it, but went for 3 boundaries before the Sultan decided to try to dispatch him for another one over mid-on, and could only find the hands of big Devinder Singh. Wasn't he huge in the outfield?
Oh, he's sensational, Devinder Singh. We know that his catching ability in that part of the field has been sensational. He's been 100% with the catches, I think. And, well, he had big plays. And this one was, it was an important one, wasn't it? That went down for 5 wides. And that over was just runs. But they needed to get the big man, and they did. And this one was crucial. As if Mohammed comes out and he plays onto his stumps, and he couldn't believe it. And, well, Helsingborg Stars, they kept believing, and Dina Carolan, they're doing the jug of their foot, their celebration. Big moment this for the captain that came in, and he played his role brilliantly. But there was this run out, which again wasn't down to his fault. That was not good running from Khan. And, well, just every time you thought they had the match in control, something happened. And there's another big moment coming up here as well. This one was not good at all. These two were running really well. That wicket, when that one went, I thought, okay, the Stars will believe they've certainly got a sniff at this.
They certainly did start to believe, and that man Zadran came to the crease. He was under immense pressure to begin with. Then it was Sapru up against Big Bash, 2 of the titans of Swedish cricket. Big Bash won round 1, slapping one of the leg side boundary before Sapru came back, gave him another flighted delivery. Big Bash changed his mind, and the inside edge was taken by Chandrasekhar Rai, who was tremendous with the gloves.
Yeah, he had a good day behind the stumps, didn't he? So close, yet so far. The Stars, you got to feel a little bit for them, as you saw another fantastic catch from Singh. I mean, they had it a couple of close calls when they were doing the batting, and those could have made all the difference there. This was the LBW. Zadran couldn't believe it, but there was nothing wrong with that. He was right in front, and then we saw the pressure times. Probably we knew that he was going to have a big impact on it, and then came a man who didn't want to be out there at all. And Arab's eyes, probably the first time he said, hold on, remember this one? Oh, this could have been the... that would have sent us to a golden ball. The bat almost goes onto the stumps. Oh, we've seen everything in this match.
That would have been an incredible and fitting end to the game, but as it was, the little fighter, Yusuf Sahak, drills a straight drive past the desperate dive of Sachin Shetty. He's left floundering on the pitch. Sahak is left celebrating, and these two teams who have given us an absolute thriller to start quarterfinal Friday. They embrace each other. They embrace their own team. Great sportsmanship on show throughout this contest. Rico, that is one of the best European Cricket Series matches I have ever seen.
Oh, it's the tension in that. The way it swung around, I have to agree with you. I don't think I've seen a match quite like that. It was sensational. Well, Mama Hurst and Seaside, follow that. That's all I say.
Good luck.
As we have a look at, Mama Hurst, we've seen them this week and we know all about their strength. We just have to remind ourselves about some of the key players that are coming together there for Seaside. I mean, Umar Chaudhry, I think he's got to be one that we're going to be keeping an eye on. But the good players there all the way through. It's going to be in it. A very, very, very good match this. But, I mean, based on form, you'd have to say that Mama Hus, and certainly the way that we've seen them play the last few times, with the depth of their bowling and their batting, will probably find themselves favourites. But look, going by what we saw in that very first quarterfinal, that means nothing. It's all about here and now in the quarterfinal when the pressure is on.
Yeah, that is certainly true, Rico. And pressure does funny things to even the best of cricketers. And we have seen that on show in that first game. Just an absolutely wonderful contest. And we're very pleased to see Ariana progress to the semi-finals. They're a high-quality team. But a huge congratulations to the Helsingborg Stars for putting up an incredible fight. Quick look at that batting card. The innings of Nusratul Sultan, it was only 9 balls. It was a short stay. But frankly, it was him finding the boundary so regularly, particularly off Kunjir, who came on to bowl that early over, that really gave them the platform to take that game.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at the bowling figures here. So Kunjir, if you took that out of the equation, that 29, have a look at the other bowling figures. They were absolutely sensational. I mean, that's one thing that will play back and back over in the mind of the captain, probably. But I think, he shouldn't let that bother him. It's a call you got to make. And when you go back to it, I mean, you probably could say, right, if somebody else did bowl that over, Sapro or himself, or maybe the Sultan would have gone even bigger. They did get him out, and I think by getting him out, Kunjir getting him out is what then put the pressure on them. But it's been a fantastic performance, and I reiterate everything you said. I think the Helsingborg Stars should take a huge pat on the back. I mean, they were sensational, and they showed once again, I think for me, and this is the important thing, they showed once again that when the chips are down, when it looks unlikely, you don't give up. You go out there fighting. They didn't give up. Even when it was only 62 that they scored, they still went out there. And then that 29 coming off that over from Kunjir, they didn't let it get to them. Heads didn't go down. They didn't think that this is game over. They went out there, they fought hard, and they almost pulled off what would have been one of the most remarkable comebacks that you'd ever seen in European cricket.
Yeah, certainly the case, Rico. Absolutely incredible stuff. So, Ariana Cricket Club, 1 wicket victory. That is just the first of 4 contests we've got here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. The second game is about to get underway, so please come and join us with the European Cricket Network for Game 2. European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Club for the ECS Landskrona event brought to you by FanCode. It's now time for the second quarter-final, and this will see a matchup between Malmöhus, who finished second in Group B, and Seaside Cricket Club, who finished third in Group A. It's now time for the all-important coin toss. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming.
Heads. Heads is called. It's tails. We'll ball first.
So the skipper from Malmöhus, Ankit Gupta, he's won the toss and he's elected to bowl. I suspect that will be a pretty popular decision from captains today, and even more so for those teams who are coming out of Group B, putting in the teams coming from Group A who have had a week's break and making them bat first up when they're coming into these games cold. Malmöhus feel like they're a team on the rise. They've won 5 games on the trot after a really tough start to the tournament, and all of their key pieces are coming together at the right time. Gupta himself has started to find form with the bat. He's been well backed up by the middle order of Sambit Patanaik, and even their bowling attack now feels like it's found its rhythm. Malidi is bowling well, Adam Sarton is coming to the fore at the top of the innings, and even Malhotra is starting to find his right arm swingers even more and more effective each game. They'll have a tough task though against Seaside, who really had to battle their way through Group A. They needed to defeat the Edinburgh Royals twice on the final day to secure their position in the quarterfinals, but they have also faced adversity and come through the other end. They have a couple of key batsmen on their side. Umar Chowdhury is a really strong hitter at the top of the order, and he'll be supported by the experienced Niaz Mohammed, who will probably come into the middle order in this crucial game. They also have the out-and-out class of Harinder Singh, who has shown some amazing fluency when he's had the opportunity. And they also have the left-arm paceman, Chaitanya, who has bowled very well at times throughout this tournament.
This is going to be a really close matchup, I suspect. And to take us through the opening stages of this contest, I'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Wow, well, thank you very much, and not too much time to absorb what has been an absolute thrilling start to quarterfinals day. And congratulations to Ariana. We will see them again tomorrow in finals day, but they had to do it the hard way, and they were made to work for every step of the way. What a match that was, and it's well, as we take a deep breath, we get ready for another match which could be just as sensational. Mama House take it on Seaside, and thank you very much again to Andrew Ryan there, giving us a little bit of an insight to the two sides. We know all about Mama House because they're clear in our minds as we've seen them progress well in Group B. Seaside, well, they did get those 3 victories under their belt, and important ones as well, because that got them into these quarterfinals. We see here that Seaside actually are pipped 96 to 91 to win this one. That probably goes against form. It probably goes against what I'm feeling, certainly having seen Mama House in the last few days. But Bet versus Wall is pipping Seaside based on the stats from the two teams in their group performances. The umpires have made their way out, ready for this one. And it's Sagar Hanif and Ajish Raja. And then Gil will be the third umpire. And Mama House, they're going to stick with Naz Maddy to bowl. I mean, he's had mixed fortunes. Sometimes he opens up with these slow, lofty aerial spins, and he can be quite successful. Other times he's gone for a few, and we saw a gamble that didn't pay off for the Helsingborg Stars in that first match against Haryana, when they went for Kunjir to bowl in the power play, to bowl that important third over, but they did get the wicket off the only man that made any runs in the innings, Sultan. So I suppose you could say it does work. Chowdhury is going to be the man on strike. This could be out. This could be your first baller. Well, it's pretty close. He's right up there. Just have to see that, and he's saying it just this much away. And let's see if he's right. And oh well, I tell you what, I can't see what that is missing when I see it first up. That is, for me, that is a huge let-off for Umer Chowdhury. This one is played down to the man the third. Chowdhury up against the spin of Nazmadi. Oh, this is floated a long way up, and he's got plenty of welly on this. One bounce and over the boundary. Cuatro carreras. And this was just a little bit too over pitch. He didn't really have to do much. It was just in the zone, and without having to move his feet, Chowdhury puts that away. And I think that's the thing that Manny needs to do. He needs to get that ball in a position where basically the batter's got to make some movement, as in foot movement, to get to the pitch of it. Bowling it where the batter can just swing and hit it on the full toss is that's the gift. That's what he needs to try and avoid. It's a case of trying to get the batter to get to the pitch of it. Tries again. This one's hit straight down the ground, and it's the same result. One bounce, four. This is an even better shot. Hits it clean, hits it straight. And Maddy goes back-to-back boundaries. Just waits on this again and plants that one front foot down and straight over. 4 more runs. Chowdhury, having survived what I thought was a very, very close LBW call. Certainly, I only got the chance to watch it on the replay one more time as you guys did. I thought that was pretty close. Chowdhury gets ready to face another. Harinder Singh is the non-striker batter. And goes for another balle. Kinna sona, kinna bada, shaka. Well, this is the best of the lot. He just waits for it deep inside his crease and then just unwinds and cracks it out of the middle of the bat. Murray goes for another. Ball to go. What does Georgie do here? Does he try and get another boundary? 2 4s and a 6 in the over so far. He does try for another. It's well hit, and though there is a man not too far away from that, Diraj Malhotra is not going to stop it. It's 4 more, so it's a cracking start. And Seaside, they're up and running in style. 18 come off that first over, and more importantly for them, they haven't lost any wickets. If we have a quick look at the first over stats between these two teams, well, they don't quite get to the 20, which is their high, but 18 will do, averaging around 10, and the lowest of 5. And you can see, probably based on those stats, and maybe the stats that will come up on the power plays, is probably why the bat versus ball wall had Seaside favourites to go on to win this, but not by much. And a man that has come into his own after not being used in the first few matches. Adam Sargent coming on to bowl. And he will be bowling to Harinder Singh. Fakes his first delivery, and that's a very wide one. Oh, it's a gundy ball. It's been called a no ball. It doesn't even pitch on this beautiful blue surface. And the wicket keeper, Ankit Gupta, can't do anything about it. And well, it's one of those. It's a no ball, 1 no ball, and also will be 4 byes. So Ankit Gupta, or any wicket keeper, won't be happy to see byes come up on this. Free hit though. Opportunity for Singh to go big, and he does go for it. It's in the air. It will bounce just before the fielder, and they'll take the single. I recall a quick chat that I had with Harinder Singh after he batted really well and got a half century in the group stages, and learned that until he came to Sweden, he'd never played hardball cricket. It's another wide delivery from Adam. You can see what he's trying to do. Obviously just trying to recapture the line that he's bowled so well outside the off stump, but just having a bit of difficulty first thing in the morning here. I'm sure though he will get it right, and he needs to pretty quickly, because Chaudhary, he's already found his hitting power. And this one swings into him, but just a little bit short over length, and he goes all the way. Gear, shaka, lagia, kinna sona, kinna bada, shaka. It's a lovely pickup, isn't it? It wasn't a bad delivery, maybe just a tad too short, but it was cutting in, swinging in to Chaudhary, but he still put this away beautifully. Quarter wide. Once again, the disappointment here to Sargent. It's a bit disappointed that this one is called. See here, yeah, no worries about that one. And this is in that zone again, but has he picked the fielder this time? He has, and there's no mistakes there. So Adam Sargent has got the breakthrough. A very good catch there. And that's man Sandeep Malidi. We know all about his catching abilities. He's a top drawer when it comes to taking the catch. He's a great fielder. He's out there in the firing line, and no mistakes from him. And Chaudhary, He goes for 24 of the 8 deliveries that he faced. Out to a good catch, but he's given his team the start that they need. He was aggressive in the power play. He played some nice shots, but the man who gets him is Sartan. He hasn't had the best of starts. Hasn't found his line, and that one again was right into that hitting zone of Chaudhry, but Chaudhry just able to find the fielder there, and Sandeep Malidi makes no mistakes at all. So first wicket goes down in the second over. Ball to go here from Sultan, and then he'll want it to be a good one to the left-hander. So he's just got to, again, tidy up his line. So I've got Ali Saeed is the batter. And gets this one through okay. The umpire has a long, hard think about it. And says that's fine. Yeah, Ali Saeed, he's not played all their matches. This is full and on the legs, and well, Harinder Singh had committed. He wanted to take the single, but I think you see this one swinging in a long way, but always pitching outside the leg stump. So that's hence no LBW appeal at all from Sartan. Saeed wasn't really up to the call from Harinder. That is the over. So Sartan finishes well and goes for 10 of the over. The score is 32 for 1. So good start in terms of the rate from Seaside. Of course, the wicket of the hard hitting from Chaudhry will just slow them down a tad. And, some discussions between Malhotra and Maddy, just probably giving him a confidence talk. And it's a key player, isn't he, Dheeraj Malhotra? So they always need him to perform well with the bat, but he also needs to get a couple of good overs in with the ball. We will start over the wicket, bowling to Harinder Singh. See, just shuffle right across his stumps, and he wants to make sure that he gets bat onto ball and doesn't get caught in front. Too wide and absolutely pumped away. That is a crazy shot. That's all about power. How he picks this one up and sends it over there. It's all about brute force and timing. Look at that. He opens the face of the bat and gets plenty of swing into it, makes good contact. And that's a huge shot. 6 runs. Manos arriba from the umpire. And, that's probably one of the longest parts of the boundary. And that's 6 over point. Top shot from Singh. This is flicked away off his pads. And, good stop there from the fielder. And then I'm not sure what's happened here with Harinder. And him and Malhotra are able to share a joke and a smile about that. He just needed to make sure that he was actually in his crease before he could have been embarrassingly run out. Saeed goes for the big shot, and it goes all the way. Balle. A nice shot, and dangerous times here for Malmahus, as both these batters are starting to find their hitting range. And Ali Saeed picks this one up beautifully, the left-hander. And it's a nice way for him to get off the mark. Just starting to get just a little bit darker and overcast now. This is played beautifully, and a really good stop there from the fielder inside the ring. Does really well. Diving to his left. Sort of come from behind square. He made a lovely stop. Or backward point, I should say, to the left-hander. Firmly struck through the gap, 4 more runs. A nicely played shot. It's all about the positioning, this one. He knows there's 2 fielders there inside the circle. And, just needed to get this one through. Rizwan Tara and Nazmadi, and he does perfectly. So Malhotra, it's an expensive over from him. He goes for 18. And just have a look at the comparison of the power plays between these two sides. Once again, you see Seaside. And, they certainly have been powerful. 52 their best, averaging around 32. And their lows is 24. They do make good starts, and we saw that from Chaudhry. This one is a good one as well. 50 on the board already. So they're going at a good rate. And again, compared to Malmahus, as I was saying, there's a big difference. The average score is about the same, but you can see there's a big difference between the 2 highest power play scores. And once again, that's by, I think, the bat versus wall prediction had the scores as they were. It's been a very good start from the Seaside. CC 50 for 1. There's Prasenjit Bahira comes on to bowl. AKL Brunner bowled extremely well yesterday. In fact, he's bowled well every time that we see him. Let's get the ball in the right areas. Took 3 for 6, and well, this one is unlucky, and it's one that gets past Gupta as well. Doesn't come up as much as Gupta was expecting, and goes through and goes under that fence as well. So the fielder has to go the long way around to retrieve the delivery. Gives me a moment just to recap you on what I was talking about with the bowling of Bahira. Bowled very well in the match, especially the second match against Mamahus, when Mamahus playing Loma, and he picked up 3 wickets for just 6 runs, and he was awarded with the player of the match for that performance. And his captain, Ankit Gupta, who saw those buys go past him, 4 of them, will be hoping that he can produce the same again. He's decided or elected to stand back here now, which gives the batter Saeed just a bit more freedom. Flicks it away on the legs. Fielder should stop it, and does, and gets the throw quickly. Good cricket all round there. Bahira very quick to get behind the stumps as well. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's tuning in. Namaste, Assalamu Alaikum, Sassarikal, and I will one to everybody watching in the sub-Indian continent. This is nicely played away, and the outfield, though it is slower than we've seen it on earlier occasions in this series, when the sun's been out, but with that fresh cut that it had yesterday after the day's play, you can see the ball is moving pretty well to the boundary. That's a delicately played shot from Singh, showing just some of the classy shots that he does have. And this one is into his body, and Singh very quickly gets into position and plays that away. Back-to-back boundaries. He's certainly looking good, and as we know that he can do, he can play shots to all part of the ground, and we saw the delicate little nudge through third man to the boundary. And now this time he swivels on his back foot to send a boundary now to fine leg. So Bahira now feeling a bit of pressure. Can he finish well? Ball to come in this, the 4th over. And he can't. It goes down the leg side once more. I think this is, he just tried the slower delivery. I think that's worth a try to Harinder Singh, because if it's full and straight, he does like to step across and get a little flick in. And I think if you can do it with the pace by veering it around, you've got a very, very good chance of the LBW. Defensively played, just showing that he's prepared to respect the good deliveries. And yeah, welcome to everybody on YouTube. Remember, feel free to flick between here and Malta, where we have the Valletta Cup in progress as well. And Bulgaria up against Gibraltar. They'll certainly be looking to try and get a victory for themselves. And Kevin D'Souza, the hard-hitting Kevin D'Souza, is out there, and he's well, probably going to be well supported by Omar Rasul. Rasul himself is a very competent batter, trying to get themselves to probably looking at that, a score around about the 170 mark, maybe 170, 175. And Gibraltar, they've looking to see if they can register their first victory as well in that match out there. And certainly looks nice and sunny there. And hello to the team there as well, to Maxi and Charlie Hunt. That's doing a fantastic job. And my good friend, who's probably helping out with the scoring. And that's Johnny G, John Grimmer. Also the man that sings the lyrics and played the guitar on the European cricket song as well. And maybe we can have those tunes playing at some point today. This one has been crushed. That is big. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Well, he's given this some welly, hasn't he? And it's gone all the way. 6 more. And Ali Said is starting to look dangerous. This combination of the classy right-hand bat, Harinder Singh, and Ali Said is looking very good at the moment. Their score has moved into the 70s, and the umpire deciding, well, maybe I'll just have a quick look at this ball as it did crash into the wall. I'm sure there was something wrong with it. The bowler himself would have snored, that is, would have had a chat with the ump. This one's been firmly struck. Good stop from the fielder. It was an awkward bounce, but he does really well. Keeps his eye on it and makes the stop. The field now has to change once more. That's what keeps the pressure on the fielding side and the bowler as well. The left and right combination. The field has to change. The bowler's line has to change. The wicketkeeper captain behind the stumps, Gupta, needs to keep an eye on it. And the win predictor at the moment has Seaside 74 to Amherst 26%. Struck firmly, and Bahira makes the stop. Just a single. Sliced up in the air, but if you swing hard, you get lucky. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por Ali Said. Es un golpe fuerte. He swung hard, and they say that fortune favours the brave, and that is flown over the man who's inside the circle. Sachin Khaner, third man. And 4 more runs, and boundaries certainly flowing in this match. Seems to be completely different to the low-scoring thriller that we had in quarter-final number 1 this morning. Oh, this is huge. This is by far the biggest 6 that we've had there on the leg side. He's absolutely launched into this. This is a Bizaway supersonic 6. What a cracking shot. And looking dangerously. Powers that over the boundary. And, well, Naz Maddy has got a long way to go to get that one. Fantastic strike from Ali Saeed. Nord goes for the change up, the slower ball. And good running between the two batters. That's the end of the over. 19 coming off that one from Nord. 83 for 1. And the batter that was out first was Umar Chaudhry. 24 he made of 8 deliveries. And it was caught brilliantly by Sandeep Malidi there on the boundary from Adam Sarton, who had his trouble getting his line right. And since then these two have taken control. First wicket falling at 32. So the 51 partnership being brought up in that over between the two batters. Okay, Gupta will come and stand up. Oh, this is superb. He goes down on one knee and says to Naz Maddy, well, I'm going to keep you running. I'm going to keep you warm. I don't want you standing still. Here you go. Go fetch this one. Just goes down on one knee and just sees that sail over the boundary rope. And pressure on the bowler straight away. Rajesh Rajput gets this one in the right place though, Rajput. Goes for another. Has he got the length on this? Naz Maddy comes in. And, oh, he puts a catch down. That is a huge, huge moment. A big opportunity when Naz Maddy had his opportunity to say to Ali Saeed, well, you keep me running backwards and forwards. Now I'm going to make you go back into the dugout. But he's just not able to hold it. We've seen some good catching today. But that one, Naz Maddy couldn't hold on to it. Saeed gets lucky and gets dropped on 32. Big moment in this match. Rajput unlucky not to have a wicket to him. And this is up in the air. This is another opportunity, or is it? Yeah, it is, and no mistakes from the safe hands of you-know-who. Yep. There's only one man that makes those catches look easy. Sandeep Malidi taking his second. And, well, Saeed was dropped. But that meant they got the single. So Harinder went on strike. And he found the safe hands of Malidi. Not an easy catch once more. But Rajput, he made a good introduction to this series yesterday. And he's continuing to do the good work that he started yesterday with getting another wicket there. Harinder Singh goes 21 of 10. Now, this is an opportunity, I think, Mama House to get back into this match, or certainly restrict that score to being, well, at one point it was looking like it was going to be around about certainly over the 150 mark. But if they can just slow down this this rate now and get a few wickets in here, you've got batters coming in that haven't particularly gone big. Rajput took 2 for 5 yesterday against Loma. It's the first time we really saw him with the ball. He bowled really, really well, got the ball to seam around, bowled a good line. And he's looking to finish here what will be a very, very good over and a very important time. with the runs over by over after this one. Oh, good delivery, nicely bowled. And, I think we're going to see that now. I mean, there's a reef that's come in, the new batter. Probably see that when he's on strike, score is going to slow down. It's 90 on the board. Just going to give you those scores so far. So the first over, it went for 18. The second over, 14 from Adam Sarton. Then Malhotra went for 18 as well. He's normally been one of the pick of the bowlers. Even Prasanjit Bahira couldn't put a stop to things. He went for 14. Nord, 19. And then Rajput, it's the first time that sixth over only went for 7. First time that it's not gone into double figures. So none really gone magical, but they've all been very productive overs up until that one from Rajput. I'm pretty sure that he'll be on to bowl. He's second. Is Patanaik. Some bit to come in to bowl. This one comes around the wicket and very wide. Just doesn't get enough turn in the body. Get this ball to go where he needs it to go. Would have thought maybe with that wicket going they would have gone back to one of the other bowlers, but decided not to. Gets a bit of bat on this. So trying to take the pace off, which is not a bad thing, to the likes of Ali Saeed. Just gets a single there. And now just wants to set the field to the right-hander. Interesting that they've got 3 men out on the offside. That surely is not right. No. Well, no. They're keeping it. I think it was bringing one of them in. Yeah, he's got to bring one in. Yeah, he does now. Otherwise, it would have been a no ball. Would have been 6 men out. So now, the man who is backward point comes into the circle. And this is being launched, but there is a fielder out there. Thank you very much. It was a no ball. And that's why you see the batters still out there and trying to take the single. And everybody seems to have known what that was, apart from some of the spectators. And free hit now being signalled, just too high there from Patanaik. It was a very good catch taken from you know who. I don't even have to tell you his name. But it would have been his third. Well, it was his third. Technically, he does take the catch, but it's more of a fielding stop than a wicket-taking catch. With free hit, and it's up in the air. Will drop in between the fielder coming in, Nord, and the bowler, Patanaik. So not able to make the most of it. Saeed Ali, and it gives the strike back to Arif. Firmly struck. Goes to the man inside the circle at mid-wicket. Single. Now Ali Saeed, he's been kept quiet for the last few deliveries. Oh, gives himself some room, gets himself into the right position really to play this shot, but just done by the slightly quicker delivery. And a bit of movement away there as well from Patanaik. It's another wild swing. So it's been a good change up this from the captain, Ankit Gupta, deciding to take the pace right off the ball, and seems to be working. Ali Saeed, I think he's definitely going to go after this. Whatever happens, he does. It ends up being a slow full toss. He's hit pretty firmly at that man, Sharon Nord, who does well, makes a stop, and that ends up being a very productive over. So the last 2 overs have been pretty productive, and both of them gone under the 10. And well, we know who our first semi-finalist is going to be. Ariana pulled off a victory, a thrilling one against the Hasselberg Stars. And I tell you what, if there's ever a match you want to go back and watch, is that one. And if you didn't quite catch all of that match number 41, quarter-final 1, I would say to you, take the opportunity to go back and watch it. It was a sensational match. You see these two battling out here. And then we have Evergreen against Hissingens. They're going to be quarter-final 3. And then to finish today, Yon Shopping versus Loma. That's scheduled off the 4 matches today. As well as that, you've got the cricket. It's happening in Malta as well, the Valletta Cup. Good hit, and he needed this one, didn't he? He was being kept quiet for a while, Ali Saeed. He needed to come back with a bang. He does. That takes him into the 40s. Yeah, we saw 2 good overs, didn't we, from Rajput and from Battlenite, both only going for 7, so they only got 14 off 2 overs, and they were scoring more than that off 1. And this one gets sent to the boundary, and you can see there Ankit Gupta, the wicketkeeper, just looking down to the ground and processing things in his head. Rajput. Oh, he gets his high on the bat, but he still gets enough power to go over the boundary. So he's now going after Rajput here. The first 2 deliveries of his second over have been sent to the boundary. He only went for 7 in his first, but he's gone for 12 of the next 2 balls. Seaside motoring along. The 100 has come up in this, the 8th over. Ali Saeed doing the damage, better delivery. He looks to want to take the 2, but I think he will have to set up for 1. That's well bowled, a good comeback from Rajput, just taking the pace off it and getting the Yorker length delivery in. And that field now has to change to right-hander. And the man at backward point always needs to be reminded. So 3 men on the leg side, including long on the boundary, long off on the boundary as well. The man at extra cover, big swing, and no contact there made by Arif. I think Arif's role here has got to be quite a simple one. Just get bang on the ball and get a single. See the bowler just having a few words said to him by the umpire. You can see the umpire just leaning to one side to try to see the action, and well, Rajput does not need to be standing there, and he goes the same way again. And I think he'll have another. The umpire will have another word with him here. And it's one thing that a lot of the bowlers bowling right arm around the wicket have struggled with. And it's nice to see the umpires actually having a chat with them and say, "Look, come on, I've told you already. You keep doing it. I'm going to have a word with your captain." This has been launched. It's big, and it goes all the way. Well, this one is it's a chilly day. It's gone into the marquee there, the food hut. It's probably going to have a little sip of coffee before it comes back, the kookaburra. Maybe it's had a cheeky digestive as well. Who knows? There it goes, inside the hut. It says, a coffee and a digestive, please. Just a quickie, because I've got to go back out there again. I've still got some work to do. The kookaburra, well, at the moment, the only work it's doing, it's going backwards and forwards to the boundary. This has been a magnificent start from Seaside. 110. I think that probably needs to be updated. Probably not 110. Yeah, there you go. 116 for 2. And it's been a sensational bit of batting from Shafat Saeed. It was a great start, really, from Chaudhry that got them started. They go with Battlenite again. This is pretty wide, hit straight down the ground, and that's a good bit of fielding again from Nord. And almost, well, it could have been magical if this one hits the stumps. And that's the... See the fielding first, great stop, great throw. And I think that single brings up the 50 for Ali Saeed. Very well batted, बहुत बनाया. Shafqat Ali Saeed nu apni half century puri kar li of 25 deliveries. Yeah, Arif here just got to be thinking about getting side back and strike. It's wide and will be called a wide. Just going across the batter, electing still to come round the wicket. But like here, going round and trying to angle it across. Flied it up and down the leg side. That's one that's been missed out on Arif. You can see that Ali Saeed is just getting just a little bit frustrated. Oh, he hits this one well. Adios, Pelota. That's another one that's out of here. 6 more. And this one is hit hard, long, and strong, and it stays hit. Over it goes, and Pattonike is disgusted with himself. And that's what Arif has to do. Just slight apologies with the scorecard. Looks like it's just frozen for a moment, like 1 or 2 people around the ground are. I'm sure that'll be back up and running for you in a moment. So the scores, of course, there have not been updated. So just ignore that for the moment. I'm sure we'll have it correct for you in a moment. Oh, this is gone big, and I'm just going to move to one side just in case. Well, it wasn't that far away. A lovely shot, and a little bit of carnage happening here at the Landskrona cricket ground. And these boundaries now are being hit with real freedom and some effortless strikes as we had the score back up for you. And just doing the right thing, I think. Ali Said, you can see just why he's such a key player for them. We saw he played a couple of games, then missed a few games, but he's here for the ones that count. And, well, that's cheeky running as well. It's not good cricket for Malmahus. Malmahus was so good in so many ways yesterday, but haven't been at their best here today. And they're just starting to see, and you probably can't see that on your screens, but the rain that they were forecasting or had forecasted for today has started to come in now as well. Just starting to rain. And at the moment it's not too heavy, but it's not the heaviest, but it's just at that awkward angle. Oh, and look, you can just see. Oh, well, we'll go back to that in a minute. This has been dispatched. That is big. And they're taking the bowling attack of Malmahus to the sword here. And now, Arfan Arif, he's decided to launch. And they're just making this look easy and piling on the runs. In the 9th over can often be magical, and it's Bahira who's bowling it. And there's some communication here now between the umpires and the tournament referee, Rob Cumming. I think some of that conversation will be about the weather, and at some point I think a decision will be made whether the players stay out there or come off. I mean, maybe they're just thinking if they can and it's not dangerous, they'll just try and get this innings completed. We are in the final over. It's just been blocked out. Yeah, just going back to what I was talking about there. We know that the 9th over can be magical, but all of these overs have been just been awesome hitting, really, from the batting attack from Seaside. Well, it's certainly not Seaside weather here, I can tell you that. But they don't mind. Well, maybe it is Seaside weather. Could be a bit of Brighton Seaside, or maybe even a bit of Bournemouth. I've been plenty of times to the Seaside when in the UK, and I've had this sort of weather. It's nice and sunny while you're stuck on the M25 for about 4 or 5 hours, and then when you get to the Seaside and you park, you just start pitching up and the rain comes. So that's the sort of Seaside weather, the UK. But, well, at the moment it's raining on Malmahus because the Seaside, they're just scoring runs for fun. This is another one that's been smashed away. Balle, 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 manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Qué guay, qué genial, qué fuerte esta hombre, Ali Said. Impresionante. Having fun, and Yul Brunner just can't put an end to this. Goes outside the off. That's a better delivery. Keeps it outside the hitting arc of the left-hander. Saeed has moved on to 64. Just gets a bit of inside edge on that. You can see there the rain and spectators and players starting to get themselves under cover. Well bowled, and this is good also from Bahira. Very quick to do the fielding himself. He knows that all the other players are quite deep defending. Up in the air, this one is in Malhotra's zone. He does really well, Malhotra, and then he and Maddie get into a little tussle to say who's going to get there first. Going to Media man, any ball. Well, Malhotra claims it, and makes a stop, and gets the throw in, and that is the end of the innings. So they don't quite get to the 150 that it would have been eyeing up, but it's a good score of 147. And the score that we've seen already in this series, 147 for 2, but it's all about the batting of Shafqat Ali Saeed, who batted so well. But it started off with the big hitting of Umar Chaudhry, who decided that he was going to go after Naz Maddy. Adam Sarton, he couldn't get the ball in the right areas, and every time he did get it on the stumps, it looked like that Chaudhry was going to take him to the cleaners, but he didn't account for that man there. Sandeep Malidi taking a very good catch, and we're going to see him in action again, of course, because he patrols that boundary and makes his he's. And then we saw the classy Harinder Singh come out the bat. I do like this guy's batting. I love the way he's able to play shots all around the park, and that 6 he hit it outside the off was huge. And talking about huge, well, this man, the left-hander, he played some smashing shots as well, and he hit the ball huge. Shafqat Ali Saeed, he came to the party when it mattered in this quarter-final. And has he, by hitting some of those huge sixes over cow corner, has he put his team in a big position? Remember that one? He was on 32 when he got dropped there by Naz Maddy. That one could have been very important. It certainly would have slowed down the rate. And that was a very, very good catch. Harinder Singh, he departed. He made a very good contribution, though, of 21 of 11. But he may have been gone, for one man who was still there and hitting the ball big was Ali Saeed. This time, it was time for the ball to take a little time out, to get some refreshments before it came out. And when it did, it didn't find things any easier, because then it was the turn of the right-hander, Arif, to find his zone as well. He certainly hit the ball pretty well. The rain didn't start, and unfortunately it's still falling. It's not particularly heavy and or threatening at the moment in any sense, but certainly if it continues and it doesn't stop, it will cause some problems. When it comes to looking at a scorecard, well, that one looks very healthy indeed. Every batter contributing. Umar Chaudhry gave them the perfect start in the power play, which got them to 50 before he went. Harinder Singh batted beautifully as well before he was caught by Sandeep Malidi. And then we saw that partnership which went beyond the 50 mark between Ali Saeed, 65 of 31, some of the cleanest and purest hitting that you will see. But he was dropped on 32 by Naz Maddy. And then Arif, after playing and swinging at a few, found his range pretty well as well. 147 for 2. And I think when we have a look at some of the bowling figures coming up here now, that one or two of them were quite expensive. And you see there, certainly, Bahira, he went for 24 wicketless. And though Rajput did pick up a wicket, he went for 26. His first over was only went for 7. And Patnaik, 24 for him. So pick of the bowlers, you would say, would be, well, it looks like it would be Sartan, but he did have his troubles. But I'm surprised that the captain, Gupta, didn't want to call him back. He tried other options, but none of them were successful for him, especially with the form of Ali Saeed. And you can see there that the win probability is favouring Seaside, 84% to 16. And that's hardly surprising. And when you've got runs on the board and big runs on the board, and you've got them in an eliminator, which this is, this quarter-final, only one team will progress into tomorrow's finals day. And right now, as you saw there from the win predictor, it is Seaside after that superb innings from Ali Saeed. So they've done what they would believe the hard work. The batters have done their work, and now it's down to their bowlers. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be, they've still got a bit of rain out there, so it won't be easy to do. So we'll have to wait and see and just see just how things pan out here. So myself, Rico Full, and Ryan will be joining us back as well. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the second quarter final, where 148 are going to be required by Mama Host if they are to book their place in the semi-final tomorrow. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Landskrona cricket ground. You can just work out there that the rain has started, and know that the umpires were out there just doing a quick inspection at the end of the last match. Of course, the key thing is that the conditions are safe, and both the umpires, you see them making their way out there now. Sagar Hanif and Ajish Raja had a quick look along with Rob Kevin and have decided that at the moment that conditions are not too bad. Both the captains also agreeable to that. So we are going to continue with this match. I'll give you an update on where we stand. And Seaside, as you saw, were rampant with the bat, and all their batters produced good knocks, particularly the left-hander, Ali Saeed. He was at his best as he powered his way past his half-century. Really batted well. It was a really good knock from him. And he was always due to get some, I think. And he finished on 65 of 31. And there was a good work also from Harinder Singh, who partnered him well for the time. And also they got off to a perfect start from Chaudhry. And towards the end there, we also saw Afan Arif finding his form as well. It just was a really clinical display of good hitting from Seaside, and that means that Mamahurst need 148 for victory, and they've got to go some just under 15 and over if they're to get there. As we see that rain just start to get a little bit heavier. It's going to be interesting to see how the bowlers do with keeping grip on this ball. It's certainly not a bad start. And surprisingly, see a number of the players have got their tracksuit tops on at the moment. It's a nice start from the bowler there, getting it in the right place. And this one's up in the air. That's what they need. They need to hit boundaries, and this goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. It's a powerful start from captain Ankit Gupta. He decides he's the man that needs to be out there to give them the perfect start. Smashes that one for a big six. So Hussain goes for a six straight away, and that's the start that they need. They need to get these runs at a regular pace. Rico Full here, and joining me back in the commentary box is Andrew Ryan.
Great to be here, Rico, but this rain is getting worse and worse. It's coming down quite heavily at the moment. I suspect it's going to make it difficult for the bowlers, but haven't Malmahus left themselves with some work to do in this chase? That was a barrage of blasts from Seaside in their batting innings.
Yeah, it's certainly worse. And you can see, I mean, the captain, he's decided that he needs to make some changes to the batting lineup. And not the best of shots from the man I'm talking about, Anik Gupta. So he's put himself up the order. He normally has been coming in around number 3. And another change you can see there is Sambit Patnaik, who he's toyed around with him at certain places, but he's certainly been better for me when he's come in around about 4 or 5. But he needs him or wants him up in the order. This should be a wide, and he's called a wide. But you can see the urgency there of Gupta. He's going after every ball. It's almost like he feels he's got to go after every ball and try and send every ball to the boundary.
Well, it's not that far off it, Rico. It's a massive target, 148. Difficulties we've seen when Gupta's tried to rock onto the back foot. This top layer of moisture that's now on the pitch, the ball will skid through.
Well, this is up in the air. Everybody chasing after it, but I think it's just going to be out of reach of the fielder. And the batters will come back for 2. Got to be backed up, and Hussain does the backing up himself.
Yeah, Malmahus going to their 2 probably most accomplished and most reliable batters up the top here. This needs to be a big opening partnership, particularly taking toll on the bowlers from Seaside while the field's up. Got Long on in play as well as fairly whitish third man, although they've made a switch. Now pushing Long off back. It's Ali coming to the fence here. That is a beautiful cricket stroke, Rico. Half volley, just outside off stump, and Ankit Gupta has launched it over Ali's head. We noted that he was just put back on the boundary at that position. It hasn't worried Gupta in the least.
Yeah, lovely shot. And I think it's time for the Malmöhus batters to maybe give back a little some of the treatment that their own bowlers had. And this is certainly what they need to do, make a good, positive start. And 16 on the board already. It's looking that way.
If Malmöhus chase this down, Rico, it will be an extraordinary performance, particularly given the conditions.
This one goes through, and he's a little bit disappointed with himself. I think that's not a bad over there from Hussain. He'd be disappointed though with the extras, the wides that he's bowled, so he's had to re-bowl a couple of those deliveries, and that's why the 16 comes off the over.
Yeah, have a look at the key insights here. So Malmöhus just a touch higher in their average, although it's all pretty close. Their high successful chase to date, which is probably the most crucial one, 98 runs. So this is a massive, massive target for them to try to haul in across their 10 overs. Dhiraj Malhotra, he's their leading run scorer, although they've spread the runs around in this tournament. Malhotra will still be there in the middle order, given they've reassessed the opening combination for today. And brought in Patanaik to be pushed up the over order. This is Anil Gadaraya, Rico. Good left armour who we saw bowl really well towards the tail end of Group A.
Yeah, Gadaraya coming into bowl. What do you think of that change up in the batting line? Malhotra, you wouldn't say he's slow, would you, when he's out there batting?
No, I certainly wouldn't. And I think Malhotra likes batting in the power play because it means that he's not having to clear the fence quite as often. He hasn't got quite the same level of power as, say, a Patanaik or even Gupta. So it's going to be a different form of game that he'll be playing when he comes in.
Gadaraya, just finding that the rain means that in between balls he's going to just have to give his specs a little clean. It's a nice shot, and even though this ground has had a fresh coating of moisture on it, that ball still finds its way to the boundary. This is a really nicely timed shot.
Yeah, good cricket all round, actually. It wasn't a bad ball from Gadaraya, but Patanaik's just pushed back very deep into his crease and timed it beautifully. Just found the gap there on the offside. And as you say, Rico, even with the moisture, the outfield's still running quite nicely. I suspect that the Seaside team will be looking continuously at these skies. Remember, if this match is rained out, it will be Malmöhus who go through as the second qualifier, as opposed to Seaside being the third qualifier.
Shorter delivery, sort of skids this one through, and it's a good result. I think any ball that doesn't go to the boundary, and that's just a single, that's really a wind delivery for Seaside.
Not a bad length to be bowling, actually, Rico. Just short of a length. Very difficult to play a pull shot with the amount the ball is going to shoot through off this deck.
Oh, this one, I asked the question, but I think this is pitching probably outside the line of the leg stump. And I think, yeah, you see there, and it's nice to see that Gadaraya afterwards as he comes back after the appeal, mind you, does turn around and say, yeah, that's not out.
Oh, big shout, but not a chance at umpire. Level of experience that we have show here at the ECS Landskrona event is going to be interested. And a pretty decent over from Gadaraya so far. Got a hedging leg side, swing across the line. A little bit of slippy slidey from Mutaba Hakim out there. He's got a smile on his face. He's absolutely saturated, but he's enjoying his cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it came down pretty strong at the end of the last over. You see just there some of the surface water that is on the ground. I mean, it has lightened up. It's quite interesting out there, the skies at the moment. One side is pretty dark, one side is quite bright. Hopefully the brighter skies are coming our way, and with it, no rain. That's a shot at the stumps. It's something that we've seen both these teams do regularly. And there you go. Just see what I'm talking about there. Pretty dark and horrible to the left, but brighter to the right, and that seems to be coming our way at the moment, and that rain just easing off here, which is a good sign.
Yeah, good sign indeed. Almost have started brightly enough, 23 for none after their 2 overs. The most important thing is that those 2 stars with the bat are still at the crease as well, and for so long that they're there, and then they've still got Malhotra and Tara to come, and a few others who will happily swing hard. Even Sandeep Malidi might get pushed up the order just to try to press this run rate ahead. Got double left arm attack coming in here. Nike on strike to start the 3rd over.
Well, he's played this away, sort of in between the man at fine and also behind square. Shouts to catch it, but there's nobody in that area at all. And it's a nice shot. Just takes one hand off the bat as well, just to get that ball exactly where he wants it. So 4 more runs. So it's a good start at the moment. It's certainly up with the rate. Haven't lost a wicket so far. So how are we going to have another thriller here?
Well, wouldn't it be a complete sea change from the first game, which was a low-scoring, absolute thriller. Abdul Haq coming on to bowl. 4 off his first ball. Goes wide of off stump. Much better location. Yeah. Even saw on that pull shot that Patanaik played on the last ball. Just once again, because of the moisture on the top of the pitch, the ball came into his waistline a little bit quicker than he would have expected from someone just bowling medium pace. That one smartly pushed across the line by Haq. Good comeback.
Yeah, definitely was well bowled. This time, just too wide. You can see what the plan is. And Patanaik will see that as well. I'm just wondering if we're going to see some earlier movement from him. The bowler now going to decide to come from the other side. So it's going to be a different angle for Patanaik, the left armour. Practices out to the onside and will be more fielded.
Tell you what, Rico, this is going to be a left arm heavy attack today, given we've already seen Gadaraya in there, Haq coming on for the 3rd over, and we've also got Ali, who bowls very nice left arm medium fast. So it's going to be, once again, different angles that Malmös haven't faced much in this tournament to date.
Oh, this is good. He's absolutely creams this. He goes all the way over. Nice shot, middle of the bat. And Anik Gupta, the captain, he's certainly not giving up the fight. What a lovely shot this is. He seems to play it with so much time.
Gorgeous stroke indeed, Rico. He's such a beautiful batsman to watch at the crease. And even having to press for this high run rate, he's not looking rushed at all. As you said, he's just waited for that ball to come into his hitting zone. Lovely clean strike down the ground.
Luck. Just a slightly shorter delivery, gets the dot ball in. It's a bit of gold dust here at the moment, and they've got plenty of runs on the board. But at the moment, you just keep an eye on that required rate. It started with them requiring just under the 15, and it's staying more or less, hasn't gone up by too much. So they're in this, and as long as they stay in it, the deeper they take it, the more of a chance they feel they've got.
Nicely struck down the ground from Gupta, although a dot and a 1 to finish that over. It's not a bad finish from Haq. I think that 5th ball that he bowled there, Rico, that is the length as far as I'm concerned for this seaside attack to bowl. As we have a quick look at the stats gun, top batters from Malmöhus. They've spread the runs around. As you can see, some pretty even contributions from that group. Gupta, Patanaik, the big strike rate heavy batters. That's why they're out there to start with. But Malhotra bringing plenty of quality down the order. And as we said, we've got guys like Tara and also Malidi to come and try to give some acceleration. So they're not out of this by any stretch. No. Tidy enough start, 12 and over.
Yeah, certainly not. And of course, the top bowlers for Seaside, Ali Saeed, you get to see him, Hussain, he's already bowled. So it's going to be a good competition, this. It really is, between these two teams.
So they're just going to need 1 or 2 mega overs, aren't they? That go for maybe 25, maybe even one in the 30 range.
Played out for a single.
Once again, that short of a length delivery. It is really shooting through on the pitch. And you know when you've got a batter of the quality of Ankit Gupta, who's struggling to get his timing on the pull shot, that it's not easy out there. He's presumably had a bit of a look at what's happened to the first couple of bowlers. Pushing through. Second delivery of his over. Just a single off the first. Big swing down the ground. He's made good contact. Didn't look great off the bat, but we've talked about how powerful that stick is in the hands of Sambit Patanaik, and that's a glorious stroke. Smoking Ali straight back over his head.
Yeah, what a big hit this is. I don't know what this goes on and hits, but there was a tremendous thud behind us, so it certainly crashed into something. Well, it's actually gone onto the scaffolding. Well, how about that? What a shot that is. And I think that's Richards up there. That's felt the vibration of that.
We shouldn't underestimate what a good shot that was, Rico. It wasn't a bad length ball from Ali, and Patanaik's had to get the wrist through very, very quickly and has timed it beautifully.
Cracking shot. And, well, are we going to see something sensational in this match? Up in the air, opportunity. And just not carrying, and well, what about that for a... He couldn't stop himself, had to got the brakes on. And, yeah, look, he can't be disappointed with himself. He's done amazingly well. He's coming from a long way to try and take this.
Just off the bottom of Patanaik's bat. Timing not quite there, like the last ball. Fortunate, a 69. Haag has gone sliding through on his backside. He will not be the last fielder that will happen to in this game.
Oh, what a shot this is. He muscles this one over the boundary. Manos arriba, Vidro. Eso es 6 más. And this is a quality shot. You see Saeed going for the shorter delivery. And this one was the case of, don't bowl that to me. You bowl that to me, you're going to have to go fetch it. And hit Gupta. Is he going to save his best form to when it matters? And certainly matters here at the moment in this crunch match, the quarterfinal. The 50 has come up.
Gives himself space to the leg side. Only just survives. The ball popped over the top of middle stump. Nice little ball from Ali. I like the thinking from Gupta though. There's some room on that square leg boundary, both in front and behind it. He sensed the space, and chasing a target like this, sometimes you've got to take some risks, sometimes you've got to manufacture boundaries. It's good batting. Partnership 50 and only 23 balls. Ali on a much better length. Ball goes up, catching opportunity, and the skipper's gone. That's a huge wicket. Saeed had a tough over up until that point, but got a ball on a good length, and the safe hands of the Seaside skipper, Adi Arora. That's the end of Gupta. He goes for 29 of 15 balls, and Melmahus, the end of the fourth, they are 50 for 1. Nice bit of bowling from Saeed. Decent length, probably just a touch short of a length, but pushed it across outside off stump, and the flashing blade of Gupta didn't time it, probably trying to swing it down to long on more so rather than opening himself up and going over cover. It's a bright enough start though. Going at 12.5 runs and over after the first 4. Behind the rate at the moment. In around 16 and over, but there's time to catch up. Patanaik has been joined at the crease by Rizwan Tarar. He's a man who can certainly find the boundary with regularity when he's in rhythm. He'll have to start fast today. He's got some more left arm medium pace to deal with. Sabazard Hark comes in for his second over. Full ball on the leg side. Nicely struck, but it's just going to be the single. Taba Hakim coming in quickly from mid-wicket. Good bit of bowling from Hark, just spearing it into the toes. Love to get a couple of dots balls here while Tara is new to the crease. Hasn't really got a long time to settle down. Coming around the wicket to the new man. Full toss. He's struck it beautifully. Just falls short of Gadaraya out there on the deep cover boundary. He's been done over by the slippery pill. The ball's landed about 1.5 meters in front of him and shot through. And his hands weren't as secure as they should have been. And that's a boundary to get Tara off the mark. Not an easy shot to play. It was a full toss outside off stump from a left-hander coming around the wicket. Timed it very nicely. Looks like he's got something in his eye as he's running in. Just getting the umpire to inspect it. Guess you could call that some one-eyed umpiring, but couldn't be further from the truth for the quality of work that we've had from the decision makers here today. Still getting a little bit of treatment from the umpire. Clearly something's flown into that left eye, which is causing him some level of discomfort. Not sure whether it was an insect or something else floating around the place, just giving us a chance to reset here. It's up to 55 for 1. 2 balls into the 5th over. Cannon on 19. Tara, 4 off his first delivery. 93 needed of 34 deliveries. Well, Tara goes long, very high, very big. What a start from him. 4 and 6 off his first 2 deliveries, and he has absolutely cracked that ball. Gorgeous strike of the bat. And that's carried the boundary by a good 10 metres. Hearty round of applause from the fans out there in the benches. Drifts on the leg side, Tara clips it nicely. Fielder comes around, tough catch in these conditions. Mutaba made good ground, slid into the catch, but couldn't control it in the end. Could be a big moment. Tara has started on fire. In fact, he's almost timed that last shot too well. Gave Mutaba an opportunity to take the catch. Wasn't a great ball. Good effort from the young man in that pressure fielding position. Padanayak, he goes big. That's gone very high. It's going to be the bowler calling for the catch. He's fumbled it, and the fist goes up from Padanayak. He wasn't even watching, but he heard the groans from the Seaside team. Difficult catch. It skied. The ball's moist, but the bowler had plenty of times to set himself, and the hands were just too split. He's whacked the ball into that second eye that wasn't injured in the first place, and his hands have just covered everything. Final ball. So much drama here today on quarterfinal day. Spears in the Yorker. Tara trying to give himself momentum coming down the crease. Oh, it is all happening here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Malmahus, the first half of their innings is now complete. They are 63 for 1. So they're behind the run rate. They need a further 85 off the remaining 5 overs. This is not out of their grasp by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to require some big hitting. Run rate up to 16.5. But it just requires one huge over from them, an over of 25. And all of a sudden, this chase is going to look much, much more manageable. Question's going to be for the skipper. Who does he use in particular as his 5th bowler? Well, he's made a big call, bringing himself on. He's had a few overs in the tournament where he's gotten hit for big runs. He's had a couple of overs that he's picked up wickets and bowled pretty well, but this is a pressure time for the skipper to bring himself on. And I suspect that Patanaik will look at him as a bowler they can really target. So it's going to be Aurora to at least take one of the overs required from the fifth bowler. Short of a length. He hasn't gotten all of it. Catch. Oh, it's a wonderful catch taken by that man, Hark. Well, he hasn't completed the caught and bowled off his own bowling, but comes on and backs up the skipper. It was an ordinary ball from Aurora. Just held up off the pitch. Big swing straight. Patanaik only got it once again off the tail end of his bat, but thought he must have been on for the boundary given how straight it hit. And it was a great grab from Hark. Super fielding. Malmahus now 63 for 2. And see the disappointment in Patanaik's face. Knew he just had to get that a little bit more off the meat of the bat, and it was a much needed boundary, as it was. Superb outfielding from Hark. He's come into the team today and hasn't had the greatest of time with the ball. But an excellent boundary catch. Made good ground. They've got to keep going hard. I think that's a good move. They brought Malidi in as the number 4 bat. All right, good ball, a little bit of a change of pace, rolled the fingers over it. It's in the block hole, and it's just going to be a single. He's got the capability of hitting big all over the ground. Might even look to target that big gap that's sitting between long off and cover position on the field, on the boundary. Aurora, lovely length again, right up in the block hole. Aurora can only just swing it down to that man Hark, who's patrolling the mid-off, long off boundary. Skipper running over, trying to get a towel. Should be wiping this ball at every opportunity. You want to give your bowlers every chance you can to get a good grip on it. Might be the over that seals the fate of Malmahus here. No boundaries in the first 3 balls. Leedy comes down the track. He's found the gap. Will it run to the boundary? Nifty footwork from Gadaraya. They won't stop the 2, but they have stopped the 4. Risky stuff from Gadaraya. Stuck the boot out. Sure, the skipper would have loved to see him get down. Put the big dive in, use the hands, but as it is, it's 2. Given the pace that Aurora's bowling, we would suspect that Malidi's going to charge him again. Steps back in his crease this time. Doesn't get a great piece of it. Hark sprinting in. Almost had his second catch of the over. Just drops short. This has turned out to be a good change. The skipper's come up with a great over here. Ball just not coming onto the bat. These big hitters from Malmahus. Struggling to get their timing against the medium pacer. 5 runs off the over. And this equation is looking very difficult. Tara, he keeps them in it with a Maximo. That's launched to the 10s. Beautiful shot. And just when you got the feeling that Seaside were getting on top in this game, Rizwan Tara has launched an absolute bomb over the long on boundary. Fielder turns his head. That sails a long way. Beautiful shot. Malmahus 74 for 2. 6 overs gone, and the equation 74 required from the last 24 deliveries. So they're going to have to be some big overs to come. But Malmahus only 2 wickets down. Got 2 excellent power hitters there. We'll have a quick look at the win probability. Certainly in Seaside's favour at the moment. But for so long as there is the quality of batting that they have at the crease at the moment, Malmahus will sense that they still are in this game. Good time for the skipper to bring back Ali. He's probably the most consistent pace bowler. On the button, Taras swings across the line. Just going to be a single. Chowdhury Fields out on that long on boundary. See the Malmahus team all standing on the boundary, trying to will these two batters to the total. Rusman Tuara. He probably holds the key for them at the moment. Hasn't played a long innings of substance in this tournament, but found the boundary when he's needed to. Short. Lucky to get away with that. Malidi pushes through for the one. Very fortunate indeed. Wasn't a great ball from Ali. And there's the fielder on the deep square leg, but Tara quite rightly was looking to put that behind square. So much tension at Landskrona Cricket Ground today. It's been a fantastic quarterfinals day already. An absolute classic in game one. Now this second game, complete opposite of game one, but phenomenal entertainment. Ali full outside off stump once again. Not the greatest ball from him, but Malidi swings hard. It's a good hitter over the covers, so just like that was in his region. Just swung late. Sometimes a surprise to get the full bunger from a bowler of this ability. Fielder inside the circle at third man too, so it wouldn't have taken too much bat for it to fly for a boundary. Drops short on the leg side. And squeeze through for the extra as well. 2 runs to the total. Feels like Ali's just lost his line and length the last couple of balls. He's been fortunate that they haven't cost him dearly. He's checking the grip on his shoes there. See this again. He's gone tumbling. Clearly not confident with his footing at the moment. Still got a few balls to get through in this over. Halfway down, 3 to come. Find Tara back on strike. Swing and a miss. That's a better delivery from Ali. Good line from the left-hander. Tara charging down the pitch at him. Just popped over his bat. There's a hefty swing and he needs to keep swinging hard. Keeper standing right up. You can see that Ali's probably down a little bit on pace, just focusing on getting the ball through, not making too many errors. Another big swing, and that's what the angle of the left armour does. It's a good line from Ali Saeed. He's got 1 ball to go. Dots off the last 2. Recovered after that bad leg side wide. Rizwan Tara maybe needs to step across to outside off stump more rather than giving himself space. He's already getting the angle to work with him over that offside. Big ball here. Took a 6 off the last ball of the previous over. Really needs to repeat the dose. Well, it was in his zone, but he swung hard across the line. Just gotten an inside edge back onto his pads. That's turned out to be a pretty good over from Ali Saeed. No boundaries. And Malmahus, 77 for 2. And having a look forward to the next game, it's the #1 qualifier from Group A, Evergreen. Undefeated in the qualification games, and they are up against Hissingens, who started the tournament in fantastic form. Struggled a bit the last couple of days, but they look to have their big guns back. Srinivasan in the lineup, Nithin Ramakrishna at the top. Certainly if he gets going, then there will be a big score coming for Hissingens, but that Evergreen lineup, they have some power of their own. Umar Nawaz was fabulous through the group stages, and Arsalan Ali, he was very good in the opening spot. Good to see Muhammad Kadir back, while his left arm orthodox. Looks like Addy Aurora's coming back to bowl his second. He's the bowler that you could see that the Malmahus team were targeting. Thought he might have been the weak point, but his first over only went for 11. Sense it's going to be the game in this over. They really need 25, possibly even 30 to try to keep themselves in the contest. The number of balls just whittling down. 69 now of 18 deliveries. Aurora big wide. Well, that's going to be helpful. That's an ordinary delivery from the skipper, and it's swung a long way past the wicket keeper. Malmo, who's going to chase this down, getting some freebies like that will help immensely. Can't blame the keeper. That one has swung a long way down leg side, and fine leg sitting pretty wide in the 30-metre circle, had no chance of supporting. It's a great start to the over. Aurora should put that big in swinger back in the kit bag and just focus about finding a decent line and length and just saying to the batters, you swing hard and I'm going to wait for an error. Well, he has done exactly that. The ball's been popped up and it's a solid catch from Umar Chowdhury. Good comeback from the skipper. Really, really sensible stuff. And Rizwan Tarar, after an enterprising innings, he's gone for 19 off 11. And that's another nail in the coffin of Malmahus. They're not gone yet, but certainly they could have done with a couple of big strikes from Tarar, and a man who knows plenty about big striking. Good to introduce Rico Fall back into the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back and just been watching some of this from the outfield. It made good starts, haven't they? And the captain Gupta 29 of 15 and Patmite 20 of 12. And you see there, Rizwan Tara, he got going as well, 19 off 11, but they're just falling at the wrong time. And that rate is just getting higher and higher, which means every batter coming in is having to swing hard. And swing hard. Sorry, Andrew. Swing hard is what you got to do. Not only does he swing hard, he sends this a long way. As you said, it is not over yet.
Certainly not. That's a great shot first ball from Malhotra. Interesting, we talked technically about him yesterday, Rico, that he sits his hands much lower than the rest of his teammates. This might actually play into his favour today with the pitch, which is still some moisture up top, so it's going to shoot through. You never know. The Stevenage days of Malhotra, they might be a huge benefit.
Goes up in the air a long way. The captain, Aurora, wants it. He's all over the place, though. Has to be said. He can't even catch up with it. And he does get the throw. Where's the throw going? Oh, they can keep running here. And they will. They'll take the extras. They'll take whatever they can get. He just never looked like Aurora that he was going to catch this. He's running after this, hands all over the place. He needed really to leave it to the fielder, who just looks at him and disgust. And he says, right, now you can go fetch it. And the captain, under pressure, gets a bad throw in as well. That's a lovely moment there for the fielder, saying, all right, Skip, you want it, you have it.
Lovely moment. Saeed Ali's got some good hands. If I was the skipper, I would have said, you take it.
Short, pumped. That's hit hard. It's been hit long. It goes all the way. 6 more, and that's what they need. And you can see 1 or 2 off the teammates there saying, yeah, that's Patnaik there. He's just saying, that's it. Just stay calm, stay focused, and keep hitting big. And Sandeep Malidi, these two, look, when you talk about the batting that's still there, these two can hit the ball pretty well. I'm still surprised that Malhotra didn't open. I know that they needed to make some changes to get the acceleration in early, but I think Malhotra is just as good. I would still have had Patnaik come in maybe 1 or 2 down, but Malhotra trying to do it here now, coming in. It's quite improbable, but the way these two can hit the ball, anything is possible.
Certainly is. Said they needed 25 or 30 of this over. It's gone for 20 already. 2 balls to go.
Shot. This is going to be 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagyao. That's an absolute beaut out of the middle of Malidi's bat.
Tell you what, Shaka Lagia indeed, Rico. Lovely strike. He hasn't tried to overhit it. In fact, he stayed calm those last 2 balls, Malidi. They haven't been massive swings. played the ball on its merit. 26 off the over.
Game alive. Up in the air, shouts to catch it, but the fielder can't even stop it. It's 4 more. Oh, absolute cracking strike there from Malidi. He's gone into the 20s, and Aurora, he's gone for 41 of his 2 overs. Wow, how about this? We're going to have a classic finish here. 109, 3 wickets down, and well, we just wait for the update to come on the board there, and I make it 39 required of 12 deliveries. And when you think of the way that they're being gained, anything is possible.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have Hussain and Gadaraya as the last 2 overs. Big call for the skipper here. Gadaraya is probably the harder proposition to take to the boundary, but it actually looks like they've gone for, is this Hussain who's coming in? I think so. So
yeah,
they've gone
Hussain
for the right arm over the wicket. Hussain was a little bit all over the place in his first over. Went for 16, including a couple of wides. They'd love another set of freebies, another 5 wides on the total. But let's see what Hussain can produce. 2 overs to go.
Full toss, no ball surely. Is he going to go to the boundary as well? It does! Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And that's 5 runs from nowhere. That is 5 from nothing. The ball will have to be bowled again. Pressure time here. Oh, this game is up and alive now.
Certainly is, Rico Full. I've got to admit, if I was the skipper, I think I would have turned to Gadaraya and said,
Yep,
you try to get through this with an 8 or 10 run over and give Hussain plenty to play with in the last. Free hit for Malhotra. Huge ball.
Oh, he's pumped it, it's gone. Volley. They can't believe it. They're still in it. They thought they were down and out. Well, what a shot, Malhotra. He's come down the order, but the man is showing the class that he has. Well, you say he played a lot of his cricket in Stevenage. Well, this is the sort of weather you have in Stevenage. So it's like he's playing at home, and he's hitting it big, and he's keeping his team's hope alive.
Certainly is. Come on, do it for Hertfordshire. Malhotra, this is a stunning innings from him. He's up to 19 off 4. What must Hussain be thinking? He's been pumped. His first legitimate ball, 28 needed.
Yeah, he's got to. I mean, Malhotra is going to go after everything here, and Hussain's just got to get the ball right up there. Maybe just change his pace slightly, but go outside the off. And he gets a dot ball in. Oh, where's this been thrown? This is incredible. I mean, this is stupidity for me from the wicketkeeper. What are you thinking here? Well, this is all about pressure. And Singh just throws this away for no reason at all. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, not good cricket at all. About the only upside for Seaside is that it's brought Malidi back into the crease. And as well as he's hitting it, you probably are quite happy to see Malhotra off strike.
In the air, fielder needs to stop this. They'll try and put pressure on. They do. In comes the throw, and they've got to keep looking. You've got to keep looking. There's another here. Oh, they decide no. The big sign comes up to say no. You've got to take those runs. They could be valuable.
Certainly do, but it was a good ball from Hussain. Got it on decent length outside. He's only got 1 fielder outside the circle on the off. So the fact that Malidi hit it to that region, it's very helpful for him. He's got to decide he's got to pick his poison here. They've been hitting hard straight and over the leg side. If I was Hussain, I'd be pushing a good length outside off again.
Yeah, there's some conversation happening between the umpire here, Sagar Hanif, and the third umpire. Not sure what this is about. Surely they haven't picked up on any. What's going on here? I'm seeing nothing. I thought for a moment I was going to see like a signal for a free hit or something. No, it's not. Back to the action. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a good delivery. They're going to try and hustle for 2. It's been picked up calmly by a man that's going to play a big part in this match for sure.
Good running, though. I think that was sensible. Malhotra considered pushing through for the second, but it's probably still too much of a risk at that stage. It's so crucial for them to have 2 hitters at the crease. If he went taking a massive risk. That would have put a huge dent in their chances.
Yeah. Sane. Goes full, and he's going to be a boundary. It's 4 more. This is a terrific shot, and this takes the score down to 20 of 7 deliveries. And when you have a look at some of the over scores that have come in this match, you just think that's a walk in the park.
Oh, this is a remarkable chase, Rico. Haven't Malmahus shown some guts? They looked down and out after that incredible batting innings from Seaside. They've had to come out and start batting in the wet. They have all contributed, and the man, Malhotra, it feels like the game is in his hands. This is a huge ball.
Goes for the slow one. He's going to go to the boundary. Sensational stuff. Oh, well, the European Cricket Network, it's all about making players' dreams come true. It's been all about dreams here today in these quarterfinals. And are we going to see an incredible chase? 148 is required. And that means 16 required or 6 balls. It could go right down to the golden ball. Wouldn't that be something? Andrew Ryan, have we ever seen 2 matches like this? The first quarterfinal was a low-scoring thriller. The second one ends up being a high-scoring thriller.
Have we got replacements coming in for the second 2 games, Rico? I don't know if I can take much more of it. This is extraordinary stuff. Dheeraj Malhotra has played a magnificent over there. The 2 fours off the last 2 balls, he sat calmly. He knew where he wanted to hit. And he had the last ball from Hussain. It was telegraphed as a slower ball. He just waited for it to sit into his leg stump, swung it away for a boundary. This is incredible. They require 16 of the last 6 balls.
Well, hang on a minute. Forget that for a moment. Big news coming in. This is why there's been a lot of discussion going on, a lot of shaking of heads. 5 penalty runs for slow over rate. 5 penalty runs. So we're going to go down. That takes it down to 11 required for victory. This is incredible. Can't believe it. There's a lot of discussions going on. The captain getting involved in it. He's saying he's not happy about it. But look, if that's a decision that's made, you've got to go with it. Oh, well, what a turn up for the books here. Look, I just want to focus on those last 2 overs as well. Aditya Arora, no wonder he's not happy. His 8th over went for 30. That last one, 23. That's 53 runs have come off just the last 12 balls. And 11 will be required for victory with the penalty runs going on the board.
Oh, Rico, incredible stuff. You just cannot find more drama than we've had today. Gadarai, the left armour, he's still got 11 runs to play with. Wouldn't they love the wicket of one of these 2 batters early on? This is truly incredible. 53 of the last 2 overs. It's an extraordinary chase.
Gadarai, I mean, you're absolutely right. Gadarai should have bowled that 9th over. You've just got to do it. I mean, Arora, I think the captain, he's going to learn a hard lesson. He wanted to be a star. He wanted to be a hero, thinking, I'll bowl this one. Match is in the bag. It wasn't in the bag. 30 runs of that 8th. Put this match alive again. Hussain bowled the 9th. I think it should have been Gadarai. You want to, as the fielding side, want to leave as many required of the last over. It's gone down to 15 because of penalty runs as well. Here we go. Gadarai comes in. He's hit this, and it's out of the park. 6 runs. This is something sensational that's been witnessed here. Oh, goodness me. Sandeep Malidi hits this big. It's all happening. 5 now in 5. How did they get to this? Well, I have no idea what is going on here today. There's something in the air in Landskrona. In comes Gadarai. And he just pulls up short.
I don't blame him, Rico. He's got 5 runs to defend in 5 balls. Question here for you. Does Malmahus try to end this in 1 shot, or do they say, actually, the field's sitting back on the 30, let's do it in singles and 2s?
No, don't change what you're doing. Play your shots. They've been playing your shots. Play your shots. And it wasn't the best of deliveries. This has to be stopped. It has been. They keep it to 1. That's fine. 4 or 4.
I think if something's in the slot here for Malhotra, it's only a 4 needed. I don't think he's going to try to over-elevate. There's a big gap. They've got quite a straight mid-wicket, and the other fielder just coming around forward of square leg on the boundary. They've got a good 30 metres between them. I suspect that's where he's going to aim. Gadarai, he's got to push it across the body.
Gadarai, in he comes. Malhotra is calling no ball. Oh, this is going to be 2. And the one, no, it's not. It's going to be 3. Clever running. And they've taken 3 of that one, so 1 will be required, and it's going to be a free hit. Oh, my word. Have a look at the scenes there at the side.
This Malmahus team, they are hugging each other already. You could say it's not over, but what a turn of events here. And poor Gadarai, given the responsibility of this last over, he's come up with a no ball when they could at least afford it. This is going to be a free hit, and Malhotra, who has 29 off 8, it's hard to believe that he's not going to capitalise and conclude the game here.
Well, sensational, absolutely sensational. The scores are tied. Any run will do it. And this will do it. It's been an amazing victory. I can't believe it myself. I've never seen 2 matches like this back to back. We saw the low scoring thriller, and now this one. Well, hang on a minute. What are they doing? Why are they carrying on? It's over. It's all over. Get off. Celebrate. The job is done. Well, yes, it is. There you go. And they're going to run on to the pitch here and party like you've never seen before. What a sensational match. This is unbelievable. You cannot believe the scenes that we've seen here today. Oh, I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it. What a treat.
Rico, I've got absolute goosebumps. That is the most. If we said this morning was an ECS classic, that is one of the most incredible chases under pressure. They came out to bat when it was bucketing down rain. The skipper, Ankit Gupta, propelled himself to the top of the order. He was the one finding the boundaries earlier on. A couple of times down the ground, a couple of times to short balls. He got them moving. It was a brilliant display from him, but ultimately he sent one straight down the throat of the skipper, and that halted the momentum for a few moments.
Yeah, just for a few moments. Well, this one, how would they love to have those back? Well, can I have my eye back? Says the bowler. Yeah, all right, says the umpire, sorting him out there. But look, there was a lot of this in this match. Balls going over the boundary. And key moments, well, what could be key moments? A catch going down, but that could be key. He knew that he let himself down there. But at that moment of time, they thought, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. This was another one that goes down. Catches do win matches. And we saw one when the captain came on as well. Aurora, he could have taken one. That was a sensational catch in these conditions. It was never going to be easy to catch that ball in those damp conditions. And at this moment of time, even though he was still struggling with something in his eye, he said, I only need one. I can still take the catches. And we needed something special to happen, and it did happen. And 2 men that have always been in fine form, Malidi and Malhotra, produced something sensational. Don't forget that one, that 5. And this over is where it all went wrong.
It certainly was, and you get the feeling that 5 wides down the leg side from the skipper to begin the 8th over is just the moment that Malmahus needed to believe that this was a possibility. They also put down a couple of very gettable chances.
Yeah.
Both Hark and Aurora didn't take catches off their own bowling, and Hitesh Malhotra and Sandeep Malidi have played an absolutely phenomenal last 3 overs.
Oh, I just still can't believe it. I mean, that over that went for 30 from the captain. He started badly, but when you think so many things could have happened there, the catch should have been taken. He shouldn't have been in the picture. It should have been the fielder. The fielder says, you want it, Skip, I'll step back. So many things happen. But didn't they do it in style? I mean, sometimes you just got to keep believing. This is, once again, I say this all the time, no matter what the situation is, you always have to believe. You always have to believe that nothing is impossible. And that's exactly what Marmarhus did there. They believed that it was not impossible, even when those earlier wickets went. And then you can see the jubilant celebration there. Marmarhus have booked their place in the semi-final. It's been an incredible run chase. Certainly one of the best that I've ever seen.
Oh, incredible, Rico. We'll have to wrap this up relatively quickly and talk about more about this extraordinary game in the next match. So, Evergreen and Hissingens, how do they follow up those first two contests? It has been incredible, and our hearts go out to Seaside, who played their socks off, put in a brilliant batting performance. But quick look ahead to this one. Evergreen, they're undefeated, going in rampaging favourites against Hissingens. But if anything, these first two games have shown us is that performances in the group stage mean absolutely nothing. And Hissingens will very much be throwing the kitchen sink at Evergreen. Umar Nawaz, he's the key man for them to get out at the top of the order. If they can subdue him and get into the middle order, very much giving themselves some good hope. But Rico Full, those two matches this morning have been incredible. Marmarhus, take us through their batting card.
Oh, well, what can I say? Anup Gupta, he got it absolutely right. We were saying that. Well, I said, didn't I? I cannot understand why Malhotra is coming so low down. I think he could be the key opening up. Well, they went for Patanaik, but they're still, the thing about them was they kept on going, they kept on scoring, and the man I was talking about, Malhotra, he did play a massive part in that win, in that partnership with Malidi. What a scorecard, what a match. It's quite incredible. One of the best chases I've seen, chasing 148 for victory. They got there. Not only did they get there, they got there with 3 balls to go.
They did, and they also did it in incredibly tough batting conditions. We go back to the first 3 or 4 overs of that game. It was raining on and off. The ball was skidding. The outfield was getting saturated. Just extraordinary. And look at this bowling card. Ali Saeed tried his heart out, 1 for 18, but unfathomable how they have chased this down. And Rico, we've got with us here beside the skipper of Marmarhus Cricket Club, Ankit Gupta. Do you want to take him through a quick interview, and I'll put the headphones on?
I don't know how much time we've got, but I think it's just worthwhile just to get him on very quickly. Well, I tell you what, Ankit Gupta, I don't think you've ever been happier than this in your life, have you?
I would say chakka lag gaya.
You would say chakka lag gaya. Look, I have been around Europe doing ECM matches all over the place. I've never seen 2 matches like this. A low-scoring thriller, then that chase. Incredible. You made some changes. I'm not going to say I told you so on 1 or 2 of those, but it was absolutely magnificent. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Rico. And thanks to European Cricket Network. We are really, really so happy.
So happy he is. He's going to be partying, but not too much. He's going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be back in a short moment. It's going to be a very quick change around again. We're just going to leave you to see that match summary. But what a fantastic day we're having so far here today. And, well, I don't know if I can keep my voice going for the next 2 matches coming up. But I'm going to take a little bit of syrup to go down my throat along with Andy Ryan, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Or less than that, I think, about 5 minutes.
We've been treated to 2 excellent quarterfinals already, and I think the 3rd quarterfinal is just going to be just as spicy and tasty as well. It's Evergreen coming back. They were the team that in Group A were dominant. They won all their matches, and that was down to the strength and depth that they showed with their batting, and their captain Amir is going to be keen to keep that unbeaten record intact. They're up against Hissingens. Hissingens, they're a team that had their troubles back in 2021. They didn't win one of their matches, but they are the most improved team so far. They won the first 3 matches, the first time they've won any matches in a long time in the European Cricket Series, and that then put them in a high. But the last 5 matches they have lost. They'll be looking to recapture some of the form that they were in when they beat Malmöhus, chasing a huge 142. If they can do that, they've got a good chance to make it into tomorrow's semi-finals. The captain, Amir and Gokul, are with the tournament referee, Rob Kemming. Let's join him for the all-important coin toss.
Tails called. It is tails. Yeah. Your bet first? Okay.
The captain of Hissingen, Gokul Srinivasan, winning the toss and decided he's going to have a bat first. For me, it's very important how his fitness is going into this match. We know that he struggled, but if they're going to get a big score on the board, he's got to play a big part. We haven't seen the best of him. We have, though, seen the best of Nitin Ramakrishna. He needs to find his touch again, though. He's been out of touch the last couple of games. 232 runs he scored in this series so far. And he'll be looking for good support from also Rakesh and Kilari. If they can do that, I think they can get to a score around about the 130 mark, which will be very competitive. With the ball, look out for Vaibhav Joshi. He's certainly been the pick of the bowlers, along with the unorthodox style of Abhinav Kama. And we also have the man that is known for doing the Mankad, and we've named him Santi Mankad, and he'll play a big part in this match as well. Evergreen, I think the man who's been in really good form has been Umar Nawaz. 324 he scored, and don't forget he's the only man that scored a century. In fact, there's only been 3 men that scored a century in this ECN season so far, and he's one of them. 102 of 36 deliveries against Seaside. He's one to watch, but I think the depth isn't there with Evergreen, so I think their captain Amir Ali, he certainly has to perform, and maybe somebody like Saran Aslam can be back in the side and back in the runs again. With the bowling, the key bowlers, the pick of the bowlers for me would certainly be the seamer, Basit Ahmed. He's been very good, but watch out for the spin of Mohammad Qadir. He's been really good as well, but you cannot go without mentioning the man that's top of the wicket takers so far for their team, and that's Imran Kiani. He's been very good. He's got good variations, and he could play a big part in this quarterfinal. It's going to be an exciting match. We've had plenty of entertainment so far in the first 2 quarterfinals, and I know a man that's certainly looking forward to the start of this one. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box for the start of, hopefully, another classic coming up your way.
Certainly right, Rico Fall. I am absolutely waiting with bated breath for these final 2 games today. Those first 2 have been extraordinary cricket contests, and not just in the T10 format, just 2 of the absolute classics of European cricket over the last couple of years. Just unbelievable. And both ends of the spectrum too. Very, very low scoring game in which Ariana crept through in the first contest, and then the second one. Malmöhus have just put on the most unbelievable chase that I have seen in ECS cricket. Just incredible stuff in difficult conditions. But we turn our thoughts to this game 3. It is Evergreen, who have qualified for the finals in first position out of Group A. They were very, very strong, taking down every one of their opponents in the first week relatively comfortably for the most part. They were put under pressure on a couple of times, but they showed some depth in their batting lineup when they needed, and their bowling is nice and varied and has got quality all over the place. They're up against Hissingens, who started the tournament with a bang. Remember, they came in here having a record of 0-8 for last year, but they were very, very good in the early stages before, unfortunately, their form taking a turn for the worse towards the back end. But as we said, they've got their skipper, Gokul Srinivasan, who's back on deck today. And Nitin Ramakrishna, if he can discover some of his hitting form from earlier in the tournament, then Evergreen will be chasing the Kookaburra all over this field. Expected score, Evergreen, 109 to 90. Probably a fair assessment of where these teams would sit on form. But as I said, if Ramakrishnan can rediscover his touch from the first couple of days, then Evergreen may not know what's hit them. He was batting brilliantly in the early stages, and he's going out to take up the attack with Chaitanya Kalari, who's had some good moments throughout this tournament. Contributed with both bat and ball. They could do with a few of those middle players, like the likes of Kalari and Kamar, for instance, just having a really, really good game today. And if they can do that, then they will certainly press this Evergreen team all the way. God, it's been just an unbelievable start to the quarterfinals day. If you haven't seen the first two games, go back on the YouTube stream or on the FanCode stream and either watch the highlights or just tuck into the second innings. Just two completely unbelievable contests, and ones that will go down and live in the memory of ECS fans for a long, long time. Thank you very much for all the fans who are joining us today. It's been an absolute buffet of entertainment. Everyone on the YouTube chat, sorry if we haven't been referring to it too often during the course of those first two games, but there has just been so much happening. Just all amazing cricket all round. As Asif taking up the attack to begin game three. Starts with a dot ball. Kalari taking strike. Ramakrishna on the non-striker's end. Undoubtedly the key man for this Hissingen's batting lineup, but Kalari will need to give him able support. Steve coming wide of the crease. Spears it in. Nice ball. Going through with the angle. Kalari lucky not to get an inside edge onto the stumps, but it squeezes away to square leg. And then Kalari fielding out there. And we have a quick look at the stats gun. First over stats. And Evergreen, they've been consistently pretty good. Hissingens, their average, reflecting the fact they've been quite up and down. Shown some power, particularly when Ramakrishna's got started. But they've also had a few poor starts to their innings, and particularly over the last couple of days. And Ramakrishna on strike. Struck the ball nicely. Just needs to give himself a couple of balls to get in. Try to find the rhythm. Certainly very, very good form putting away the short ball when he's been at his best. Suspect the line from Asif will be outside off stump, probably relatively fullish. The fielder's out at long on and down at third man. Good ball, zeroed in on the stumps. Ramakrishna just plays it safely back. A good first over from Asif to this point. With one run off it. Plenty of chat out there from Evergreen. A vocal team, really make you feel under pressure with the infielders. Lovely ball, and Ramakrishna goes for a big heave to the leg side. Unbelievably poor choice of shot from a high quality batsman. Clearly needing to get moving, but nonetheless, that was just a big heave and nice line of length from Asif, and it takes out his off stump. Beautiful bowling, just came back off the deck, hitting the top of off. That's exceptional stuff from Asif, and that is a big, big wicket. Came here today. Surely that would have been target number one, sending Ramakrishna back to the sheds early on, and they've achieved that objective and achieved it very, very quickly. Didn't even trouble the scorers, unfortunately. And that brings the skipper, Gokul Srinivasan. So much rests on his shoulders now. Sat out one of the games in their final hair. Just struggling a little bit physically with an injury, and got himself back on deck for today. Comes out with his team 1 for 1. One ball left in this final ball of the first over. First slip in place. Oh, lovely ball. Tails away from Srinivasan, who expected it to be spearing to his stumps. Ball was swung away late. The keeper's moving to his left. What a seed from Asif. Thought it might have got an outside edge at first glance, but it didn't. It's just ecked back viciously and goes running away to the boundary. So buys the main contributor to the score for Hislingens at the moment. Having a look at the chat, Wakas talking about Asif being a very high quality bowler in Sweden. Certainly the evidence from that first over is that is the case. Good 6 balls from him. Great to have everyone on the chat with us today who's joined us through YouTube. Paul Tucker and Helix there. Ivan B has been chiming in. Jihad Hassan, Nazim Ahmed. Just great to have you all on board with us for some more fantastic T10 cricket. There's Kalari back on strike to start the second over. He'll start to find his range. Need to take advantage while the field's up. Saran Aslam coming on to take the second over, so he's still got a pretty new ball. Good delivery to begin with. And just drifting down the leg side, loses his line of touch. Seem to just continually roll out these solid right arm pacemen. Evergreen. Really good unit. Bat reasonably deeply. They got challenged a couple of times during this tournament earlier on, but the middle and lower order came back as that swung straight down the ground. It's going to take a great catch. And that man, Umar Nawaz, he's done most of his damage with the bat this tournament. But that is a stunning grab as he made great ground coming around on his left. Dove on this soft turf here at Landskrona and takes an excellent catch. Well, Kalari probably thought he'd done enough to get a 4 in the books. Staring at it, Nawaz takes a diving catch. That is outstanding fielding and just adding to the incredible cricket that we have seen here at Landskrona today. This is just compelling stuff. Look at the happiness on the face of his teammates. Unbelievable. He's such a good cricketer, Nawaz. We saw him almost make back-to-back tons in Group A last week, and he's been very good in that fielding position long on. As Aslam continues, jags back. It's a good ball. Really good ball. Sudhir Aparal coming to the crease much earlier than he would have expected or would have certainly liked to be. Comes out with his team 6 for 2. Gokul Srinivasan, he's only faced 1 ball to date. Short of the length, opens up the bat face, looking for the single, but there's a crowd of fielders there, and a point, one a backward point. Going to be too many easy runs through that cordon. Aslam just bowling a nice channel outside off stump. New ball challenging top order batsman to take a risk to hit big. Aparal does go there. That's skidding off the turf and it's going to go for a boundary. Nice shot. Came a couple of steps down the track and just opened up a touch. Hit over cover. Got enough of the kookaburra to send it flying and certainly didn't plug this Landskrona turf as much as it's wet. It's been freshly mowed overnight. So the ball running off it. It's a hard surface underneath. Short ball just opens the face and runs it down to third man. Going to be a single, so Hislingens, they end the second over. 10 runs on the board, but unfortunately 2 wickets already back in the hatch. Pretty good start from Evergreen. Very professional in the way they've gone about things to date. Good bowling, keeping excellent line and length, not giving too many freebies. Haven't seen really too many rank half volleys to date. Burrell, he's out there, 5 and 4, courtesy of that boundary over the cover region. Srinivasan, he's only faced a ball so far. Sure, they've been watching games earlier today, saw what Helsingborg did, defending a low target of 63. Sif goes wide. It's cut, and it's cut nicely by Apparel. He's found the gap. Backward of point. Times it well. Flies along to the boundary. He started brightly. Just staying steady at the crease. Not a huge amount of foot movement back and across, but got the middle of the bat. Send us into the gap. It's excellent batting from him. Sif now got figures of 1 for 5. Majority of runs that came off his first over were byes. Lovely outswinger to finish the over. Full ball, another outswinger, lovely bowling. It's probably where he's going to trouble Apparel. Not getting that front foot across at all, so any late movement, particularly wide of off stump, it'll be difficult for him to hit with certainly any power, and big risk of an outside edge. That's why they're keeping the first slip in there. See, good length ball, that run a little bit quicker. Burrell once again, feet just cemented. Look at the stats gun. Power play summary. Evergreen Cricket Club been pretty consistent, scoring 42 as a power play average. It's outstanding stuff. It shows the power of that top order. Hissingen's not too bad. High of 55, average of 33. Just push down the leg side to see. Not getting the outswing that he might have wanted. Kristen Stumpson just kept on moving down there. Moment, Hissingens will take every single charitable donation they can. Score up to 16 for 2. We're halfway through the third over, so their power play will be done soon. Once again, a little bit of tail away outside off stump. This is clever bowling from Asif. Burrell took him to the boundary on the first ball. That was a much short of a length delivery. Since then, he's been full. He's been outside off stump, and he's been swinging away. And Burrell got to get his feet moving if he's going to deal with bowling of this quality. There he's in the stumps. Squeezes it around, but no single. Nice bit of work from the wicket keeper, Harris Adries, with the gloves for Evergreen. One more ball to go. Both Asif's second over as well as this power play. Evergreen will be very pleased with how it's ended up. Huge wicket of Ramakrishna early on. Short ball, Apparel swings hard. Out of reach though, and the umpire calls wide. It's the second wide of the over. Disappointed losing his line a touch, although he has been keeping that wide of off stump line for the majority, so occasionally possible bowler just drags it down a touch. Just a little bit of darkness descending over the ground. We've got some heavy clouds over the top, although it certainly doesn't look like it's threatening to rain at the moment. Quite a few heavy downpours during the previous contest. Short. Punches out to point, but there's no run. And that's the end of the over and the end of the power play. 17 for 2 after 3. Quick look at the stats gun showing its top batters and top bowlers from each side. We'll focus on the top batters for Hissingen's Ramakrishna. He's scored over 200 runs in this tournament. Unfortunately not adding to his total today. Sina Vasan, he's been very important for them as well. Unfortunately, Shrikant, who has had a couple of nice innings, isn't in the team for today, so he won't be supplementing what's coming from the batsman out there at the moment. Evergreen, their bowlers. Kiani's been so tight. I'm sure he'll be featured later, although Mohammad Aftab coming to the bowling crease now. Kadir's been very good with his left arm spin. And Basit Abdul has taken wickets in bunches for them in the group stage games. Aftab at the bowling crease. Feels like it's just getting darker and darker. You need someone to turn the lights on. Just a big, heavy grey cloud overhead, so certainly no risk of the sun poking through anytime soon, but as we're not getting rain, be reasonably happy. As Sina Vasan takes guard. He's been out there since the first over, but he's only faced one ball. Short ball down the leg side. Great start from Mohamed Aftab. Sina Vasan's pretty handy on the leg side. I'm going to be giving him short of a length balls in that region too often. Be fortunate that it's early in his innings. Decent length ball. Gokul tries to pull it, shoots through. Good correction from Aftab. Excellent bowling, and it pins back the off stump of the skipper, Sina Vasan. That's the third wicket down. Hissingen's in a spot of bother now, 17 for 3. Just was not short enough to be playing that shot. Sina Vasan spinning around. He can't believe he's been castled, but I think he'll go back and watch the replay and see that as much as that shot through a touch, it certainly wasn't short enough to be pulling, certainly not early in your innings. And Aftab celebrates. Third wicket down. Ravi Kumar and Jundaswamy walking out to the crease. He'll join Sudhir Aparal. They have plenty of work to do, these two. They need a Helsingborg Stars-like bowling performance if they're going to keep themselves in this game. But at the moment, 3 wickets down. They've got to try to at least get a total of 70 odd on the board. After short, outside of stump, big appeal. Didn't sound like anything from our vantage point here. It wasn't too much excitement from the bowler. It was just Harris Idris, the wicket keeper, who got in a bit of a fluster, but nothing coming from the bowler's end. Just been very disciplined with their line for the most part, this Evergreen squad. Just array of right arm, medium fast seamers. Putting the pressure on. It's a lovely ball. A little bit of late swing away. Drew him to play on the front foot. Good cricket all round. You can see why this Evergreen team have been so consistently successful in Swedish cricket. Just do a lot of things right with the ball. It's not particularly complicated, but they're very disciplined, strong in the field. They don't put down their catches. Short ball, a little bit high-ish, and well, there's another catching opportunity coming up. That's the 4th wicket down. Aftab's got 2 in his first over. He's got figures of 2 for none. And Hissingen's, their tournament is deteriorating quickly. They are 17 for 4. And poor Ravi Kumar and Jundaswamy didn't really deal well with the short of a length bowling outside off stump. And he's back to the pavilion with a duck off 3 balls. And this is going from bad to worse. I think as these storm clouds close in on the ground, it's probably very illustrative of how things are going for Hissingen's at the moment. Challenging start to their innings. We knew that it was going to be a very, very tough assignment for them against Evergreen. But some of their shot selection has left a bit to be desired in these early stages. 17 for 4. Just as the rain starts falling here at Landskrona. And a miss to end the 4th over. And this scorecard not looking very pretty for them at the moment. 4 wickets down, only 17 runs on the board. And given the turn of weather here, we'll have a look at the much sunnier climes of Malta, where we've got a centurion, Taranjeet Singh, big superstar of Romanian cricket. He's 100 off only 56 deliveries. Sensational hitting from him and Romania, putting a hefty target on the board into the 18th over, sitting at 170 for 3. Toma, pretty expensive with his 25 off 3 overs. Run rate sitting not far behind 10. It's been pretty consistent across the innings, if anything. They've actually pulled it back a little bit in the last couple of overs as One of my favourites, Marvin Kadir, comes on with his left arm spin. Tough time for a left arm orthodox to operate. And as the rain comes in and just makes the ball slippery, they'll have to make sure they put plenty of work on the kookaburra to ensure that he can grip. Good start from him though. And just as one classy customer comes to the bowling crease, welcome another one back to the commentary box. It's Rico Full.
Thank you very much. What a lovely introduction. And you see here, Hissingens, they are struggling. And none of their key batters have been able to get going. I mean, Ramakrishna, he's the one that has to fire. And you see Ramakrishna and Gokul Srinivasan both went for ducks.
Sluggish movement between the wickets. Carla's the man who's come out to join Upper Row at the crease. Hissingens 20 for 4 halfway through this 5th over. I think Kadir's going to try to do anything remarkable. Just bowl a good line and length and give some revolutions to the old ball. That skidded through him. That is a sensational bit of left arm orthodox bowling. Just kissed the surface of what is now a slightly damp pitch and has gone straight through Kakala and taken his middle stump. That's an awesome delivery.
That's a clever bowling, isn't it? And I like the way he looks around and looks at one or two of his players and says, "Do you see that? I told you I was going to bowl it." Oh, that's a really, really good delivery. And he says, "Yep, thank you very much." It's another one that goes. And, well, I don't think Kakala knew too much about that one. It's 20 now for 5. And seems to be following a pattern of a low-scoring match and then an absolute humdinger of a high-scoring thriller. And back down to the low-scoring one here again from Hissingens. Just haven't been able to get the main batters to perform, haven't they, lately?
Not the case at all, Rico. And feels like this was the one contest today that we thought that we had two sides, that there was a fair difference in terms of capability, and certainly showing up here. Evergreen brought out a really, really good side for these knockout stages. They're showing why they are one of the favourites for this tournament, as Joshi, even when Kadir comes up with an absolute Gundy ball, comes off the top edge of his bat, and it's easily taken there at backward point, and Hissingens are falling in a heap. 6 wickets down, the end of the 5th, and they only have 20 runs on the board.
Yeah, all smiles. It's nice and easy, and he doesn't realise here that he's dropped his shades. Look, he's laughing. In a minute, he's going to realise. He's going to say, "Oh, yaar, meri ain ka kitte gayi? Where's my shades gone?" And,
you'd have to be an absolute optimist to think that you might need the shades out here today. There is not a bit of sunshine for kilometres around the ground.
It looks like he's been reunited with them. He's found them now, and he's trying to find a place to put them so they stop falling away. Well, I'll tell you what is falling away is Hissingen's hopes of making it into the semi-finals. One thing I will say about Hissingen, and I said it in the intro to this match, is they probably will go down as the team that have improved the most of those that we've seen before. A team that couldn't get a win last year, one of the first 3 matches here, but since then it's gone downhill, hasn't it?
Certainly has. But you're right, Rico, for a team that was 0-8 last season, it's been a great turnaround from them as Aslam continues. And Aparal, he continues with a pretty good innings in the context of this game. He's now up to 15 of 13 deliveries, and given his team has only scored 24 runs in total, he can certainly hold his head high.
Yeah, certainly can. He just helps this one along. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but as we saw before, sometimes bad deliveries get wickets, and that's certainly what Kadir was able to do. But Aslam here just going over pitch slightly. Aren't they happy to have Saran Aslam back in the side as well? He's only played before today just 2 matches, and in those 2 matches he's scored valuable runs for them and taken wickets as well. And I think when you're heavily dependent, as what Evergreen can be, on the Centurion that you need, and that's Umar Nawaz, you do need somebody else to support. I know the captain can provide that support with his batting, but certainly having that man back at the side gives him extra strength, not just with the batting, but also with the ball. There he is there, Saran Aslam.
Yeah, he's a man after my own heart with his bowling style, Rico. Doesn't try to do anything particularly complicated, but continues to hit a good spot just on or outside off stump. Little bit of nibble away, and it's always asking questions of the batters. It's an underrated approach to bowling in T10 cricket, and particularly on days where you've got a little bit of support from the conditions. Bowling very, very well. Just cut away. This is Srinivasan, who's come out to the crease. They didn't need a run out. They're hemorrhaging wickets as it is. And Aparal desperate to get back on strike.
Well, you described Aslam as a bowler that just nibbles away. I'm going to hold my hand up and say that I've just been doing a little bit of nibbling. So very nice curry over there, courtesy of Yumpo, who's out there at the moment. Adam Gill's lovely wife. She made a nice hot pot of curry, a bit of naan bread there as well, some rice. So I took the opportunity to tuck in while it was nice and warm. So apologies for my absence, but I'm just letting you know that it's there.
Just while your co-commentator is standing here wasting away. Certainly been no shortage of food here during the course of this 2 weeks. As Rico, we've been very well looked after by the Swedish Cricket Federation.
Very well looked after here by our hosts in Landskrona. Up in the air, just over the infielder. That's 4 more runs. And well, now it's Srinivasan's turn to get in the boundary as well. So we're starting to see a bit of a fight back here.
He was celebrating too. That's clearly a big moment for the young man. Only just escaped the clutches of the fielder there at point, but he was fisting a salute after cracking that to the boundary. Good to see Hissingen's showing some fight. All that side off stump. Nice correction from Aslam. Not much footwork there from Srinivasan. Certainly not on the shot. There was in his practice stroke afterwards. And this is certainly no rehearsal for Hissingen's. They are in the firing line of a evergreen onslaught. 31 for 6 after 6.
Yeah, thank you to everybody once more for joining us on what has been an exceptional day of cricket so far. Quarterfinals Friday. I know you've been swaying between us here in Landskrona and in Malta, the Marseille International Cricket Ground. And can I just say also a very massive congratulations to a good friend of mine, Taranjit Singh. He's scored a century there, playing for his team Romania. He's having a good tour. He scored 60, got 40 odd yesterday, a century today. So he's going to be right up there as one of the highest run scorers. And he's a lovely guy, as Taranjit Singh. We certainly missed him in Romania. And he wasn't there. Unfortunately, he was away with his family. But he's come back from his holidays refreshed and scoring runs.
Oh, clearly, that holiday with his family has done him the world of good as far as his cricket goes. Kadir doing the world of good for Evergreen. Nicely directed left arm spin bowler. And he's got figures of 2 for 3 off 1.2 at the moment. And everything's working for Evergreen, isn't it? Just pumped straight back down the ground. Kadir cannot believe he's misfielded. In fact, I don't even know if he's got a hand on it.
Well, not everything is working for Evergreen, clearly. So Kadir sees something that he should quite easily have stopped. But look, his figures are remarkable once again. He's such a joy to watch. This is that one that he skids through. And, well, this is a non-striker. Srinivasan taking one, and he apologises, not just to the batter who hits him, but to everybody. Well,
the histrionics of Srinivasan, great to watch. He stumbled out of his non-striker's crease there, looking for the single, but Harris agrees. He's quick off the mark to make sure that Aparal stays on strike. He's struggling a little bit to deal with the bowling of Kadir. Uses his feet well, drives down the ground, and Amar Nawaz, well, he's only had 2 pieces of fielding today. There was that and a sensational catch earlier on as Hissingen's end up 34 for 6 after 7 overs. And Rico, after the first 2 games today, what's the look of quarterfinals Friday?
Well, all I can tell you is that only just are the teams that finished above their opponents group by group. Have they gone through? Ariana, they finished top of Group B and they just beat the Stars. What a match that was. Incredible. Certainly one to be watching again if you didn't see it. And then another one to be watching again and again and again. It was the last one there. Mamahus finishing second in Group B, beating Seaside, who were third. And this one looks like it's going to go the same way. So at the moment, the way the teams finished in their respective groups, higher than their opposition, seems to be the way that the results are going. Certainly, we've got some tasty semi-finals going up tomorrow.
Certainly the route getting to those results has been highly unexpected. It's almost like the sat-nav has sent us out on an incredibly convoluted journey. Those first two matches, extraordinary. I don't know, I was keen for a night out on the town in Helsingborg tonight, Rico, but I might just go home and watch the replays of those two games. That was just incredible. And, we are not shy to use superlatives on the coverage here of the European Cricket Network, but it was actually hard to come up with adjectives that appropriately describe just how good those first two contests were.
We've seen some amazing things, and when we look back and we talk about some of the matches we've been involved in and saying, well, which ones do you remember? Well, we've seen two on the spin here that we can just never forget. We really can't. It's just tremendous.
Sawar continues. The ball just comes very slowly off the deck, and Srinivasan trying to give himself room. I think what was particularly noticeable in both games was the fact that it was almost the entirety of the second innings of each game where we were just completely spellbound by what was happening. And I'd like to say that Srinivasan was spellbound by what was just a nicely flighted off spinner, but he's swung across the line and been clean bowled. That's the 7th wicket down for Hissingens. 35 on the board, and they are not going to be setting a hefty target the way this is looking, but it really was almost the entirety of the second innings of both games in which we just were transfixed to what was happening out there.
Yeah, I mean, there were those sort of matches where, I mean, you always like to think, well, it could happen, but it's unlikely, and you were waiting for the moment that would have summed up, say, yeah, you see, it's not going to happen. You were waiting for that moment. It never happened in the first match. It was always, it could happen. Surely not, surely not, surely not. And then in the second match, it was very much the same. You're thinking, well, they could do it, but they probably won't. And that's what you went all the way through saying. And then that 8th over happened, and you thought, well, you know what? With these two batters that are in that we know are capable of smashing the ball all over the place. Of course, I'm talking about Malidi and also Malhotra. You thought it definitely could happen, and it did. It's quite amazing. And the amazing thing about it was it happened with 3 balls to go.
Absolutely incredible. And just to add to the drama of that last over, the 5-run penalty for time. Well, I don't want to call it time wasting, just not completing the overs in the appropriate time. But in the end, extraordinarily, actually, it wouldn't have mattered, I suspect, if Malmahus had have got that 5-run penalty or otherwise. Just unbelievable stuff. And they have to be riding high on confidence, seeing that if they can chase down that, they must feel they can chase down just about anything. As Sawaz finishes over, he's got figures of 1 for 3, and Hissingens, I think they scored a single off that last ball, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it
so
was a
37 for 7 as we just wait for the score to update into the 8th over, and as a little bit of sunshine returns, so justifiable to have the shades out there for a moment. The bowling figures for Evergreen, they're certainly pretty good looking as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've just bowled very well, and they haven't had to try and do too much. I think you can see that the instruction to every bowler is to, look, just go out there and just get the ball on the right line. And one man who's coming on to bowl has done that many a time. Imran Kiani, hasn't he been good? He's certainly the pick of the bowlers. He's the highest wicket taker as well. He's got 12 to his name.
Drop short, he's pumped over to the leg side. It's a lovely shot as Aparal continues to play a single-handed knock in this innings. He's up to 24. Hissinger's up to 41. And she's a bit harsh with the skipper waiting for the sun to come out before they give Kiani the ball, isn't it?
Well, Kiani, he won't mind. And maybe they're just trying to keep him fresh. I'm just looking around to see if I can see there's a rainbow somewhere here, because there's certainly that sort of day. It's a really funny kind of day. It certainly does. I mean, we were talking about DJ, Diraj Malhotra, coming from Stephen. It certainly is a sort of a typical day playing cricket as you'd expect to find in England, with the rain, the wind, now a bit of sunshine.
Tell you what, wasn't he absolutely beaming after that game, as the outside edge off Kiani's second ball goes down to third man, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, he was beaming, and look out for a very short interview that I had with him, and also the captain of Manmahus, Anik Gupta, and certainly the emotions spilled over in that as well. It's just something sensational that they've done.
Very big thanks to the Manmahus team. Actually, have all teams have been very cooperative with us in doing some post-game interviews. It's always hard as players because you come off the field, the emotions are running high, you're exhausted, so we really do appreciate the contributions of the players to ensuring that all the fans throughout the world getting a really good look both behind the scenes and getting to know some of the personalities that entertain us here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I mean, it's we thank all the players, and I have to say also, and I say this, I find myself repeating myself wherever I go, but the players, the way that they've been, the way they've displayed themselves, the fairness they've played in, and the mannerism, how sporting they've been, it's been absolutely fantastic. Here again, you know, sometimes you may get a bad decision, you may get a rough bit of luck come your way, but you know, they've not shown it. They've been very good, and I know that that certainly makes the life of the tournament referee Rob Kemmins and the officials much easier. They've really been absolutely superb. So well done to all the players.
Apparat swings it to the leg side, doesn't quite beat the man Aftab, coming around from mid-wicket on the 30, and they'll just take the single. That's the end of the over. Kiani, relatively expensive in the overall scheme of things. He goes for 9. Hissingen's reach 46 for 7 with 1 over to go.
Yeah, it's sort of been the Hissingens of old, if you like. I remember briefly in 2021 that these were the sort of issues that they were having. They were losing their key batters early, and then the lower batters were trying to get them to a score. It certainly changed things up the first time we saw them. I mean, certainly that run chase, 142 against Seaside, I mean, that was something that stunned everyone. But they just hadn't been able to recapture that again in those last 5 group matches, and here again in the quarterfinal.
Oh, Aftab finally gets hit for a run, and it's a 4. Apparel continues to strike the ball very nicely. He's up to 31.
This is a delightful shot. It really is. He waits for it. He carves it away, finds the gap. Beautifully timed. And you see there, even with the rain that we've had, and courtesy of that nip and trim late yesterday, this outfield is pretty quick.
Certainly a very good innings from this young man. If only he could have had a few of his teammates stick with him. And going back to that big target that Hissingens did chase down, it just feels like their fortunes have ebbed and flowed with the form of Nithan Ramakrishna. He's such an outstanding young batter at the top of their order, but over the last couple of days has just lost his form. Zapparao, unfortunately, that will be the end of his stay. Really gutsy innings, but he's tried to heave Aftab down the ground for a 6 to finish things off. Unfortunately for him, he finds the extremely safe hands of Umar Nawaz, and Nawaz, I'm sure, is already turning his mind to this chase, and I suspect they will be trying to knock these runs off as quickly as possible. But that's a really gutsy innings from Apparel.
Yeah, well done. I mean, give him a big round of applause, Apparel. He's batted perfectly for his team, and well, he's the only highlight. You can just imagine if he wasn't able to get those 31 runs on the board there, then things would have been far, far worse for them. And unfortunate there, I think he just doesn't get the pace of the ball. Plays his shot pretty well. I like the way he holds the pose as he walks down, keeping an eye on it. And only disappointingly for him, it goes into the hands of the fielder. So another wicket goes down. 50 for 8.
He's gone down the leg side. Might be asking a little bit too much for 2 miracles in the one day, Rico, in terms of low scores, but they're actually not shockingly far off the total that Helsingborg Stars almost successfully defended against the other #1 seed Ariana in the first game. Ariana doing it with 1 wicket to spare, chasing a paltry target of 63. New batter Jayapal comes down the crease, swings nicely as Aftab tries to spear it into his leg stump, and he punches down to long off for a single. There's a helicopter in the background. It might be search and rescue for the runs that are missing from this Hissingens total. They can retrieve another 40 or 50. We might turn this into a more competitive contest, but Hissingens, they will fight. No shout there. I thought they might have taken a little inside edge, but as it is, straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of movement, sort of back into the really late movement, you'd have to say. He's lucky just to have his off stump still there. The bowler can't believe it. Mohammed, 3 for 6 so far. Make that 4.
Beauty from Aftab Mohammed. He was probably a little bit angry about being hit off the first ball of this over, and he's come back with a vengeance. That's a peach of a delivery, just angled in, or it decks off the pitch and takes probably the top of off and middle stump, and that's a very juicy ball to give a lower order batter. Fortunately for Hissingens, they've now lost their 9th and are under serious pressure for being bowled out in a 10-over game. 52 runs on the board, and that brings Abhinav Kama to face the final ball and to face the music. And he will be looking to launch a maximum off this final ball, Rico, and see if they can creep up towards the 60 mark.
Here's the final delivery. And, well, that certainly will be the idea for Kama. I think he certainly won't be looking to block it. And,
well, he's done a good job. He's flicked it gently to fine leg. Poor Aftab Mohammed, his hands on his knees. Just cannot believe he's given a boundary away on his final delivery. Somewhat spoiled his figures, although you've still got to be pretty happy with 4 for 10 as your contribution of 2 overs. And that's a nice finish for Hissingens. It wasn't a huge amount outside of that delivery and Sudhir Apparel for them to be happy about, Rico, but they've got 56 on the board.
Yeah, 56 on the board. I like the way that Kama's coming out. He's holding his head aloft, saying, yeah, thank you, that's 4. But yeah, this was a tragic start. I mean, the 2 key batters, I mean, when Ramakrishna and Gokul don't get runs for you, you know you're going to be in trouble. They're the only ones that can steer you to a decent score. The fielder there, he was like one of those toys that when they go over, they just keep going over and back and over and back. But he does finally get himself up. Fortunately, did no damage to himself. There were some nice shots played, but really, they were certainly up against it. And that one there was, well, it was an ugly shot from a class player.
Yeah, they needed more from Srinivasan. As with Ramakrishna, his batting started very brightly in this tournament, but just struggled over the last couple of days. Didn't pick the length at all, tried to swing it to the leg, and he had his off stump taken out. Middle order largely held up by Apparel, but there were plenty of others who followed around him back to the sheds, and it really was a struggle for them throughout the entire innings. Lovely bit of bowling from Kadir.
Oh, Kadir, he just gets better and better for me, Rhino. He's a young man that is enjoying his cricket. He's enjoying putting his craft out there for the world to see. Well, the only team that didn't enjoy it too much was Hissingens. So this was a full toss, and really it was one that should have been sent away. That one did not deserve a wicket. And talking about sending some away, there were some nice shots played as well. And Sudhir Apparel, I think he was by far the only real contributor of this score. There was that flight again, and another bowler that has the joys of getting through the defences of a batter. That was Srinivasan. He found himself gone. And, this was a delightful shot. Once again, it's from Sudhir Apparel, just finding some room. And then he went for the big hit over the top of long on, but it wasn't to be. A nice catch taken, which was the end of what was a very good innings. He certainly has given at least the bowlers something to bowl at. And this was the wicket there right towards the end. Kama came in, got a juicy full toss on his legs and just helped that away to the boundary. which helped them get to a score of 56 for 9. But that scorecard is going to be very, very disappointing. And when we have a look at it, I think we're going to find that the second highest run scorer was actually extras. And yes, that is correct. 31 from Sudhir Aparo. But once again, Nitin Ramakrishna, he went for a 3-ball duck, as did his captain, Gokal Srinivasan. And if Kilari wasn't able to help out with the runs, once that happens, there's no coming back. And you see there, 4 ducks in those innings. So only Sudhir Aparo who batted well, and as a result, if he's 31 and those extras, they do have something to bowl at. Kiani, I think this is all about Kiani just being saved for tomorrow's semi-finals. I mean, you would expect Evergreen with their batting lineup to get there, and the best bowling figures by far from Aftab Mohammed. He picked up 4 wickets for 10, but 2 wickets also from the spinner Mohammed Kadir. He's certainly one to watch out for as they go or look to go into the semi-finals tomorrow. So we have a quick look at the mid-innings summary in this third quarter final. It's certainly been a sensational day. And once again, as that comes up, thank you to everybody that have shared the emotions and the excitement with us. And this is what win probability is, 95% to 5%. Look, you still got 5%, and what I will say is this. I reckon that the win probability in the last match was very much like this in favour of Seaside. So just goes to show, if you believe and if you think that there is nothing that is impossible, then you can achieve mammoth things, and that's exactly what Mamahos did, putting off that unbelievable chase of 148. And Hissingtons, they've only got 156, so 157 they have to defend. Can they do it? Well, I tell you what, it's been one of those days here in Landskrona. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen today, but they've got to be up for it. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in approximately 10 minutes' time to bring you the second innings of this third quarter final. 57 required for Evergreen to book their place in tomorrow's finals day. Hello and welcome back to quarterfinals Friday, and what a day it has been up until now. The first two quarterfinals have been absolutely sensational. Thank you to everybody on the YouTube chat that have been involved and enjoying the two matches we've had so far. Halfway through the third, and this one is sort of not going the way the first two have gone, but I say that anything can happen in the reply here from Evergreen. They don't need to get too many. Only 56 was scored by Sissington, 9 down, so it's 57 is the target. And just remind you that Ariana were chasing 63, and they made a big meal of it. 63 for 9, and only just got there. Player of the match in that one was Atif Mahmood for his bowling. 2 for 9 by Bhav Joshi, to see if he can be the hero for Hissingtons. They need wickets and need him quickly. It's a nice looking shot from the captain of Evergreen. Himself off the mark straight away. Amir Ali sticking with the order that's worked for them all the way through Group A. Amir opening up with himself and Umar Nawaz. And Umar Nawaz, you know, he's the man that needs very little introduction. 324 runs in the series, including that 102 not out against Seaside. And remember, he was pretty close to doing it again. He was on 89 and looking like he was going to get himself to another century, but it wasn't to be. So, Bhav Joshi. Here comes. And this is very wide, and doesn't stop the batter having a go at it, and gets it away. So 4 runs played away by the captain. One of the things that I've noticed with Amir Ali is that he will always play shots, and we saw him get out to a couple of wide deliveries before where he just gets a little snick onto them and he sort of frustratingly has to depart. So he doesn't like to let the ball go by. Goes down the ground, it could be a catch, and should have been a catch. And that is Kama that gets there, not able to take the catch. And when you're talking about a match like this, when you haven't got many runs on the board, these are the ones you have to take. ਜੇ catch ਫੜ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਨਾ game ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ chance ਰਹਿ ਜਾਂਦਾ. Catch ਗਿਆ ਥੱਲੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ chance ਵੀ ਗਿਆ. See Captain Ali just practicing that shot once more. Was clips this one away. Wants to spin on this. Deals with it well. Nanjunda Swami there on the 45 on the boundary. Certainly been one of the top bowlers in this series as Joshi. And he gets another chopped on. So Amir Ali does go right on cue. The commentator's kiss there from Rico Full. Joshi gets the wicket and just chops this onto the stumps, and Amir Ali can't believe it. You see, I told you he likes to play his shots, and this one he totally misjudges it. Gets the inside edge of the bat onto the base of the stumps, and after a reluctant, agonising look back at Nawaz, he has to make his way. So that's one of the 3 big batters they have to get out. So I'm pretty sure that now we're going to see Saran Aslam make his way out to the middle. So that wicket falling at the end of the over as well. So 8 for 1. And come on, you drop the catch. We'll be feeling a lot happier now because not too much damage was done. Just a matter of a couple of runs, and I don't think this match is going to go down to runs. It's going to go down to wickets. They need them. Well, this is a very wide delivery. He's got that zigzaggy run as he comes in. Sort of does a Zorro as he runs in and then delivers, but that one is just falling away. It is Saran Aslam who's the new batter. We haven't seen much of him, just 2 innings, and he scored 55 in both those two, but I have to say he did look very classy. And this is a wild swing from Umar Nawaz, the Centurion. Probably needs to be just maybe a tad careful here. He doesn't want to do and put himself in the same position that Ariana did when they were chasing that low score this morning. Wide, hit hard, hit powerfully, hit all the way. 6 runs, and just going to show the power of Nawaz. And this goes a long way. It goes a distance, and that's without the body going into the shot. So reaching for it, clubs it pretty well. 6 runs. And, dangerous man. Just waits as that ball comes back into the ground. So Kama sees the first boundary come off his over, and it's the Maximo. So, wow, he's in a hurry. Umar Nawaz, he doesn't want to be hanging around, and they think about maybe taking a second. It's going to give the opportunity for Saran Aslam to face his first ball as the sun comes and caresses us one more time just to warm us up just a little. Karma. It's a beautiful shot. Beautiful. I mean, you may say that the fielder perhaps should have done better, but it is a stroke of a classy player. Waits for it, gets right on top of it, all along the deck, and once it passed the infielder, that was going to be 4 runs. And, nicely played. Saran Aslam isn't the captain. Ali pleased to have him back in the side. And then the authentic defensive shot. And to me, you see, that's the sign of a classy player. He knows the runs will come. He's confident they'll come. He knows that it's not a big chase. He knows he doesn't have to play at every ball. If it's there for the shot, he'll play it. And he's happy to respect the good ball. He tries to cut away. Send this one sort of in that gap between point and quite a wide third man back on the boundary. Doesn't connect, but it is the end of the over. And, 20 for 1. Just to know that we're being followed here by people all around the world. And, a very big hello to everybody watching in the Sub-Indian continent by FanCode, and also to everybody watching via YouTube. And also to whoever is watching via the aerial cameras and the helicopter that keeps flying above us. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Let us know. We always like to give you a shout out. Let us know if you're watching from maybe from a place that we haven't given a shout out to before. I certainly would love to hear from you. And also love to hear your thoughts on what has been a marvellous series here in Landskrona. Joshi comes in again. He goes right across the line. The umpire thinks about it and just saying to Joshi here, giving the explanation, he doesn't have to. Pitch is short, yeah, it's just continuing to go down the leg side. It probably would have been probably too high as well. I really do not understand Umar Nawaz's action plan here. He swung wildly at everything that's come his way. And this time it's the wild delivery from Joshy that he doesn't play and swing at. Yeah, he's certainly a man in a hurry. Most wickets so far to match 42. And like I reminded you of, Kiani, 12. Afzal now of United. Picked up 12 as well. Kadir, he's on the march forward as well. And Bahira. And then Joshi from Hissingens. Plays this one into the ground. And Joshi will, needs to add one more to that account actually, because I think that was taken up to before the start of this match. And Joshi up to 10 wickets. He'd love to make it 11. Certainly will help his side. Comes down, hits it firmly, and work to do for Kama, and he does very well. Keeps an eye on it. And guilty of dropping the catch earlier, but it wasn't that expensive because Ali did go a couple of balls later, and he's not letting this one go past him. Does really well. Keeps his eye on it, watches the bounce, and the main thing was to par it back into the field of play. Well done. Making the change and come up. Been brought back into the circle. Two men out on the offside at the moment. Plays it about nicely to the man at point. No run there. Still believing, ladies and gents. Still supporting the bowler. Still fighting in the field. Evergreen there in the background. They're looking pretty calm at the moment. Up in the air. This is an opportunity for Kama. Oh, it just goes over him. Oh dear. And a combination of things here. Kama was brought into the circle rather than being on the boundary rules before. He stays on the boundary for Nawaz, but not to Islam, and then it just lobs him over. Now that field is being changed again. Just need to make sure. Yeah, so the man who's back out on the point boundary comes in. Well, no, Nawaz. Or rather, Kama is being brought back up again. So long on goes back, long on, and the man at very wide, well, I would say extra cover rather than wide long off. This is struck pretty hard to the man at long on. Single taken. Maybe Nawaz now, after swinging and missing at a few, is starting now to find his timing, as that's the end of the third over. Power play completed. Score on 24 with the one wicket that's gone down. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, great to be back, Rico. Interesting power play. Certainly suggests that Hissingens have bowled themselves into a reasonable position here. They would have loved a second wicket. Kama with the ball just travelling over his head at mid-off there. Really had to take that catch. If they could have had Aslam back in the pavilion along with Ali, it would have been left on the Waz to keep on driving them forward towards this target. It might have just been a few nerves starting to build in the Evergreen team. As it is, one wicket down, 24 runs on the board after 3 in a fairly reasonable position. Rico mentioned this Hissingens team. They've still got some belief, or certainly as far as they're conveying with the chat. It's a good ball from Kama. Nawaz has tried to make some room out to the leg side. He's followed him. Time to move to the YouTube chat too, as we haven't done too many times today, Rico, given the phenomenal contest we had at the start of the day. And our boy, Vinny Maximo Sandu, is on the chat as Kama comes in, wide of off stump. Another big swing. A couple of balls to start this over have been nicely delivered by Kama, but Vinny's just had a catch-up of the scores, and he said that he's going to check out the replays of the first 2 matches back later today. I can highly recommend that, Vinny. They were 2 extraordinary contests and just the best of European cricket series cricket you could ask for.
Simply the best of the best. And what I liked about it, it was low-scoring thriller and a high-scoring thriller. What more could you want?
Well, Nawaz, he's gone high. Hasn't gotten a great piece of it, but with the power that he's got, it doesn't matter. That's carried the boundary by about 10 metres. At one stage, I think Kama thought that the long-on fielder would be within a chance, and Kalari down here at long-on certainly thought that as well, but carried the boundary with ease.
Yeah, well, that's why the Evergreen coach is the coach and not a player. He's got buttery fingers. Oh, this one has been matched. What a shot this is. And he is starting to get in his rhythm. He looked at all sorts early on. Then Nawaz, he was swinging and missing wildly. But now, well, he's sending him to the boundary.
Oh, poor Camera, he's gone to try to push it towards his toes again as he gave himself a little bit of room outside a leg stump. Unfortunately, drops a half volley on middle stump. And if he didn't time the last one, he certainly got a good piece of that ball. Now it goes short. Nawaz swings hard. Just pulls it to the fielder there at mid-on. That's the incredibly demonstrative Harsha Vathan Srinivasan. Well, this races along to 22 off 14. Aslam's been a little bit calmer. And speaking of calmer, Kama 24 off his 2 overs. And Nawaz tries to ruin those figures even more. That's a glorious cricket shot. Walks into it and thrashes the ball through the offside. Excellent batting, Rico, and Evergreen 40 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, flying. Hey, here's a question for you. How many bats do you think Nawaz breaks in the season? Because he certainly doesn't hold back, does he?
I think as a manufacturer, I'm not sure. Well, it's almost like a crash test dummy that you can send Nawaz out to training, and I reckon he'd come back to you as we get to see our viewers. One of the first times today, and I think it's a shame because it is Punch-Out Friday. It's Peacock Friday.
It certainly is, yeah. And we remembered. It's nice. What do you reckon? Okay, looking good.
Hey,
happy?
Just too funky for me.
Well, this one at the moment is going all the way of the team that's been in great form. Evergreen. Well, it's another one that's been hit pretty firmly. Good stop there from Joshi. Comes in and makes the stop. Otherwise, I had it covered.
You would have been far more elegant than Joshi, but he's done his job.
Yeah.
Almost slips over, but holds it together to parry the ball back inside the field. As he was sitting pretty wide there. That's a long off, so I had to scoot around. As this man, Sudhir, up row with the ball. He was excellent for them with the bat early in this game. In fact, there wouldn't have even been a target to chase if it wasn't for his efforts. Wide outside off stump, Nawaz lifts it, and unfortunately that is a dreadful, dreadful effort from Ravi Kumar and Jundaswamy. Given the performance of Aparal with the bat earlier today, I would be disgusted with my teammate doing that. This game may be not far from over, but that is a tragic effort.
Yeah, that is not good, and he won't like seeing that again. He's better than that. Is Najundaswamy, and he lets his team down there.
Aparal, lovely ball as a comeback. Says, I'm not going to rely on my teammates to do anything. Cuts back off the deck. Delicious delivery. Unlucky not to take out the leg stump.
Well, he was trying to send this one to the moon. There's no other way to think about it. He's trying to hit this so hard. Not for the first time. Nawaz, he's a man on a mission. He doesn't care about what the rate is. He just wants to hit the ball as hard as he can.
Well, he has hit that hard, and he's hit it a long way. The boys from Ariana keeping an eye on proceedings here this afternoon, and not sure they'd be liking what they're seeing from Evergreen. They could be their very possible opponents in the final of this ECS Landskrona game, and if they are, they will have to find a way to stop this man, Nawaz.
Yeah, I mean, Nawaz, when you watch him, I mean, I'm sure, of course, teams are. See that one signaled by the umpire Rafi there, but he will give you chances, and I think if you bowl well to him, maybe vary your pace. I mean, you see here, he's charging around, he's played and missed at a number of deliveries there, so, you know, just thinking ahead, maybe somebody like a classy wicketkeeper, Ankit Gupta standing up, keeping him inside his crease will do the job. Look how he charges here. He's a long way out, and he's And I don't think he's going to stop the way he plays as the keeper stands up. That's what he does. He just attacks. And talking about the wicket keeper coming up, there you go. I told you, we really got to sign a contract on this coaching business.
Rico, it's an outstanding call. Good luck to the keeper, though, as he has to deal with the rampaging Noir's blade in front of him. Great that you mentioned classy keeper, given we've got Barry Eaton standing next to us in the commentary box. It's a good little ball to finish from Aparo. Couldn't find a single, so Aslam will take strike the next over. Evergreen, 51 for 1 after 5. And Rico, as we look ahead, as this feels like a very likely victory for Evergreen. We've got a big clash coming up. Jönköping against Loma. I think this is going to be tight.
It's going to be tight. And look, I think Loma, most people will already have figured it out now. Fantasy points, 721 to Najam Haq. He has got to be the key man. He's got to perform. He's had a few blips. He is due a big one. Maybe this is the one that he's going to do it, but he will need some support from some of his other batters. And along the other side, well, maybe we could say the same about Sami Ibrahim here. He's got to perform as well.
Yeah, he's the X factor, the Sami factor in there. If he has a big game, I think Jönköping have got this. If he doesn't, then you're probably looking at the likes of Nasir Bacha, Zabila Zadran. I think they need a little bit more from him with both the bat and the ball. He's a good cricketer. And then you turn to Loma, and probably the big three of Najam Haq. And come back in a moment. Ibrahim was very good for them yesterday. Struck the ball beautifully. Wicket kept very well.
Yeah, Ibrahim, I mean, it was amazing, really, because we saw the the first time, really, him batting in an assertive, powerful way, and it played off so well.
Probably the third of that trio, Irfan Mahmood, who's been very good for them. Aslam hasn't got a great piece of it, and that's an easy catch out on the boundary. And it's Abhinav Kama who takes a very, very clean grab. Who knows what might have happened if he had have taken the catch of Aslam much earlier in the game. But a nice wicket there. And Balaji Jayapal will at least have something to write home about today. He's got 1 for none. And that's a nice grab.
Yeah, Jayapal, well done to him. Picks up a wicket. I mean, in the contest of the game, you can see there that I think Sohan Aslam, that's not normally the way he plays. He's just thinking maybe he will try and finish it off with a 6. And shrugs his shoulders as he walks off. Gives a new batter the opportunity to maybe finish this match with a glorious stroke. Evergreen certainly continuing to look good, continuing to show the other sides that, well, they're a team that play positive cricket. They attack from the word go, and, well, most of the time it pays off for them.
Jayapal comes in, outside of stump. He had a reaction as though he's got an outside edge to that ball. Try her to nick through, but
it's hard to pick anything up there. I don't think there was. I think just excitement to get a good ball in there. So the new batter is Aslan Ali.
Oh, beating himself outside off stump again. Not a bad man to have coming in at number 4, is it? Top quality batter.
No, I mean, Jayapal, have we seen him before? The name doesn't ring a bell. I reckon this is the first match that he's playing. And, well, once again, 30, 40 more runs on the board would have been a completely different proposition.
Certainly causing a few problems at the moment. Maybe the element of surprise being unleashed by Hissingers. Rustles into the crease. He does get the edge on that occasion. Unfortunately, the keeper decides to step away to the left. Can't get a glove on the ball and just take the single. And Ali finally gets his account open.
Yeah, it's a tough one, this for the keeper, isn't it? You're either there and the ball just sticks in the gloves, or you agonisingly see it escape you. Okay, where's this going? Well, you know one thing for sure. I don't think they're going to try and change the way he plays. Keeper standing up or not.
This is getting drilled between the two fielders on the offside. Well, he's mistimed it slightly. Bowler, hands on his head. Drawn a false shot from one of the best batters in the competition. And as it is, at least he ends the over with nice figures. 2 runs off the over and 1 wicket. Nice little stint at the bowling crease from Jayapal. 4 runs required off 24 balls, so I'm not sure he's going to get another crack with the ball.
Yeah, I think you took the words out of my mouth there. Would like to see him bowl again, Jayapal. That's a certainly good introduction for him. And you're making a few friends over here, I notice. The crows are coming over to say hello to you.
Very much a friend of birds. It's a good time to say hello to my parrot, George, sitting at home, he's a big fan of the ECS, I'll tell you that much, Rico. When you and Vinny are working your magic on there, he sits transfixed watching the TV.
I want to know, this is a question for you, because I have the same, my wife always says to me the same about my animals at home, especially the dogs. She say when she has it on, she casts it onto the TV. She said the dogs are just whining, they're looking for you, they're going all over the place. What's the story with you and George? George must be listening in now. Is he freaking out, trying to look for you, trying to find you?
We'll come back to that after this ball. Not a bad delivery, escapes inside the wine line. This is Kakala, who once again a new introduction to the bowling crease. So I try to have fairly regular video calls with George just to check what's happening up in the bird world during the day, just making sure how the cage and the living room are looking. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to convince my partner Inca to turn on the European cricket coverage too much this week, as much as George has demanded it. That's just inside edge, and I'll take it.
Haven't you taught him to say, ECN? ECN? ECN.
That might have to be the next one. I mean, he does. We have managed to get him to talk. He can say "I love you" and "hello" and "what's up." And so he can be quite emotionally manipulative when he feels like it.
Well, that's what you got to work on. So at least when it's not being put on the old screen, we're just going to hear him saying ECN, ECN.
I did suggest to Inca that turning on the coverage this week would at least mean that he could hear my voice, as that's flicked down to leg side, and that is going to be the winning runs. A little bit of an untidy finish, but Ali will be happy to rack up his first boundary today. Evergreen knock off the runs required for victory in the quarterfinal here with relative ease, I think it has to be said, Rico, and they will be pretty confident going into tomorrow's semi-finals. Yeah,
they certainly will. Nawaz, I mean, he certainly showed his blasting abilities, showed probably some frailties as well. A fair bit of swinging and missing, but he still is the not-out batter, 38 of 23, and Arsenal Ali just hitting that last one for 4 runs. He finishes 5 off his 4 deliveries. So Evergreen, they keep intact their 100% record. They've now won 9 from 9. And that one was nice and straightforward. I think the hard work was done in the field, especially when they got the likes of Ramakrishna and also Srinivasan out without scoring. And there was no looking back. So they've done it easily. They've gone out there, they've got the win under their belt. Another team that we will see tomorrow in final stage.
Yeah, certainly will be, and we're looking forward to seeing them. They're a powerful batting unit, and they have a great collection of right-arm seamers mixed up with another Kadir. Poor Kammer, he had a couple of chances in the opening overs. I don't know, Joshi, he's bowled pretty well throughout this tournament. Picked up the early wicket there. The fingers went up in celebration. Nice little ball outside off stump that was prodded on the inside edge by Mir Ali, and he was unfortunately an early departure from this batting innings.
Yeah, he was. So once again, he's still not able to get a big runs on the board for himself, but he has men that can do it, and we certainly saw some great batting from Nawaz. But that was a lovely shot from somebody that I certainly like the look of, and that's Saran Aslam. That's one that the coach of Evergreen won't want to have a look at. He puts the catch down, and I'm sure that these players will have a great time reminding him of that, and some of the Hissington players will have such a great time of reminding the fielder there, Ravi, for his poor effort in the field. Not that it made a huge difference to the result, but certainly it didn't encourage the other fielders or the bowlers. Kama does take a catch. In the end, he takes it very confidently. They do get another wicket out, and that was Aslam trying to finish things off with the 6 that was required. But, a few balls later, we saw the runs, a little flick there from Arsenal Alley to get a very comfortable and well-deserved victory for Evergreen.
Yeah, it certainly was, Rico. I'm not sure we've learnt any more about Evergreen today, and we'll talk about that as we have a look at the cards in a few moments. Just turning our minds towards this final quarter-final clash today. It's Jönköping. They finished second in Group A and looked pretty good lineup for the most part. They've got some good all-rounders in the form of Zabiola Zadran and Nasir Butcher. It'll be interesting to see if Sami Ibrahim kills part of their bowling lineup today, Rico. They've brought a couple of bowlers into the side.
Yeah.
They used him for variety towards the end of last week. He might just be an X-factor with the ball rather than a key part of that bowling group for the finals.
Look, but I think when he's come on to bowl, I mean, in the last few matches, certainly for them, he's been more of a bowler than a batter. I think they will use him, and unless they've picked up a few spinners. One man I'm looking forward to is seeing Butcher. Butcher, I think, has shown quality, has shown what he can do, but he hasn't gone big yet. I mean, you see here, there, he's got the 222 fantasy points to his name, but I think this is one where he can certainly excel it, and keep an eye out for Bhava Patel as well. I've been very impressed with his bowling. And on the Lama side, well, I know we talk a lot about Najam Haq, but I think there was Ibrahim Ahmed. He batted superbly yesterday. I mean, all of a sudden, he just came from nowhere and blasted the ball all over the place. And Jamal Bajwa, he's one that can perform with bat and with ball. I think we've got an interesting contest coming up here.
Certainly do. And the big loss for Jönköping today, they're without the services of Riaz Khan, who has played very well in this tournament today. Picked up some key wickets, but also his hitting at the top of the order has been really what has helped pace a lot of their batting effort. So we turn to the batting effort of Evergreen, and they didn't have to go too far down the lineup today. Umar Nawaz doing most of the damage. He swung hard throughout his innings and was undefeated on 38 off 23 balls. Ali nursed them home at the end. 5 off 4. Morali and Saran Aslam not troubling the scorers too much across that game, but that 58 run total picked up in only 6.5 overs, so a very comfortable and comprehensive victory for them. Rico, the Hissingham's bowling attack tried hard.
Yeah, they did, and once again, Vibav Joshi, he does pick up another wicket. He just has been, for me, he's been one of the pick of the bowlers for the whole series. He's always been thereabout. He's always delivered for his captain, even when they've been in tricky situations. Kamara as well, I think he's been good. He was luckless here today, but he does pick up wickets. I like the energy that he gives to the team. He certainly throws himself around. He did pick up that catch there. Sudhir Apara, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket, just bowled the one over. But look, I mean, there wouldn't have been a match if it weren't for his batting. So, it's been... thing is, though, I mean, if you don't get the runs on the board, it's very difficult for those bowlers to try and win you the match.
Yeah, and I think in summary, Hissingens, they'll be proud of how they played in this tournament. 3 wins from the group stages.
Yeah.
They came here with 0 wins last year, so that will be a big fillip for them as they try to develop their club moving forward. And I think they can be very pleased with some of their efforts today. They've discovered an absolute star of T10 cricket in Nithin Ramakrishna, and I'm sure he'll develop some consistency as he goes on as well. But Evergreen, I said we probably didn't learn too much about them today. I still suspect there are a couple of question marks if they lose that top order quickly. It would have been nice to see their middle order under a bit of pressure today, but as it is, that was a really simple chase. What it does seem, though, is that they've reinforced the bowling lineup for this knockout series of games.
Yeah, it definitely does, and they were good there with the ball. I think they were good out there in the field as well. They just look like a complete side in all of those areas. But yeah, the main thing is, I mean, we saw there Umar Nawaz once again in the runs. He's been absolutely key. He just keeps adding to his total. Remember, started the day on 324, so he's right up there now with 350 runs plus. But if he goes early and the likes of Ali and Aslam don't perform either, what can they bring? What can they get the score up to? That is going to be the question. And at the moment, that hasn't been answered.
No, it's certainly true. But as it is, Evergreen rolls on. They are still undefeated in this tournament so far. And they are a big, big show for winning this tournament and taking home the magnificent ECS trophy developed by Luca Lifestyle. Those finals games will be coming to you tomorrow. But we still have a final game to go here from the Landskrona Cricket Club. And Rico, when we looked at the games at the start of the day, this was the one I thought was going to be the closest contest. Jönköping up against Lomma Cricket Club. Lomma feel like they're on a bit of a downflow, but if they can get Najam Haque and Ibrahim together at the batting crease, who knows what sort of score they can put on the board. They are a feisty team and they will give Jönköping a big, big fight in this game. Bit of a gap now between our next broadcast. That game will start in approximately 30 minutes. It's Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. It's the ECS Landskrona event brought to you by FanCode, and we very much look forward to your company for the final game today. That is coming up in around 30 minutes' time.
European cricket fans, welcome to the fourth and final game of quarterfinals Friday here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. We've had some extraordinary cricket already today, and we might have actually saved the best for last. This should be a fantastic contest coming up. It's Jönköping Cricket Club who qualified second from Group A, and they're taking up against Lomma, who started on fire in Group B but ended up as the third place team. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the crucial coin toss.
Tails. Tails is called. It's a valid toss, and it's heads. We're gonna bat first. Yes, sir.
So Jönköping's won the toss and they've decided to bat. They're keen to get out there and put a pretty good score on the board as conditions have started to improve a little bit here. Bit of sunshine in the background, although the wind's still around. Hopefully we won't have any rain to get in the way of what should be a really good contest between these two teams. Jönköping, we haven't seen them for around a week, but they played very, very well and some pretty consistent cricket throughout the Group A stages. When Sami Ibrahimkil at the top of the order was on fire, then they were able to put on some big totals, and they'd love for him to come out with one of his big hitting innings today. Nasser Bacha was a good contributor for them. Stylish batsman, led them to victory with a great chase in one game, and also pretty useful right arm medium pacer with the ball. In terms of the bowling though, they'd love to get a little bit more out of Zabiullah Zadran. He was inconsistent with his bowling, but he does bowl with fire, he does bowl with pace, and he could be a real X factor for them today. As far as Lomma goes, it's not really an X factor, it is a one-man show with the bat. Najum Haq, when he has fired, Lomma have been brutal with the bat. He still needs a little bit of support. Yesterday he got it through Ibrahim, who played some great shots to open the innings. If those two can combine at the top, then this Lomma team can beat just about anyone. And Mofar Mahmood down the order, he'll be a crucial contributor as well. Huge game coming up. It's knockout, it's do-or-die T10 cricket. I'll hand back to Mr. Rico Fall in the central commentary position to take us through the opening exchanges.
Thank you very much there to the smooth operator. Andrew Ryan talking us through what's coming up in the final quarter-final here today as we have a look at the magnificent area view of this Landskrona cricket ground. You just see, we just went past the horse stables there, and you see to the left, that's the marquees, catering marquee. Then you've got the marquees of the two teams and the officials, and then just to the other side of the tower is where you'll see our ice cube. And, this is the magnificent blue pitch. Blue is the colour. Well, it certainly is in Landskrona. But it wasn't quite blue is the colour, because the team in blue in the last match, Hissingens, we've had to say goodbye to them. They've had a very good series though. A team that went without winning a single match last year. They did win the first three, but just couldn't get back into any sort of pattern or form. And well, with the key batters not able to contribute with the runs, it was an easy win for Evergreen. Evergreen booked their place in the semi-final. And now we pay attention to Jönköping versus Lomma. And as Andrew Ryan said there, it's going to be about some key players. I think Najum Haq is going to have to be huge for his side. Lomma, Jönköping winning the toss, and they want to have a bat first. This is what the bat versus ball wall has to say. It's picking Jönköping to win this one by 9 runs, and the average runs for 105 to 109, and against 90 to 106. So that's what that's been based on. Going to be a cracker. What a day it has been so far. Thank you to everybody that's joined in with the entertainment. It actually was nice to have a short break in between the last match and this one, because there hasn't been too many breaks up until now. We do see there, you saw that it was Sami Ibrahimkil that is going to be opening up, and he'll be hoping that he can be in the sort of form that we remember him from last time. He can be so destructive, the left-hander. It's down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide straight away. Nice work there from behind the stumps from a man who was in terrific form yesterday, Ibrahim Ahmed. They need him to be at his utmost best do Loma for this match, not just behind the stumps, but when it comes to the batting as well. Bowler Aziz just making a few changes to the field, and he comes again. Mohsin Aziz. And well, this one's gone even wider. And Ibrahim Ahmed having to dive even wider. So Aziz just not getting into his rhythm straight away. It gives the opportunity for our men in black, Ajish Raja, to have a big stretch after that little siesta in between the two matches. And he's joined out there at square leg at the moment. Sagar Hanif, well done once more to our men in black, led beautifully by Sir Rob Kemin. Just a little change in the field. Ibrahim Kill. Now just around the wicket, and again it's in the same area, so a hat-trick of wides and a half-hearted solo appeal from Ibrahim Ahmed. And, this catches nothing on the way through, but then I guess he was blinded for most of it. Makes a very good stop once more. And just having a few issues, so it's technically, in terms of legality, we haven't had a illegal delivery as yet. Oh, it's another one. This one cannot be stopped, and the striker gets rotated. And Ibrahim Kills just says, "Okay, I've had enough of this. He's not playing fair. He's not letting me hit any of these." And just says, "I'd rather go up to the other end." So Mohammed Ismail will be on strike now, and it may prove to be an easier challenge for Mohsin Aziz, now bowling to the right-hander. No ball called, more trouble for the bowler. So after bowling wides, he then, oh, this one's called a no ball. I don't see anything there myself, I have to say. Just have to say that I think the captain there just asking, what was that about? I just having a look at the front foot here. Yeah, I certainly don't see anything there at all to suggest that that's no ball to do with anything that the bowler's done wrong, to be fair. And we finally see the first legal delivery. And that would have been the free hit, or it was the free hit, and nothing from it. The bowler still can't understand why the no ball was called, I must admit. I certainly can't either. But that's one ball down. So basically it's 6 off the first ball. So that's almost the same as being pumped for a Maximo. But maybe with that one going through, Aziz seems to be back where he needs to be. In the ball in the right areas. It's more like it. And he's certainly now starting to get a few applauds from the Loma boys. Swing and a miss. So starting to join up the dots here now. Seems to have got his radar right. 3 balls to come in the over. See that little signal there between the umpires? Sometimes it's a good idea to keep an eye on the umpires. They always got these little signals between themselves, and you see that one there with the umpire just making a little touch on the waistline there as he communicates to the other umpire. It's sort of say, right, that's halfway. So 3 to come. Ismail gives this a fair hit, and that will go to the boundary. Nice shot to be playing. And this inside the power play, just hitting it over the top. And clears the inner fielders. And the first runs, if you like, coming off the bat. And coming from the bat of Ismail. The score moves on to 10. Rico Full here and alongside me. Nice time to welcome back. Bright and early for this one, Andrew Ryan.
Bright and early, Rico has had plenty of balls to get through to try to end this over. That was actually a pretty nice delivery, but top edge down to third man boundary as Ishmael continues to swing hard.
Yeah, swing hard, and if you do get contact, hope it's thick enough to go all the way to the boundary. That one certainly does. And just that also goes to demonstrate how important it is not to bowl the extra balls, because, you know, as we know, it does mean that you give runs away, but you have to bowl them again, and they're the ones that are going to the boundary here. This time it's played straight to the man at point. No run there, so the first over comes to an end. It started with 6 extras as we have a chance to have a look at the stats for the first over for the two teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting view, isn't it, Rico? These two teams relatively evenly matched. Probably a little bit more depth in the Jönköping batting lineup, I'd say, but they did pretty well in the opening stanzas. 21 was their highest first over. I think that might have been their first appearance when Sami Ibrahim went an absolute blitzkrieg. Today it's been Mohamed Ismail who's taking the runs early. The lowest one was 3, so that first over from Aziz, despite an array of extras, it's gone for 14, so there or thereabouts their average.
Yeah, both teams, the lowest and the average scores are more or less the same. So the jump huck to bowl the second. And it's been hit away beautifully. That goes all the way. Bole, 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 manos. Arriba, arbitro. Put them up like you just don't care. 6 runs.
Oh, Sami Ibrahim has absolutely pulverised that delivery. Doesn't it rocket off this young man's bat? Saw him play a couple of brilliant innings. And coming out, that was his first ball.
His first
he's faced, Rico, and his first ball in this tournament for around about a week.
Yeah.
And he's come out and slapped it over the mid-wicket boundary. Beautiful strike.
Yeah, lovely hit. It was the first one that was there for him to hit. I think he had about 3 wide balls bowled at him before he thought, I've had enough of this. If I can't touch it, I don't want to be here. This one's played out. They're two tactics. A good pick up, but fielder makes the right call there, I think. Just holds on to it.
The start that Lama would have wanted. He's a promising young bowler, but has been issues with his radar that has probably held him back from a better overall tournament here. John Hark. Intelligent decision, I think, from the skipper to bring himself on for this second over, just to try to calm things down a touch.
Well, this one has somehow managed to go past into the fine leg area. The man inside of the 30-yard circle is not able to catch up with this, and just goes to show that yeah, there's the old Chinese cut. And not able to stop it, that man at fine. And it's 4 runs, so runs starting to flow pretty freely here now. They've been gifted with a number of extras, a number of extra balls as well.
I don't know about you, Rico, but if you've got fine leg up inside the circle, I'd much prefer to have it finer. And see what happens on this ball. Swung very hard, very high. The fine leg's going to be in the field. Fortunately, cannot complete the catch. Disappointing effort. They would have loved to see the back of Ishmael, but the main runs you're going to have there in the opening overs, particularly for a bowler like Hark, who's swinging the ball in consistently, and by that I mean swinging it in very consistently, is that inside edge or a ball that just tickles off the bat, and it's going to fly fine. I think that man is just standing too wide.
He's gone even wider, but mind you, it's a left-hander, and this one's gone even bigger. That goes all the way over. Well, the fielder, I think he's been watching us in the commentary tent. As this is going out, he's going over him by a mile, and he's ducking, thinking he's going to be in. Well, if he thinks he's going to hit him, he should be thinking about catching it, not ducking it. There you go. Look, he says, oh dear. Well, I think 1 or 2 of the fielders might have a bit of a laugh to him about this afterwards. And that, of course, is Aziz there. Just after doing the bowling. Good shot, 6 runs. Ibrahim Kill is looking good, and you don't want to be bowling it into his legs. This one does go much more friendly to that man. What's in is this?
I think Hark's actually a pretty good bowling matchup for Ibrahim Kill. He should be putting it wide of Ibrahim Kill's off stump and just tailing it away. It's probably the best form of bowling to deal with him, but as it is, it's been smoked for a 6 over long on and Jönköping. 33 for none after 2. Great start from them. And our boy Sammy, 14 off 4.
Yeah, he's looking to perform, isn't he? And he's sort of, I think sometimes Sammy is the sort of guy that having the break probably does him good, because he sometimes is better when he comes into a series cold. He certainly showed that when the first time we saw him. Went blasting, and then the more time he had to adjust and get in, he was getting out. So maybe this is a good shout for him and Jönköping. He's had a bit of a break. He comes into this, and he's playing pretty well so far. But he's got to play well against this man, who, on the whole, in general, has been pretty good for his side. It's Jamal Bajwa. And he'd be hoping that he can get the ball right up there in the slot. That's his normal bowling. He does attack the stumps. He skids it through a little. Sometimes doesn't get as much bounce as what some of the batters think he's going to. So this will be an interesting little challenge here.
Yeah, I think Ibrahim Kill's going to be happy to take him on. Well, he's shown his intentions. He's taken the helmet off. He's just going commando. Nothing on top, which, if that's not a statement of intent, I don't know what is.
He just walks up there and says, okay, bring it on. I'm ready. Jönköping Cricket Association on the back of his shirt. I'm liking these colours. I'm liking that mix. It's sort of like different tones of green and then the yellow on the shoulders. We were talking about the kits yesterday, and we do like the kit of Loma as well. We just don't like the numbers because it's very difficult sometimes to pick or read them. But Jönköping certainly liking their look. It's not a good delivery down the leg side, and Sammy misses out on it, but he will get the wide. It's another extra to go into this total, and we haven't really officially started the third over, and we've already had 6 wides.
We've already seen 1 time penalty today, Rico. A few concerns that for the well-being of the time allotted for this bowling effort from Loma as Ibrahim Kill goes down the ground. Hark comes in. He's just misjudged the flight. Ball hasn't carried as much as he expected. In the end, only just got a fingertip to it.
That's a big let-off, isn't it, for Huck? I mean, he's normally a very good fielder. That stayed up in the air long enough. And I think he picks it late, because even when he gets there, I don't think he's got too much of a good idea about where that ball is.
Well, 2 fielders who have been down here, Aziz first of all, and now Hark, have both pointed to the sun. Hasn't been a factor for most of the day. Tell you what, you're playing with fire, aren't you? Half trackers down the leg side to Sammy.
Yeah, not good. It's not been the best of starts for Loma. I have to say, they do, at least they look a little bit more up for it, look a bit more lively. They didn't yesterday. We were saying they looked a bit sluggish and lethargic in the field. This one's up in the air a long way with the wicketkeeper. Good luck, and he takes it. So Sammy, he takes off his helmet and loses his head. The ball goes high up in the air. He got lucky the time before when the captain, Najam Huck, put it down. But no mistakes here from the keeper. Ibrahim Ahmed goes a long, long way up. But he does well, keeps his eye on it, and takes a good catch. Isn't it interesting that Ibrahim Ahmed, didn't notice this before, but though he's standing back, he's wearing the lid.
Whatever works for you, Rico, whatever works for you, and he's taken a safe catch, which is more than we could say for a couple of his teammates in this innings. The arms go up from Bajwa. It's pretty good bowling from him. Just pushed it slightly across Ibrahim Kill. And Rico, there's occasions with Sammy that you just think there's a little bit of immaturity about his batting. Bajwa's given him a couple of pretty ordinary balls on the leg side. He hasn't put those away, and then decides to make up for it by charging someone who's probably not putting a huge amount of pace on the ball. I dare say Bajwa would have been licking his lips when he saw Ibrahim Kill charging down the pitch at him.
Yeah, and that's just going to give someone like Bajwa a bit of confidence, just to get his line even better and think, right, okay, I've got a very important wicket here. Yeah, he's certainly, for me, I mean, with the number of years of cricket I've played, and one of a few players really that we've seen here, that you'd like to just get hold of them and say, right, we're going to just spend a bit of time together, because I think if you can make them smarter cricketers, as we see this one goes through, that's a good delivery, and asking the square leg about the stumping as well, but no, the shake of the head, they're not going to the third umpire. Yeah, I think they've got the talent. We've seen a lot of players, and we see this as we go on our travels. We see a lot of talented cricketers, but the one thing that they can develop on is just understanding the game better and just being smarter cricketers.
Yeah, I agree. Ibrahim Gill was getting enough short of a length stuff there from Bajwa. All he needed to do was take one big step across back to his off stump, and he could have heaved any of those balls to basically his power zone or wherever else he liked in the field. It's pretty nifty bit of footwork down there at third man as they scamper through for a couple.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I'm guessing this has taken the bat, because when I first saw this, I thought they're going to all be going up for the LB. Looking at the fielding there, don't know if you get a chance to see the ball again, but it certainly looked a good line, nice and straight, and seeing where it ends up, I think there was a bit of bat on that. Otherwise, I think he would have been in a spot of bother. And the man that's come out there is Butcher. And swing and a miss. That is the end of the over, so Bajwa tidies things up somewhat. Only the 6 come off it, and the score moves on to 39 as we have a look at the power plays. And well, John Copping, they've made 64 as being their best, and that goes back to the same match when we looked at the first over scores. That was 21 on the first over. The power play ended up on 64. Loma themselves are not far behind, 58. Again, those average scores very similar. The big difference, I think, is where the lower scores, there you see a difference of 10. So Loma sometimes have been sort of kept down to a low of 16 in the power play. But in terms of the average and the higher scores, there's not too much in it.
Certainly not. Don't think there's too much between these two teams, to be honest. And what could be a decisive moment in this batting innings, Rico? Yeah. Raiz Ahmed, the leg spinner, he's fluctuated between magnificent and pedestrian. Let's see what we get from him today. Nicely flighted leg break to start with.
Yeah, I have to say that yesterday he was probably a lot better than we've seen in the last few times. He was getting the ball in the right areas. He will always overpitch a little, but I think that you're going to get that with leg spinners. Certainly the type he's been bowling, but it's when he gets the full toss, no balls in, which then causes issues. Oh, that's an edge. Chance goes down. A very difficult one, you have to say, for the wicketkeeper, Ibrahim Ahmed. I mean, this is all about you're either in the right spot and the ball sticks or it doesn't.
He looked like he moved in good position. Beautifully bowled again from Ahmed. I like that line, and I like that flight too.
This one's a bit flatter, and the fielder takes a catch. Well bowled. And, well, Raiz Ahmed is enjoying himself. Good bowling. Flights the first couple right up there, and this one, he pushes it through, and you can see there's no pace on it. Tries to get plenty of power into the shot. But, well, Ismail has to depart. He's made 15 of 13. A good catch, and that's what they need to do. When they get the chances, they've got to take them. Irfan Mahmood makes no mistakes.
Yeah, good catch from Irfan Mahmood. Wasn't bad contact that Ismail made, but all of his weight was sitting on the back foot as he was trying to create the elevation to take it over the long on boundary. Ultimately, he failed, and he is back in the sheds now. It wasn't a bad start from him. But he goes 15 off 13, and after a tough couple of opening overs, they've reeled this Jönköping batting lineup back in. It was a pretty good over, aside from the couple of wides from Bajwa. He only went for 6, and now Ahmed started with a couple of ones and the wicket off the third ball. Zadran in pretty early.
Zadran just carefully places away. He knows that it's an opportunity for him to shine. Hasn't been able to do it too much in this series. We've seen him come out, play 1 or 2 good shots and then get out. But he knows that if he doesn't produce in this one, he may not get another chance. In the air, but beautifully played. Nobody out there, and that goes all the way. The 6 runs. Nice shot. He knows there's no fielder there. Doesn't have to try and hit this too hard. See, he just gets himself in a position. Nice follow through. Good timing. 6 runs.
Yeah, I don't mind the ball though. Raiz Ahmed pitching it up. Much rather him do that than dropping too short, but lovely strike from Balcha. We've seen his class in a couple of games in last week's Group A fixtures. He's patient at the crease. I suspect he'll want to bat through a large part of this innings. Cuts Raiz behind point. Fielder scampers around and they'll keep it to a single. It's the end of the 4th over. Jönköping 49 for 2. Interesting start to this one, Rico.
Yeah, very interesting. I think very evenly spread. The first couple of overs, I think, probably belonging to Jönköping. But I think Loma's come back well here, and I like the way. The good thing, I think, for Loma and their captain Najam is that the first over from Bardra was a good one. He's got another one to bowl. Looks like he's lining up to bowl that one straight away. And also, his spinner started well as well.
Yeah, certainly. I think Raiz Ahmed probably holds the key. If he was going to go for 25, 30 runs across his 2 overs, then Jönköping would be pretty comfortable playing the medium paces for the most part. Actually, the fact that he's come out, bowled a pretty good over, got a wicket, probably not held, went for 10 and went for 6 off that one shot from Balcha. But as it is, that was a nice over for him. He holds the key.
And, well, the wicketkeeper has got the lid on, but still a little bit too far back. I think you're standing up here, then you've got him. But look, he's not even in the picture, and you just get back easily. So, yeah, I think Ibrahim Ahmed is just going to have a bit more confidence and be a little bit further up.
Well, he's listened to you, Rico. He's taken a couple of steps up, and certainly not just the relatively slow pace that Balcha bowls at, but he's pretty much stump to stump, so keeper shouldn't have many concerns about coming up.
This is a lovely time shot, and this has gone a long way. Bolle, 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 manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
And there's something about Nasir Butcher's body language that just shows that he means business today. We've seen him come up with 1 or 2 really classy innings in the games last week. And I feel like he's trying to put this Jönköping team on his shoulders. He started very, very well.
Well, we spent on this pretty quickly, and well, if you're going to go for it with your feet, you're going to be in trouble straight away. And the issues for Talmaz Sheikh out there continue. And you've got to get you dirty for your side. I mean, the ground is nice and soft. It's good to get a slide in. He doesn't want to get his maroons dirty, and the ball goes over for 4 runs.
Well, they're lacking Haroon Saidai, who's been very good behind the wicket for them in this tournament. Sheikh's come into the side today. Probably you could say about the Loma side, they're not one of the strongest fielding units in this competition, and it has harmed them on occasion, dropped quite a few catches, and their bowling attack really hasn't been well served.
Oh dear, and this one's going to go down to the boundary once more. It's going to be 4 byes, and maybe that's the issue you see here with the keeper. I mean, for me, he needs to be standing up, but then there's always the danger of something like that happening. He doesn't really move, doesn't get his body across or his gloves across, goes straight through the batter and the keeper. 4 byes, so runs flowing freely. They have lost those 2 wickets, but you just get the feeling here that you need Bacha to go here. 2 more wickets here, and that they can start to slow the rate down a little bit, Loma, but they need to find a way to get that wicket.
Certainly been an expensive over, already gone for 14.
Nice looking shot out to the man at point. Sounded beautiful off the bat, that. Just lovely timing from Bacha. He moves on to 20.
Classy player, Rico. Hits with easy power. Really doesn't take a particularly violent swing at the ball most of the time, but still capable of hitting it over the boundary.
Short, hit hard, and we'll get to the boundary. There is a man out there, but he's a little bit finer. He's more backward point. And this one is hit more to the other side, is wider. Hits it hard. He's not really concentrating on getting on top of this ball. He just wants to get the power in and send it to the boundary. 4 runs. And, well, this over was certainly a good one. 21 has come off the 2 overs from Bardwa. And don't forget there was a 4 byes in that one as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. Look at the fielder there. He was backward of point, Rico, but for some reason he's come in 5 or 6 metres off the boundary and then had much less angle to work with to try to cut it off. Zadran hit it pretty sweetly off the bat, but get the feeling if he had just sprinted right, he may have been able to get a hand on it and keep it to 1 or 2. As it is, that score of Jönköping's got a nice big boost. Paul Jamal Bardwa, after a very good first over, he's been humped for 19 off that one, and both Butcher and Zadran, they are moving forward with some pace. Huge over now for the leggy.
It's a little bit short. It's hit pretty hard at Bardwa. They decide not to take the run.
I suspect Butcher's probably eyeing off this straight boundary just on the offside. Arc is very wide here at long off. There is a large gap if he wants to go straight.
He drags this wide, gets a second chance, does he? No. The catch goes down, and just as you highlighted, there have been issues. That's nice to see here. Look, I like that from Rez Ahmed. Of course, he's going to be very disappointed. The catch hasn't been taken. Doesn't come out the middle of the bat, so it's not going as hard as you think, but the catch goes down. Big moment. And then right on cue, this one is hit high up in the air, and it's going to be 6 more as the umpire puts their hands up and says, there you go, that's 6 more.
Our confidence of catching in the commentary box is building, Rico. I think we both had the hands up ready for that one. Beautiful synchronisation. Lovely shot from Butcher.
Yeah. And I think this is down the leg side, and it'll be interesting to see what the signal is. Will it be byes? Or will it be leg byes? Yeah, leg byes. So it does get a bit of the pad, but always going down the leg. That's that flatter, slightly quicker delivery. And this time doesn't get it to go straight. It's still been a useful spell here. If he can pick up another wicket, Zadran takes him on and gets a bit of the bottom off the bat. Doesn't hit it cleanly. There's a few worrying clouds coming in our direction again, Andrew. Some dark ones. Let's hope they don't bring any rain with them.
At least we won't have the long off complaining about the sun for the next 10 minutes.
Quicker one again. It's a good delivery that he fires in there. The thing is that though it's useful, it normally ends up being a bit leggish. So if you could get that one straighter. But he does finish well. It goes for 17 off his 2 overs. Picks up 1 wicket as well. 76. 6 overs gone. So it's one of those which could be a 110 or it could be a 130. And a lot of it depends on who from now on in, with these 24 balls to go, gets the better finish here. I mean, another wicket or 2 from Loma, and they could restrict him to sort of a score of about 100, 110. But if these 2 get going, if they're bowled badly, it could be big.
Yeah, you think things are just poised in Jönköping's favour at the moment. Zulki Rashid coming into bowl. Haven't seen too much of him over this week. Just tailing into Zadran. There's an appeal. No chance of being given. But not a bad bowler to bring on, to be honest. Just taking the pace off the ball. Looks like he floats it and gets a little bit of in-swing.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the ball in the right areas, I mean, that one was a little bit and down the leg side, but get the ball in the right areas with that pace onto these 2 guys that like to hit the ball hard, you've always got a chance. Once flashed out hard, fielders will get to it. Good bit of running here, really good running, and gets the dive in as well. Direct hit would have been interesting.
Yeah, he's a good athlete, Butcher. Ran that first one pretty hard and then made up his mind very quickly that he was going to press back for the second. Full-length dive. Good to see.
Yeah, good to see. I think he still, if it was direct, I think he may have just been out. But it's that time now, isn't it? It's that time to push. You've only lost 2 wickets. You've got to really, really go for it. If the ball's not going to the boundary, you're looking to turn the 1s into 2s. Good comeback. Nice ball.
Yeah, nice length ball. I think if you asked Butcher what he least wants to face at this time, it's probably this form of bowling, actually. The pace just really, really coming on slowly off the wicket. A little bit of movement either way. It's a good bowling change from Hark.
Got to get him. Oh, dear. He's missed it. I'm not sure if was this called a wide? Yeah, there's the wide call. See, keeper, you just got to back yourself where you're going to be. You either stand up or you don't. And Ibrahim can't make up his mind. And you see there, I think he was well out of his crease. He probably could have taken a couple of steps forward and taken the bails off. And then the next one goes high up in the air. I think this is going all the way over. Yeah, it is. It's 6 more. So the opportunity goes down and the next ball is smashed over to the boundary. And that's what's going to hurt even more the bowler. And it doesn't quite get it out of the middle. But at the moment, it's sort of the calm before the storm. As we see some of those clouds, no wind around at all. And that ball sails over the boundary.
Nice strike from Zadran, just getting into his work here. He could be ready to unleash in these final 3 overs.
Well, this is big. It goes a long way up. 2 fielders coming across. And oh no, oh no, oh no. It's another one that goes down. And well, if I'm in mood, I think if he leaves this when he goes for the second attempt, I think Najam Huq was going to snap it up. Have a look. It pops up. Huq is just in the picture, but he just gets another hand to it and takes it away from him. Another one goes down. They're not helping their cause at all here. The chances are there, but Loma are not taking them.
No, certainly not. Came in with pretty hard hands. Mahmood was watching him from close by. He didn't look confident getting under that ball. Rico turning to finals day. What a huge set of contests coming up.
Well, Evergreen are going to be playing Mamahos in that semi-final one. What a match that is going to be. That has got Seaside versus Mamahos written all over it again, hasn't it, with those 2 teams. Ariana CC are waiting to see which one of these 2 they'll be playing.
Going to be a great contest, that second semi-final. Ariana, remember, lost twice to this Loma side in the preliminary rounds in Group B. And they know what a threat Yon Shopping are. Good fielding down there from the man at fine leg.
Yeah, Thomas Sheik does well, doesn't he? He's, you said it, he needs to be a bit finer. He has been moved a bit finer. And I'm liking that. I accused him of not getting dirty for his side earlier, but he's got dirty for him now. Stops the ball, and then he has no idea where it is. But he does well. He certainly has saved 3 runs for his side there. Got him. Good bowling from the captain. Huq comes on at a crucial point. Just when opportunities were there not being taken, Huq comes in and he gets the big wicket of Bacha. Not trying to do anything too much is what we're talking about. Just holding the pace of the ball, getting it in the light line, and here we go. Jagadevhate!
Huge wicket from the skipper. We were slightly critical yesterday, Rico, that he's been leaving himself to bowl the 10th over and isn't able to do some of the damage in the middle overs. He's heeded that call, brought himself on in the 8th, and has come up with a massive wicket of Nasir Bacha. He was batting very, very well. If Yon Shopping only make it to 115, you might look at this as the turning point. And this is what we talk about when you say get the key bowlers in a few overs towards the end, because frankly, it's going to have much more impact getting a batsman of his quality then than getting him out in the 9th or the 10th.
Yeah, good call. Another one here, and it's 2 in 2. And that just underlines the point that we're making. There's no point thinking that I'm the bowler that's always going to bowl the first and bowl the last. Sometimes you have to assess the match situation. The match situation here was with the chances going down that the captain decided and has to decide, well, before this score gets too high and I'm coming on bowling really for nothing because the score's already on the board, I've got to come in and make a difference. He has come on and he has made a difference.
Certainly has. God, we're good, Rico. If only these teams would take this sort of advice earlier on in the tournament. Imagine the quality of cricket that we'd have. But Najam Huq delivering his own form of quality. He's now on a hat trick. Yon Shopping, batsman just falling by the wayside. Now 90 for 4.
Yeah.
Still 2.5 overs to go.
This is a big moment. I mean, hat trick is definitely on. Let's hope he doesn't spray it down the leg side. Get it full and straight. Also, we're at the point where Yon Shopping haven't shown too much. It's all about Zadran now. Well, he's hit it pretty well. Maybe it's not all about Zadran. As Tanvir says to me, Rico full. Have a look at this. Okay, I take it back. This is a nice shot. It was there in the slot. I think it was almost like he was being teased to hit it. And Tanvir says, hit it. I'll hit it all right. And he hits it to East Camp there. Says, what do you think of that, boys?
That's one way to deal with a hat-trick ball.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Oh, if he hits, he could be in trouble. And maybe he's just got in here. I think Zadran has just perhaps slid the bat in. Let's have a look at this. It was a great delivery. And then he sees Zadran coming at him. Keep an eye on it. Oh, it's so close.
I think he's short, Rico. I think he's short by a couple of millimetres. We'll get the replay going again.
Gone. Yeah, you're right. Oh, he's tried everything, Zadran, reaching out, but fantastic work from Andis there. Our partner, Springs Productions, shows that he's just short. A big, big moment. All right, he did get pumped for 6 on the hat-trick ball. And then you see there, good bit of fielding. And for once, I think we've seen that the radar from the wicketkeeper, Ibrahim Ahmed, was spot on. He gets the strike, and Zadran, through all his efforts, just couldn't get there.
Yeah, tell you what, it may have been good work from Anders in the production box. It's even better work from Ibrahim Ahmed with the gloves. Great recovery, and the man that Jönköping didn't want to lose at this stage, Zadran, he is back in the pavilion. That's the 3rd wicket they have lost this over. It has been an outstanding one by the skipper. Still 1 ball to go.
Yeah. Tries to hit it. They do run, and I think this is the case of, you can see there, Haq just saying to Ibrahim, hold on to it. Just hold on to it, and just keep it a clean over. And it's been a very good over. It's the end of the 8th, and the score moves on to 97 with 5 wickets down.
Well, if Jönköping do lose this game, I'll have a quick look at the bowling figures. They will look back to that over from Najam Haq and say, that is where we lost this contest. They hadn't lost a wicket since partway through the 4th over, and then all of a sudden, Bacha goes, and they also lose Zadran later in the over. That's a huge turn of events.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've got Tanvir there, who's shown he can hit a good ball. Shazad has joined him out there. So interesting. Last couple of overs here. I was saying it could be a 110 or a 130. And that's not a good delivery. You don't want to let your side down now. Getting your line all over the place. We know that he had his troubles before. He's got to get this ball on the stumps. And Aziz, he's trying to go for pace, really. He doesn't need to go for pace. Mohsin Aziz needs to get the ball right up there. He struggled with wides in his first over. He's here to now bowl the 9th, and he starts with the wide in this one as well. Better.
I actually think, Rico, the captain would be better served bowling Aziz late in the innings. I think he actually struggles when he's got the new pill. You remember back to the last couple of games we've seen from Loma when he has bowled, he has been so much better towards the back end of the innings because it just gets his control back.
Oh, that's a nice shot, and well, that's an excellent stop. I mean, it's gone so quickly, I don't even know if it carried for a catch. I suspect it probably did, but this has gone so quickly at the face of the bat. Have a look. Yeah, look, it was a catching opportunity, and you could be critical to say, well, that's a drop catch, he should have taken that, but I think he's done well to get there. He certainly stopped the ball going to the boundary.
I'll stop to 4. It's brought Mohammad Tanvir onto strike. This is a big matchup in these last couple of overs.
Wasn't a good ball from Aziz, he got lucky. This one is banged into the deck. They think about the single, and Tanvir says, I don't want it. I want to be here. This next ball has got boundary written over it on it for me, he says. Shazad is sent back.
Yeah, I think actually Loma would have been quite happy for him to rotate the strike.
Well bowled, but not well kept. In fairness to the keeper, it doesn't come up much. He does get a bit of glove on it. Ibrahim Ahmed, he's certainly been through the wars here. See this one, it doesn't come up at all. Watch, he's watching for the bounce, and then he has to readjust. Just gets fingertips to it, and he's probably felt that as well.
Tough one, shot through low. Let's hope Ahmed's hands are okay. He's going to be important with the bat later on.
Firmly struck. Will only be a single. This is where it's very important as the score now gets past the 100 mark, that they just keep they're cool, do Loma. They don't do anything crazy in the field. They don't end up throwing the ball away. It needs to be a good finish here from the over from Aziz. And if you can get this one in just a single or a dot, Tanvir will have other ideas. He wants the second boundary. And he's going to get it as well. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona, ginna badashaka.
Yeah, beautiful striking from Tanvir. He's had 2 balls in his hitting zone. He's put them both over the boundary for Maximo's massive finish to that over, which was a pretty good one. Otherwise, from Aziz, only went for 10 despite the 6 off the last ball. Jönköping 107 for 5. Rico, how big does this last over come? If they get 15 off it, 122 becomes a big target. If they can keep it to 7 or 8, you'd have to say that it's within Najam Hark's zone, certainly, and he'll just need a little bit of support.
Yeah, I'm just having a look around the field. I would certainly have somebody in to try and stop this single from Shazad. Well, he's not looking at singles. Where's this going? And we're going to just take a bit of evasive action. I have no idea where that's going. I know it's coming our way somewhere. Diana Oro's in front of us has got a big smile on her face. Well, I think we might even have this on the screen as well as a photo. Here we go. Where's it going? It's coming our way or not? Well...
At least one of us was ready, Rico. One of us was ready.
That's going to be a wide probably. I like the way you're standing there waiting for the catch, but there's no way it's coming at that angle, is there?
I think if we do have something come in, we'll see it at the last 10th of a second. Yeah. Anyway, back to the cricket. Zulki Rashid, he's got the responsibility of this 10th over.
It's a good stop from the keep. He has to stop it. It's well bowled as well. And Rashid is just not bowling with any real pace. And at the moment, I think you can see that 120 is on. And I was saying that the best case scenario, 130, 140. They could probably restrict to 110. When it's gone past the 110, maybe it's going to be in between that. But they do get a single here. And that means that Tanvir will be looking to launch this over mid-wicket. And a bit surprised that they don't make a change to the field here. It could send one more bat there. And he's hit this high in the air. It should be a catch. And it's been taken. Well, finally, one has been held. And I think that is Daud Khan, who's had these woes in the field. But he's all smiles here now. The most important about that one, of course, it's also a dot ball.
Certainly, and he had some difficulty in the field. He's also made up with a couple of cracking efforts as well. That was a good catch. And one thing you can always say about him is that he commits to catching the ball. He runs hard. He gets himself in position, at least gives himself the best opportunity to take one. That's a big wicket. If Tanvir had launched a couple in that last over, it might have stretched out to a little bit too tough a chase for the boys from Loma. As it is, a couple of balls to get through here for Zulki. Jönköping 115 for 6.
Yeah, it's still game on. Loma, they're not a team that has shied away from run chases. And just remember the one that they had against the Haryana side in the first match that they played. This will have to be bowled again. Don't mind that. And much rather him try to get the ball in that area than at the batter who's able to pump it to the boundary.
Very heavy cloud coming over at the moment, Rico.
And this one is another heavy ball coming over. And it's not going to be. And it's 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 more runs. He's hit this very well. It's come not out of the middle, but it's certainly gone a long way, and that helps the 120 on the board. And there you go, we're both ready for it this time.
Looked more posing than realistic actions at catching.
And third man, he goes down. His feet went from under him, but he does ever so well to keep his eye on the ball. And he gives his teammates a clap as the score will finish on 123. Have a look at this. He gets ready for the catch and his legs go, but he's still... His upper body, anyway, still keeps his eye on the ball. He does well. He smothers it, and it doesn't let him go by. So it's a good flurry in the end there from Jönköping as well. I think they'd be pretty happy with what they've ended up here. They started ever so well, didn't they? I mean, at the halfway point, the score was 68 for 2. So at that point, that's when we were talking about sort of a 140 sort of score. But you've got to give Loma some credit as well. They did come back well.
Certainly did. Ground was bathed in sunshine for the early overs, and the early overs for Jönköping were bathed in wides and no balls from Aziz, but eventually when he got one on target, he was taken to the boundary as well. Sami Ibrahim killed, didn't he start with a blaze, a mighty 6 off his first legitimate ball. This was a tail of the tape for Loma. 3 or 4 catchable balls went up.
Yeah.
Fielders not taking it or putting their hands up in defence. Ibrahim killed though. He finally holed out. Well taken by the keeper, Ibrahim.
Yeah, he did really well, and he's had some difficult moments behind the stumps, but most of the time he's done well. And this was a good catch as well, and that was off the bowling of the spinner Riaz Ahmed, who bowled very well. Zadran came in. It hasn't yet gone full-time ballistic. Yes, well, a bit more. See, that's what happens when you do foot fielding on the field. People watching also try and do foot fielding. But, well, that man there, he was guilty there, foot fielding, Tamer Sheikh, but he does get some good fielding in towards the end. He starts to use his hand. This would have been a good catch. It was an unfortunate one. It just wasn't able to hold on to it, Daud Khan, that time. This was good work. And a good throw. A direct hit would have been out. Here's another one that goes up in the air, and here's another one that goes down. And that one was a little bit more straightforward. Irfan Mahmood would be disappointed. But this was the big moment, wasn't it? The over here, the second over of Najam Haq, the captain.
Yeah, outstanding over. Only went for 8. They took 3 wickets off it, including a run out. That was a huge over from Haq. Just got things under control. And then towards the end, it was a nice second over from Machine Aziz. He took no wickets, but aside from a 6 off the end, it was a great over. Unfortunately, they were left with Rashad to bowl the last, and he did not provide the same defensive presence. Great run out there from the wicketkeeper, Ibrahim Ahmed. Nice piece of play, and that stopped Zadran in his tracks just when he was getting going.
Yeah, it certainly did. One thing that was disappointing for Loma, and they'll look back at this when they look at this score, and the score does go up to the 123, but 20 extras. You know, that score probably more likely should have been around about 1-8, 110, but those extras certainly did help.
Well, they certainly did, and in the end, that might be what cost them, Rico. Not just the re-bowls, but also a couple of free hits in there as well. Eventually, yeah. Daud Khan, he got some fantasy fielding points. Nice grab, having to run across from his position of mid-wicket. It was almost a great catch on the final ball. As it was, it just ends up as a single in the scorecard, and after a pretty eventful 10 overs, Jönköping, the number 2 ranked side from Group A, they have ended up with a total of 123 for 6 off their 10 overs. Having a quick look at their batting card, and got a nice start from Sami Ibrahim killer Mohammad Ismail at the top. The skipper got to face a fair chunk of that first over from Thies, who couldn't get his direction right, but probably the best batting performance in the innings. 27 off 18 for Batcher before he was bowled by Haq in the middle of an excellent over, and Mohammad Tanvir provided some lusty blows towards the end of the innings. He got 12 off 6.
Yeah, he did, and I think the tail did wag a little bit, didn't it, for Jönköping, which was very important. But just have a look at the bowlers, I think once again, Riaz Ahmed, he should be relatively pleased with his bowling spell. Aziz, well, his first over was expensive, just couldn't get his line right, but the second one was much better. 2 wickets from Najam Haq. I think he came in at the right time and did well. And you saw Bajwa, Ahmed and Rashid all picking up wickets. But Riaz Ahmed, once again, the spinner, I think he bowled really well. He'll be very satisfied with his bowling figures, 1 for 17.
Yeah, he certainly will. So it's going to be a tough chase for Loma. I guess I wouldn't say it's a problem, actually. It's a great thing for Loma. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference to their chase whether or not this target was 100 or 125, to be honest. And at the end of the day, if Najam Haq gets going, anything like he has in probably half of his innings at this tournament, they can chase this target down without any problems. The issues will come for them if he scores 20 or under.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and also just remind ourselves that Ibrahim Ahmed, the wicketkeeper batter, he blasted 36 of 13 balls yesterday in that match against Momohus, so he's certainly going to be one to watch as well. But yeah, you'd have to say that between Najam and Ibrahim, they have to score probably 80 to 85 of these runs between them, and the others chip in to get the others. And as we have a look at that mid-inning summary, the wind has really picked up here. But fortunately at the moment, keep your fingers crossed, no rain. We're certainly looking forward to the conclusion of our fourth quarter-final. And I know that the Ariana boys are still here. They're huddled up in the VIP box, and they're wanting to see who they'll be playing tomorrow. Well, they haven't got long to wait. 124 required by Loma if they are going to be the team to make it. The team making the debut. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in about 10 minutes' time.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona Oval for the last time today. It is the fourth and final quarterfinal matchup here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. And Jönköping batted first. They put on a pretty hefty total of 123 for the loss of 6 wickets. And Loma have an uphill task to chase, but they have the firepower in their batting lineup to do it, and do it with some ease. If these two, Najam Hark and Ibrahim, get going, there could be absolute fireworks, but they've got to contend with the experience and guile of Faisal Azim. First ball, nicely bowled. Ahmad just punches it down for a single. Flying bit of fielding and nice bit of work. Good solid first ball, and it's a good time to welcome back to the commentary box, Rico Full.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this was very close. I think if this hits, it would have been a very early wicket, and a disastrous one as well. A run out. And Huck, well, a lot depends on him if he can get going in these blowy, blistery conditions. And he cracks this one right out of here. And it's not about if he can get going, it's when the first one is set. out of the ground. 6 runs and his boys are up on their feet.
Have you seen a batsman who hits his first ball for 6 more frequently than Najam Haq? It is incredible, the consistency of his ball striking. It's been a couple of days since he's played a massive innings, Rico. He could be due.
Yeah, he could be due. And his teammates are hoping that he is. Look at him there. He just looks very calm and
almost zen-like.
Well, he's put a dent in the ball already. Probably the umpire just coming together to have a look. And the Faisal was probably saying, hey, umpires, this is a new ball. It don't look very new anymore. Mind you, when it goes over and it hits the scaffolding, it probably doesn't. Some discussion here. This is a bit, sometimes, which is a bit frustrating, I think, for the batters, because, of course, it just means that somebody like Haki just hit the ball for 6. He wants to stay in the mood, in the groove. He doesn't want any delays.
Tough call for the skipper here for Jönköping as well. Faisal Azim likes to bring the ball back into the right-handers, but his natural line and length will be right into Haq's hitting zone.
This one is going to be 4 more, and he says, I don't need 2 hands, I can do it one-handedly. Well, 6 and a 4, and he's hungry for more.
Certainly is. He puts the fear of God into these fast bowlers, Rico. First one, decent length ball, pumped for 6, and then they drop short, and he just swings it away backward of square. What a start for Loma.
Yeah, Adam Huck, he's getting pretty composed here at the moment. Azim, what's he going to do with this one? Goes for the slightly slower one, but he's still going to go the distance. And where does this go? The umpires will have to check, and the hands go up in the air like they just don't care. Here's 6 more, 6, 4, and another 6. Oh, well, the Master Blaster, he's out there, and he wants to do some damage.
Well, I mentioned the risk of bowling Faisal Azim in this first over. I know he likes to take the opening over, but strategically, I'm not sure this is the right thing to do. He's deciding to come around the wicket. Doesn't suit his bowling action quite as much, but it's probably a sensible change at this time. He's got to get this outside off stump.
Yeah, hitting into the wind, Huck, as well. And gets this one through. It's outside the off stump, so just changing it up. Left armour coming over the wicket now.
It's incredible what passes for a good ball in T10 cricket sometimes, Rico, isn't it?
Yeah.
In normal cricket, coming around the wicket, bowling a half tracker that's about 1 metre wide of off stump probably wouldn't get you too much of a round of applause from your teammates. On the other hand, given where Haq is trying to hit, that's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Haq will be ready for this one if it's a similar delivery. Well, it goes up in the air a long way. 3 fielders coming to get a big moment in the match, and the catch has been taken. And look at that. It's almost like they're running onto the field because it's all over. It isn't. It's only the first wicket. But in terms of getting the key wicket, well, Kazim Mahmood has struck. He takes the catch. It comes cleanly out of the bat, but it goes a long way up. And that is a really good catch from Kazim.
Well, it's a really good catch. It bobbled around in his hands for a moment, but he takes it safely. Excellent bowling from Faisal Azim, who's guilty on the first couple of balls of essentially just bowling what he wanted. He's then adjusted to the batter that he's facing. He's dug in too short, and if there's one thing we've learned about Najam Haq over the course of this tournament is that he's far less consistent hitting balls around his chest zone than he is driving to the fullish length. That was an outstanding piece of bowling from an experienced bowler. He ends up the first over 17 for 1.
Yeah, 17 for 1. That's not the wicket that they wanted to lose early. You just know, though, he's going to play his shots no matter what. And it was right at him, banged in. He went for the shot. Good catch. Good catch from Kazim. I mean, Kazim has been behind the stumps a lot of the time. But with Bilal Munir coming back into the team, he's out in the field and just showing that he can take the catch with or without the gloves on.
Yeah, certainly. To be honest, I would have started with this man, Zadran, for the first over, but he's coming in for the second. Ibrahim on strike.
This will be a wide, and just talking about wicket keepers, that one was just a little bit too spicy from Munir, but he does stop it, and the batters choose not to try and push on. So now it's going to be interesting because we've still got Ibrahim Ahmed, who's out there, the new batter. Irfan Mahmood comes in.
A lot of work for these two, Rico. Behind Hark, these are the two class batters in the team, particularly this man on strike.
Oh, he's gone for the long handle. It goes a long way. Boom, shaka, lagya.
Don't underestimate the quality of this man striking. We saw it yesterday. Took the long handle to some good bowling. He hits a big ball.
Oh, he hits this beautifully. And Bazza, he was worried that his coffee's going to be knocked over there for a moment. Well, Andrew Ryan, I think those coffees are coming your way. You would have been a disappointing man if Bazza was in the firing line there.
Oh, I was about to say that I hope Baz is walking towards the commentary box with those. Zadran steaming in.
And, big swing, nothing on this one. Gets the dot. Now, it's going to be one of those, and they're going to keep throwing everything at it. They want to be sending these kookaburras to the boundary, and they're not going to give up the fight as these coffees turn up, safe and sound. Thank you, Bazza.
Barry's such a handsome and clever man, isn't he, Rico?
You'd say anything for a coffee.
Oh, certainly this time of afternoon when the temperatures drop to about 4 degrees, I certainly will.
Nice looking shot, a great bit of fielding. And they'll get two, but that's 2 runs saved. This is a great bit of cricket. It was a pretty decent shot from not a bad delivery as well. But the fielding here, well, it's Friday and this was crackerjack. It was absolutely brilliant.
It certainly was. Great line from Zadran too. Just finally got a ball about half a foot outside off stump. Got Ahmed prodding away at it, but it's such a clean bat. Races away to the boundary despite the attention of the fielding. And Rico, he's entertaining the older crowd here at ECS Landskrona with some of the chat. Big swing across the line. Once again, a good adjustment from Zadran.
Yeah, just losing his shape here, Ahmed. Just doesn't want to get too excited. You can see that they're going after this big time. That rate is, I'm going to say, only at 11. You know why I'm going to say only at 11? We've seen some chases here today. And one of the things that we haven't really talked about, and I know I was keen to mention this to Rhino when he came back into the 10, was that chase from Marmahus against Seaside. I mean, to appreciate it, you're just going to listen to this. I'm going to do it after this delivery. Zadran steams in once more. Oh, that's an absolute beaut. He's a goner. That is a Jaffa. What a delivery this is. Oh, wow, and they are jumping for joy. That's got to be one of the seeds of the series.
Yeah, seed of the series indeed, Rico. In fact, those last 3 balls are probably the 3 best balls that the Zadran has bowled all tournament. Look at the lateness of the movement. Frankly, Ahmad's done an amazing job to even get a tickle on that ball. That's outstanding pace bowling from Zadran and very well taken by the keeper. Big second wicket because Ibrahim Ahmad could do plenty of damage. Loma now 26 for 2.
That's a superb, absolute superb piece of cricket. It really was such a good delivery. And the 2 danger men have been sent back. What a delivery that was from Zadran.
Yeah, he feels like he's steaming in with a level of effort that he wasn't last week. That was a huge, huge ball to come up with. Ibrahim Ahmed was just attacking with gusto and he wasn't going to stop. Massive wicket from Zadran.
Draws another full shot from the new batter that has come out there. That's the spinner, Reyes Ahmed. And it's probably not unkind to say that really from now on downwards, nobody has contributed really anything with the bat. So you'd think that Yon Shopping will be thinking that they're there. That's the end of the over. It is 26, 2 wickets down. And the point that I wanted to make, and Andrew Ryan, that chase from Marmahus, I was having a look at this in between that little break. Of the last 14 balls of the innings, 64 runs were scored.
On my word, that is incredible stuff.
Up in the air, I think he's probably got enough on it. The wind will take it away from the fielders as well. And they do keep the ball in play. 2 runs taken.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. They'll have to keep hustling these two. You can guarantee that Loma is not going to stop swinging hard. They have no qualms whatsoever about playing in continuous attacking fashion. The run rate is not a concern from them as far as their style of play. They will keep swinging hard.
Yeah, Faisal is staying around the wicket. Left armour.
I actually think Faisal would be better shifting back to over the wicket format for this particular batter. Shifted around because he was bowling to Hark in the last over.
It's up in the air, doesn't go anywhere. No pace on it. There's the stump. I've got to say the other thing that's going to go against Loma here is the way this wind has picked up and the direction of it. It's now sort of swirling around. Right at this moment in time, if you hit straight, it will take the ball, but it changes direction so quickly.
Yeah, certainly Jönköping got the better of the batting conditions in this game. They started in bright sunshine, you might remember. Started to pick up a touch towards the end, but certainly not in Loma's favour here.
Nice looking shot. Get a single. They certainly have another shot. That's lazy running. Good backing up. This hits, I think it would have been out.
I'll tell you what, if there's one man who's not afraid to have a shot at the stumps in this Jönköping side, it is Zabiola Zadran. Big heave. Not far away.
It wasn't the best bit of running, you have to say, from Rose Ahmed. Good shot. That will be a boundary. And it, in fact, may have gone all the way. Put them up in the air, I think, umpire. Well, they want to check. I got a feeling this goes all the way. Well, they're on the walkie-talkie. Let's have a look. Well, that's 6, I think.
Yeah,
I think it goes all the way. Yeah, forget the walkie-talkie. Put them up in the air. Let your hands do the talking. That's 6 runs.
That was a great shot from Irfan Mahmood. Timed the cover off it.
Beautiful shot. And as long as they keep finding these boundaries, a couple and over, they're always going to be in there with a shout. That rate is only around 12. Oh, he's hit this beautifully. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Oh, this is the way I like it. No para, sigue, sigue. No para, sigue, sigue. 6 más.
Yeah, that's class batting from Mahmood. He's adjusted again, hit the last one over to point. They moved the fielder out there, kept the wrists in front of this one. Hate to say I told you so, but this is the wrong line for Azim to be bowling. He should be going back to his natural line, swinging it back into the toes. Mahmood likes the room outside off stump.
Short one. This will be called a wide. It goes over the head of the batter. And the bowler can't believe it, but keep an eye on this. Yeah, that's a good call. That's wide ball. And Sagar Hanif is all over that. And the explanation now coming to the bowler, he's saying, well, why didn't anybody tell me? Very simple. The rules are out there. Read them. That's what I say to that. Wide ball.
Tell you what, if he's challenging something that's gone about 15 centimetres over the batsman's helmet, then he's not keeping an eye on where that ball ends up.
Gets this one through, and that's the end of the over. It's a good one. It's been an expensive spell for Azim. He does pick up a wicket, but he has gone for 34. 43 for 2, end of the power play.
So what would you do here, Rico? I suspect the skipper will leave Zadran for later in the innings in case they need to have someone pull back the run rate a touch. So
yeah.
It looks like he's throwing the ball to Sabi Imrakim Hill.
Yeah.
Feels like a bit of a risk. I mean, Sammy, we called for him to be in the bowling attack last week, and I think it's a really good thing that he is. I'm not sure I want to give him the 4th over when you've got the 2 best remaining batsmen out there.
I would. I mean, not particularly Sammy. I'd give it to the slow bowler who's got the accuracy, because I think both these batters are throwing everything at it, and I'd rather do it now than leave it for later. And if he's thinking he's got to try and get an over 2 in from less of the recognised players, I think this is the opportunity to try and do it. So, yeah, I don't mind this so much, because I just think the batters, no matter what comes their way, are going to have a big swing.
Geez, I'd be tempted to throw the ball to Shazad. He's got a good array of change-ups. Let's see how this goes. It's a roll of the dice, but if it comes off, Sammy, he'll at least jam up Mahmood if he gets his line right, because as we said in the last over, Mahmood loves to have some room to swing over the offside.
Yeah, and this is what you were saying that Faisal Azim should have been doing. This is angled into the legs. It's been pretty well played. Kasim will do the fielding. Certainly a busy character out there, Kasim, isn't he?
Certainly is. He's doing a good job in the outfield for Jönköping. Just a few nerves coming to this Jönköping side. You see some calls trying to get behind the bowler. Feels like they're just a moment of uncertainty. Lomma's run rate's good.
Oh, this is not good. It's very wide. It's called a wide. And just an opportunity once again to thank everybody in on the chat that are not just enjoying this match, but have enjoyed all the matches we've had here today. What a day it's been for European cricket. This one goes through. Better delivery. It's a dot ball. Yeah, it's not just the great matches. 3 we've had here, quarterfinals, this is 4. But been some great cricket in Malta as well. And if we do get a chance to take a breath, we'll talk about some of those as well. Well bowled.
Well bowled. You could see in that last ball, not that one, but the one before, Rico, how much Mahmood is trying to open himself up to hit over covers. That's really where he wants to go. There's also an absence of outfielders out there. It's a bit of a battle of wills here at the moment.
Ibrahim Kil coming once more. This time he does deliver the width. It's probably not the area where you'd be looking to play this shot. Should have been probably eyeing up, trying to hit it over on the offside. There's no protection on the boundary, but he drags this to the onside, gets the single.
Rain's just started trickling down here, Rico. I don't think it's going to send us off the field at all, but it's going to make 2 things. A little bit difficult for batting, a little bit difficult for the bowlers to hold on to the ball properly.
Oh, this one goes all the way through the batter once more. It's been a really good over. Can he finish it well? Just 3 runs from it. And when you consider that Lomma started the over needing 12 to stay up with the rate, if they're always going to end up short in this one, but how short?
3 off the over so far from Ibrahim Kil. Rico's maybe right with the call to bring him on.
That was a Gandhi ball. It will go to the boundary for 4. But still, that's still just only 7 of the 12 that they were looking to try and get from it. So it's still a good one, but he lets himself down horribly here. Drags this really short and wide down the leg side. It was a Gandhi ball, and it goes for 4 runs. And the score moves on to 50. Exactly. Hello, everybody. And what a day we've had. Our house is being blown apart. You can see bits and pieces are sort of fraying all over the place. The wind has really picked up, but it's keeping us dry as we have another shower. I hope you've had a fantastic day watching in. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to all the moderators. You are the best viewers we can ever wish for. And thank you for making us feel so welcome here as well. It's been an absolutely brilliant day here. Malta, there's been plenty of action there as well. And we'll give you some of the information. Maybe we'll be able to switch to the dual screen at some point as well. It will be a wide. Some of the action in Malta, I'll give you some information, 2 matches that I know the information on. Gibraltar, they got a win today, 213 to 192 against Bulgaria. And then Romania, well, thanks to a century from Taranjit Singh. Well batted Taranjit. Up in the air, and he goes to the area with a no field. Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. He's
has he saved that,
Rico?
Rico?
He saved it as well. It's come off his hands. It would have been a great catch, and then he's chasing after it and stopped it going to the boundary as well. This is incredible from Zadran. Look, there the catch goes down. He's chasing it up, and wow about that. Well,
nifty footwork from the big pace bowler.
Yeah, nifty work indeed. Just go back to that in Romania I was talking about. Taranjit Singh scores a ton. The Romania 193 for 4. The Czech Republic 140 for 6. So a good victory for Romania indeed. The last match is being played there at the moment in slightly different conditions to what we've got here. And looks lovely, nice and sunny there. Well done to Charlie Hunt, who's doing a fantastic job on the comms, and also to the ECN crew that are there. Maxi doing a great job, and Johnny G as well is there, and Kate, the scorer. Hit pretty well, but will and should only be just 1.
Just to bring a bit of levity to this situation, Rico, absolutely adorable moment before of Mohammed Tanvir, who's fielding in front of us at long on. One of his little kids saw him out on the field and started running towards him. Our boy Marzi from the European Cricket Network had to go and grab the youngster, but not before he got a hug from Dad, just before he got sent back. Very sweet.
Hollow sounding hit from the bat. It's another single, and well, they're taking him on. He's going to be... He makes it in. Well, that was cheeky. It was naughty but nice, as they say.
Gutsy call. Not sure that was the play with this many overs to go. The big lumbering steps of the leg spinner Raiz Ahmed. Keeper just needed to glove that cleanly. He's looking at his partner saying, why are you trying to barbecue me at 56 for 2, 4.5 overs in? But they've got to put some pressure on the Jönköping team, and it paid off for them there.
Hits this pretty well, and it goes past the fielder. And it's the bowler, the opening bowler, Faisal Azim. He can't get a stop onto this. It goes to the boundary, and a bit of disappointment from the Jönköping boys. They feel this one should have been stopped, and it should have.
Yeah, probably just didn't get the body in front of it, tried to use the hands. Nicely struck, though, from Raiz Ahmed. He's got that big open stance out to mid-wicket that he's precisely where he wants the ball delivered.
Slower delivery, up in the air, big opportunity. And no mistakes, that's the wicket they needed. Clever change up of pace from Shazad. And he draws the false shot. And another wicket goes. And it's Mahmood.
I think Raiz Ahmed, who's been dismissed there.
Apologies, yeah, Ahmed goes. Just contributed well, didn't he? He scored quickly. It's been one of his better performances. But he goes for 12 of 8 deliveries.
If Irfan Mahmood can stay there, though, Rico, they just need 3 or 4 contributors scoring 8 to 10 in quick time in the bottom of the innings. Jamal Bajwa, he's been good for them with the bat on occasions. He can certainly give some support to Irfan Mahmood. Never know, it might be enough. They're halfway there at the almost end of the 5th over.
Yeah, it's these wickets that the thing is, every time these wickets go down, you get another batter comes in that hasn't really contributed anything major with the bat. And maybe this is the last roll of the dice. Jamal Bajwa, I think what he does offer them is he's a clean striker of the ball, does strike it well and time it well. Also a left-hander. I think that could also throw the bowlers a little.
Good. 3 of their fielders out on the leg side. No one in front of square in the leg side inside the circle, though. Terrible ball from Shazad. Gee, our captaincy's been good today, though, Rico. I mean, you called for Sammy in the last over. He went for 7. I called for Shazad. Probably in the same over, but it's 1 over later. He's gone 1 wicket for 10. Dirty ball, that last one, but see if he can get out of it. Nice ball.
It's another one down the leg side as well. Yeah, and also don't forget your call for Azim to come round the wicket. That worked as well. Getting that prize wicket early on.
Just a lot of mutual backslapping going on in the commentary box at the moment. Shazad's got to get through this final ball.
Gets back onto it. We'll take the single. And, it completes the over. 13 from it. So in terms of, they do get more or less the amount of runs they're looking to get off per over, but they did lose a wicket there as well. 63 for 3 at the halfway point.
As we said, Rico, they are halfway there to the target. There's only 30 balls to go. I get the feeling this could be a make it or break it over. Bringing on Sami Ibrahim Kill for his second over. He bowled really, really well in his first. But on the other hand, he's also a bowler you'd think has the propensity to go for a few if he starts dragging them short and on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, he let himself down with the final delivery, didn't he? It was a Gandhi ball that got put away to the boundary.
Bowler coming around the wicket. It's almost like the angled protractor, isn't it?
I mean, his style of bowling, he's really going to have to whip this round to get it where he wants to. Well, he tries to. It probably would have been a wide. And I think the batters would have been wiser to take it unless he was going to be certain of sending it to the boundary. But maybe it just gives Bajwa a chance to get a few off his bat. Like I say, he's a clean striker of the ball if he can get going.
I'll tell you what, Bajwa, I don't think he's going to mind the angle that Ibrahim bowls whatsoever. He will look to take him square of the wicket, particularly behind point if he can.
Mahmood to the pitch of this, place it nicely down along the ground. I think that's the other thing. Look, if you're not going to get a boundary, the key thing is no dot balls. You've got to get something from every ball. That's the key. And I think rotating the strike at the moment with the left and right combination is not a bad thing.
Certainly not. You get 30 singles, and that's half of your runs. So you add on that 3 or 4 sixes, 3 or 4 fours, not that far off. A couple of wides as well.
Yeah.
It's not that hard for them to reach this target, Loma. They are within touching distance. And as I say, I reckon this over and the next over will be determinative of how this match plays out.
Big appeal, and that's what the umpire thinks of it.
It's a right call too, I think,
Yeah.
Rico.
Yeah, I think the one that Bajwa played earlier in the over was very much in the same place and probably would have been a wide as well.
Tough call for the umpire, just the angle he's bowling at.
Better. It's a better one, isn't it? Gets through and a little bit quicker there as well. Skidding it through, Sammy.
Certainly is. Challenging custom because it's just a form of bowling. You don't see that often.
That'd be another wide. Signal, so he does get the dot through, but then he gives the single away off the next. Just looking for one hit, one good hit in this over, Bajwa. It goes through. They've got to be thinking about this. They do. Here comes the throw, and it strikes the bat on the way through, but Sammy had it covered. That's the bye.
I don't think that's a bad result for Jönköping, actually. Mahmood looked pretty uncomfortable at the angle that Ibrahim Kill was bowling at. Very much favours the offside, very much wants a little bit of room outside off stump as well. He's still got a decent gap there between what is a fairly square cover and Tanvir out here at long off.
Firmly struck. There's a man out there. Will they try and push for 2? No, it's cleanly picked up, and Kasim has been very good out there, and a nice pick up, a good throw right into the gloves of the keeper.
Hasn't been a boundary all over despite the issues that he's had with wides. He can keep this to a boundaryless over. It'll go a long way towards Jönköping being on top.
Hits it well, and a couple of bounces, good pick up, and goes for the throw towards the bowlers and the batters. Just take a single. That's a really, really good over. There were, like you say, a couple of extras, but in general, he's bowled his 2 overs and only gone for 14. That's super bowling from Sammy.
Yeah, certainly is. I think if you'd told the Jönköping skipper that he could get through Sammy's 2 overs and only 14 runs off them, defending 123, I think he'd be pretty satisfied. Look at the win probability, well in favour of Jönköping at the moment. As we said though, it's really only one good over from Loma here, and they will be right back in this game. And just as we say that, the conditions feel like they've brightened up a bit, Rico, and the wind's dropped.
Yeah, it's been a very strange day, isn't it? I mean, we're very thankful because we know what the forecast did look like. We've managed to get all 4 matches in without any disruption at all. Maybe a bit of discomfort at times. Hits it hard, and Kasim will make the stop. He does. And it's only going to be a single.
Just keeping the boundaries in check at the moment, aren't they, Rico? And they do need boundaries, Loma. They're not going to be able to do this just in singles.
Butcher doing the bowling here now. Another great all-rounder Jönköping have.
Beautiful sunshine now. It's changed considerably in the last couple of minutes.
Firmly struck. Some more. It's just going to the fielder. So it's been a bit of tiki-taka now for a little bit too long. If you're a Loma supporter, if you want a bit of boom boom, and it needs to happen sooner than later. Bajwa, 6 deliveries, 4 runs. He's the one who's got to go.
Well, he's got to go. He's got to pick a spot, and if the ball's in that zone, then he's got to go very, very hard. Suggest he looks at this deep mid-wicket spot. It's where he goes. Unfortunately, doesn't get a great piece of it. The ball was there to hit.
Yeah.
It's just a single.
Not able to get enough power into the shot. Really needs to be looking to elevate it up over that field inside the ring.
Nonetheless, I think Mahmood will be happier facing the right arm pace bowling of Butcher than he has the last couple of overs.
And this one does go the distance. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona shaka. And if this has gone in the back of the net, why don't you give him another 2 runs for this one? A few bonus points.
Yeah, right on cue, Mahmood. He's enjoying the pace and he's enjoying just the right arm bowler. He's faced some weird and funky stuff the last couple of overs, the slower balls of Shazad and the heavy angle of Ibrahim Gill. He will be enjoying this, and this is a key couple of balls.
And that's really well bowled. That's good bowling from Butcher. It just shows his hand a little bit too early, Mahmood. And Butcher says, okay, thank you. I know what you're doing now. Bangs it in short. And within the parameters he has, within that wide line, it gets a good dot ball in.
Certainly good bowling. Great stuff from the experienced Butcher.
And then another dot. That's a good finish. So though they do get the maximum off the 4th ball, the next 2 end up being dots. As we have a look at what's coming up on day 5 of 6 in Malta, Hungary versus the Czech Republic. Czech Republic, they're going to be hungry for a victory. Gibraltar, they've had a good day today. 2 teams that have had a good day today. Gibraltar and Romania are going to go back to back. And then Malta taking on Bulgaria. Malta, they've been on a high at the moment. And here, well, we know the first match here is going to be semi-final 1, Evergreen taking on Malmahus. And then Ariana, they're waiting to see who they'll play in, whoever is victorious in this one. And then we got the bronze final. That's when the 2 semi-final runners-up, if you like, come together to see who will be victorious in that bronze final. And then the final, the big one. And what a finale it's going to be to what has been a marvellous series. This one goes through the batter Bajwa. And they're the ones that Bajwa has to put away. They're in the zone. And a left-hander needs to flick. He just needs to get a little flick here. Little paddle shot. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, certainly just try to give himself a little bit of room. Goes in between body and leg stump.
I think Bajwa here. I mean, what's your feeling here, Bajwa? I'm almost thinking retirement sort of thoughts because it's just playing and missing. I think you've got to get somebody else out there. I mean, Bajwa now, that's 9 balls he's had. He's on 5. It's just not happening for him.
Yeah, the wrong innings at the wrong time. He's got to get out or at least get Mahmood on strike.
Placed his hand. It's just another single, so he does get Mahmood on strike. But, I mean, Mahmood, he's batted pretty well, 20 up 16. If only he could have had somebody at the other end who at this point, like Bajwa, off the 10 balls he's had, maybe picked up a boundary or 2 as well, would have made all the difference.
Yeah, certainly would have. Looking at the tent, they've got Sajid Ahmed padded up, and that's probably their next option. Sheena Ziz maybe, but it definitely looks like Sajid's going to be the next man who comes out. 15 balls to go, 43 runs. They need a boundary.
Struck firmly. It won't be a boundary. It will be just a single. And you can see good energy there around the field from John Shopping as well. Tanvir does the fielding, but Samri Ibrahim Kul still backs up just in case.
Good bowling from Shazad this over so far.
Hits this pretty well. Do they run hard? They should be running hard. They take the single.
It's only been 3 runs off this over so far, Rico. Hey, there's such a crucial one in a chase. This total to try to set yourself up for the last 12 balls, and Sahar Shazad has responded to the call from his skipper. Huge over.
Up in the air, and this will probably go all the way. It will. Boom, shaka, lagia. Manos arriba, arbitro is always says, but the important thing is they need to put a few more there as well. There's no point hitting the one and the next couple being dot balls. You need a couple of boundaries on the spin to give you hope going into the last over.
Well, isn't he playing a cracker of an innings, Irfan Mahmood? He's now up to 35 off 18, and if he can just face enough balls in these last 2 overs and he can go super ballistic, then they are still in with a chance. Sahar Shahzad for a couple of pretty decent overs from him. Goes for 1 for 22. Those balls left, they've still got 1 from Zadran. They're going to leave him until the last, and Batcher's bowling this 9th. Must have been a temptation to bring Zadran on here and just say, let's try to finish this.
I think the temptation was there, but they're still believing, well, no, we don't need to go down that route. We've got this man, Batcher, who bowled a good one. He doesn't want to take the single. You see, that's what happens when you haven't got a batter there that's giving you good support. You start playing like that. I mean, if that's the case, I think they should have retired Bajwa out a long time ago. Just have a look at the most catches so far. Interesting. Singh right up there. We've seen Singh. Well, see, where's the logic in that? If somebody explain that to me, you turn down the ball before a single, and then you take one the next ball. So go back to the catches. Singh. And 7 for him, and from United, Mahmood 7. And then 3 men on 6. He's got Ali, Malhotra, and Malidi. All the guys that we'll see again. Catching chance and taken. And I think that is not a bad thing, because personally, I know it sounds harsh. I think if I was Bajwa and I was having this sort of inning in this situation, probably after the 6 balls I'd faced, I'd say, okay, I'm retiring myself out.
Yeah, gee, well, that fielder couldn't have been placed any better. May have had his issues at Bajwa with the bat in this innings, but that fielder being 1 metre either side, that ball would have been flying away for a much-needed boundary. As it is, Loma now needing 33 off 8 balls, and this equation is very much in the favour of Jönköping. Full credit to Batcher, though. He's bowled a couple of excellent overs, went for 9 in his first, and he's now gotten 1 wicket for 2 runs in this 9th.
He hits it well. They'll take just the 1. Here comes the throw. Oh, that's been rocking it in.
Gee, that's needless cricket, though. They've taken a 1. They're not even looking to go for the 2nd. And you fire in a ball that's got an opportunity to end up 4 overthrows over the other side.
This one, Mahmood. It's got to go big, got to go to the boundary. Goes for it. He's trying to split those fielders, and it's 1, and that's all it stays, I suppose. Now he just keeps it to 1 because he wants to go back on strike. But if they're to do this, it's going to have to be a supersonic over. It is possible, though unlikely.
Well, where is Diraj Malhotra when you need him? We need the Master Blaster from Malmahus out here. Does feel like Loma are going to fall just a touch short. It's been a brave chase led by this man, Irfan Mahmood. 37 off 21. Needed just one of his top 2 of Hark and Ibrahim to just stay at the crease a little bit longer. Yeah. They could have found their way to the semi-finals. As it is, he's got a big, big task ahead of him. And particularly doing it off the fiery paceman Zadran. I guess the upside is that at least he's going to have a fair bit of zip to work with, but good luck taking some of Zadran's short of a length balls for maximums.
Zadran starts his run probably about 4 metres in from the boundary. In he comes. And this one goes pretty quickly into the safe hands of the keeper, Bilal Munir. And that's the dot that you wanted. That's the dot really that sort of kills this game.
Good bowling from Zadran too. Didn't give him anything in his hitting zone, saying if you're going to hit a 6 off a short of a length ball, a foot outside off stump, then good luck.
Yeah. It's up in the air. Fielders come in. Well, 2 of them coming in, and that's a really good catch taken. And by the man out there, Tanvir. He takes a good catch, but he did have Sammy charging in as well. That certainly would have been in. He's picked to the corner of his eye. Look at Sammy, he's streaming in. In fact, you don't even see Tanvir, who takes the catch. But it does really well, holds on to it. So it's a wicket. So this over is a dot and a wicket. It's game over, really. It's been a valiant effort from Lomma, a team that were appearing in the European Cricket Series for the very first time. And didn't they entertain us? They produced a few surprises as well. And they need to take a lot of credit from their performance in this series. But when it came to the quarterfinals, well, it just wasn't enough. It just lacked some of that experience that we've seen from Jönköping.
Yeah, that's true. Jönköping's just executed with a little bit more efficiency, a little bit more class. Managed to scratch out some runs even when they weren't feeling like they had the momentum in their batting innings. And they've taken wickets constantly throughout this innings, and in particular sent the two big guns at the top of the order back to the pavilion reasonably early. Strand sprays that one down the leg side. Could do without an array of extras in this last over. Feels like he's back to his bustling best too, Rico. That second over that he bowled went for 9, but got the all-important wicket towards the end of the over. And it was a huge, huge moment in this game.
Just paces up to his start-up point. Got a nice flow about his action as well, and he just keeps going all the way through, doesn't stop. So this one is just bang straight in, and well, there you go. That's another, knocks them over. And admiring his action, but admire the result as well. Gets the ball right up there. Get the feeling this is being chopped on. Let's have a look. Yeah, it comes off the pad. And bat pad onto the, there you go, yeah, unfortunate for the batter. But it's another wicket. That's 3 now here from Zadran. So Daud Khan, he has to depart for an unfortunate duck.
Let's bring Shazil Afzal to the crease. Unfortunately, this game's going out with a little bit of a whimper in this last over, but they have been brave fighters in this tournament, Lomma, as you said. Rico, they were debutants in the European Cricket Series. They made a huge splash to start with, and they've done very, very well in this tournament.
Good pace from Zadran again. Gets this one to talk, and short of a length, straight at the batter.
Yeah, when he's on fire, he's a very difficult customer. In fact, I think probably behind Absa Khan, he's probably the second sharpest bowler in this event, and when he really gets it going, probably even there or thereabouts, Absa's pace, but he's bowled an excellent pair of overs here today.
Trying to give himself a bit of room there. Abzal trying to hit one over the top to see if he could at least try and get his team to the 100 mark, and he still can, but he's going to need a maximo here now.
Basically match-winning figures, isn't it, Rico? Zadran 3 for 10 when Lomma's finished 30 runs or thereabouts away from the target. Huge performance from him.
Yeah, when we have a look at the figures, have a look at, I mean, we can see Zadran's up there at the moment, but Batchas as well. And that'll be it. Oh, it's been quarter wide. I thought this has gone probably over the stumps, but the umpire has adjudged it to go just down the leg side. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, good call.
Good call.
Very good call. So he'll have to bowl another one. I don't think Zadran will mind this. It gives him another opportunity to pick up his 4th wicket. He's on 3 for 11 at the moment.
At least we've got bright sunshine. Finish this day. High note, Rico.
It's we've been very lucky with the weather. There was one point when that rain came, I didn't think it was going to go. And Mickey Bra, that's the way to finish. And Zadran, he does get his 4th wicket. 4 for 11. Well bowled to Zadran, and well done to Jönköping. It's high fives all around as they now complete the lineup for tomorrow. They will be playing the team that have been looking on from the VIP box, Ariana. And what a semi-final that will be. We've certainly got some mouth-watering matches coming up tomorrow. And you see the batter there just trying to get it a little bit too funky, but Zadran just too good. And well done. Congratulations to Jönköping. We will see them tomorrow in the semi-finals. They'll be playing the second match and up against Ariana. And also, look, very well done to the team that are from the beautiful part just north of Malmo. They've come a long way. They've certainly entertained us. We've seen some exciting knocks from them, and they gave us some surprises as well, especially when they got those 2 wins against the very high-flying Ariana team. But it wasn't to be for them. They just didn't probably have some of the experience and some of the knowledge in playing this level of cricket. But they will come back stronger and better because, well, that knowledge I'm talking about and the experience, they've certainly got plenty of it in this series. And I think also they've made a lot of friends as well because they played good, exciting cricket.
Yeah, they certainly do. And that exciting cricket exemplified by the fact they took 17 off Faisal Azim's first over. They just blaze away from the get-go, but a huge wicket for him. He managed to get Hark dragging a ball that was wide of off stump around. Well-taken catch coming in off the boundary. That was the first big wicket today, and it made up for the fact that Azim got pumped. Otherwise, this was the second one. An absolute seed from Zabiullah Zadran, just tickling the outside edge of Ibrahim's bat. And tell you what, as I said during the coverage, he did pretty well even to get an edge on that ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, I always say that when it comes to these crunch matches, especially when you're in the knockout stages, your key players have to perform. And if they perform, well, your captain's going to be smiling because they're going to help you get to where you need to be. Zadran, he performed brilliantly in this match. As Karina, she had some more wiping to do, and look at that smile. What a lovely smile that is as well. It certainly makes my day, as that one's been played away to the boundary. They were close enough, but just a little bit too far. Needed a few things to go their way. Well, we're talking about Zadran. Not only did he bowl very well, he made that stop there as well. And all these things make a difference.
Yeah, they certainly do. And just actually some quality in the field for Jönköping probably was actually the difference in this game. A number of catches went down for Loma. It's been their Achilles heel for most of this week. They actually tamed the Jönköping innings most of that 10 overs. There were just a couple of overs where they really got away, but dropping catches at crucial times has probably ultimately cost them.
Yeah, it has, and as we continue to watch the remainder of these highlights, the other thing to go back to, I think you've just made a very good point there about the catches that went down and some of the sloppy fielding, which cost them probably, 10, 15 runs. But focus on those extras, 20 extras as well. If you take that into account, well, looking at those scores there, if they had them back, they would have won this match.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think Jönköping will be getting too excited about this performance. I think there will be a few individuals, particularly this man on screen, Zabiullah Zadran, that they'll be very, very happy to see in form. They had a couple of nice contributors with the bat. Also, Nasir Butcher was very, very good with both bat and ball in this innings. It's probably those two that have really carried the team's performance today. A couple of late lusty blows from Tanvir as well. I mean, you take away his sixes and all of a sudden that target looks a lot easier. But ultimately, Rico, Jönköping with a better team today, and I think we've ended up with the 4 best teams in the semi-finals.
Yeah, we'll see that lineup in a minute. But first, just to remind you what's happening in Malta, Hungary versus the Czech Republic. First up, Gibraltar take on Romania. That'll be a good match. And then Malta return to play Bulgaria in the final match of the day there. And here tomorrow, well, this is the way that it looks, and it looks pretty tasty.
It is incredibly tasty. These are going to be a pair of cracking semi-finals. We get things underway with Evergreen, who are still yet to be beaten in this tournament, but they take on the men with all the momentum, Malmöhus. How on earth they chase down that target today, I will never be able to explain, but they were magnificent with the bat and will give a huge challenge to Evergreen and their pack of right-arm medium pacers with the ball tomorrow. Big question for them, can they stop Uan Nuaz? He has been magnificent. And then the second game, Ariana Cricket Club, who have been dominant for the most part coming out of Group B. They were almost shocked today by the Helsingborg Stars, who put a pitiful total on the board. They came up with an immense effort with the ball and in the field, and frankly, Ariana crumbled the first moment that significant pressure was put on them. They've got some real soul-searching to do, and a couple of those senior guys like Bashir Ahmed and Nusratullah Sultan are going to have to get this young group together and just get them refocused for what is going to be a big game tomorrow against Jönköping. Jönköping probably don't have the singular dominant players that a few other teams do, but as we've seen today, actually, they've probably overwhelmed Lomma there just from the depth of their squad and enough players making contributions.
Yeah, and contributions, let's have a look at the contributions made by Lomma. It didn't start the way they wanted because Ibrahim Ahmed, he went for 9 of 6. Then the man they really need to get that score, 30, 40 runs for them, and or more, Najam Haq, he went for 16 of 5. Then there was good batting there from Rifan Mahmood, who did really well. Riaz Ahmed played a few shots, but there's that little bit in the middle where there were so many balls used up. I mean, Jamal Bajwa, 13 deliveries to get to 8. You just think if they had half of those deliveries back and maybe somebody out there that was hitting the ball cleanly, they could have gone on to win that match. They just ate up too many deliveries when it mattered. With the bowling, well, Fazal Azim, he didn't listen to your advice, and he was taken apart a little bit. He did pick up that prize wicket, though, you have to say. But other than him, all the other bowlers, I think, were very respectable as well. But, of course, the main bowler there was Adnan, picking up 4 wickets for just 11 runs. Didn't he have a good day?
Yeah, certainly did. And also those 3 down the bottom, Ibrahim Khail Shahzad and Bacha, I guess they expect that from Zadran. It's the best performance that he's put in with the ball in the tournament. But those 3 getting through their overs, each taking a wicket or 2, each staying relatively economical. Ultimately, once again, it's just the depth of that Jönköping team that has got them home against Lomma today. And they've set up a pair of absolutely cracking semi-finals tomorrow. Rico, I actually cannot wait to get back here for these games tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I mean, we know the semi-final lineup now. We just want to touch on that second one where we know that Ariana are going to be playing Jönköping. Ariana, we have to remind ourselves now, if you look at the last 3 knocks that they had, okay, the first one they were chasing, and they didn't have to chase too many. I think it was a score around 70. But then the last 2, they were batting first, and it was scores in the 60s. And when you have a look at their lineup, and when you particularly look at them having the likes of Nurullah Sultan back in their side as well, I mean, that for them is not good enough. So they're under a bit of pressure. It just makes me think that tomorrow they are really going to be up for it, but they're going to have to be up their best, don't they?
Yeah, certainly, and I think that man Sultan's going to be huge for them tomorrow. In fact, that whole top 3, I suspect they'll still keep on opening with Sadat and Babar. I think they're pretty settled at that top part, but Sultan coming in at number 3, what they'd love to do is Sadat and Babar to get through the first 4 or so overs and then give them a launching pad towards the end. But so much revolves around Nusratullah because the rest of that batting lineup has looked far more brittle than we expected that it would.
I think it's very difficult because, first of all, 2 things. One thing is very difficult to tell somebody like Nusratullah Sultan to say, look, you know, I don't want you to change the style you do bat, but can you stay there a little bit longer for us because it just doesn't work. But the other point to make is don't forget they're without Atif Mohammed. That is going to be a big, big loss for them because he's bowled so really, really well. Who did they bring in? They got Atta Rahman, who we saw took 4 wickets yesterday. So they have got options, but I think Atif Mohammed gives them so much more, not just with the bowling. He's a decent bat as well.
Yeah, but we also know that they've come back after their 2 losses to Lomma, in which they were pretty shabby earlier in this tournament and then rolled through the rest of their game. So certainly something. They've got experience coming back from the one-off poor performance. I think they'll go back. I don't think they'll give a huge amount of thought to what happened today. I think they just need those big guns at the top of the order to do the business for them, and they've got still a really, really good bowling attack, both opening and in the middle overs. So Ariana Cricket Club, still big chances for this tournament, but all 4 of these teams would not surprise me if any one of them won this event.
They're all capable of doing it. And, you know, one thing I was thinking about when we were watching that chase for Mamahus, I mean, it was absolutely amazing against Seaside. And Vinny Sandhu, he may still be watching, Vinny Sandhu has this thing when he sees the rate that's required and he says, right, that is now at the point of no return. And normally he says that's 18. When you need more than 18 and over, Sandhu says that's it, game over, you can't win. Well, Vinny, you would have been wrong again here today. I still can't believe it. 64 runs were scored off that the last 14 balls. That is incredible. What a run chase. I mean, those first 2 matches we will remember forever.
Yeah, absolutely incredible concept. And get that Malmahus game, it was not awful bowling from Seaside. They had a couple of overs that were certainly not as good as they might have wanted at the time. But in the end, that was just brutal hitting. And we've talked during Group B's week that Malmahus and the depth that they have in their batting lineup is so important, and the fact that they still had guys coming out after they'd lost 2, 3, 4 wickets and still being able to hit big, still being able to keep pace with the run rate, that's got them home in that game. It was an extraordinary performance, and they might just carry that momentum all the way through to the final.
Yeah, once more, it's our time to thank everybody that's been tuning in. Thank you all for all your lovely and kind comments on the chat, and I know that everyone that was tuned in here enjoyed the cricket as much as we did. We're lucky to still have our voices left. We're going to have a bit of therapy tonight as we get ready for tomorrow. Also very fortunate with the weather. The weather did stay kind to us. We did have a few showers, but didn't interrupt the proceedings, so that was really good. So things are on our side, and certainly looking forward to tomorrow and hope that you join us. But remember, there is cricket happening in Malta at the moment. You can switch over and watch the end of that T20I International happening there, but then join us tomorrow early morning as we get ready for finals day. It's going to be an absolute cracker. So from me, Rico Full.
From me, Andrew Ryan.
It's time to say hasta mañana. Have a good evening. Take care. Un abrazo muy fuerte. Quiero mucho.